She looked absolutely drained as she muttered, "Looks like your mission failed." The assassin gripped her jaw fiercely. "Failed? I still have plenty of time to snap your neck." Boom! Changge crashed into the scene like a meteor. "Unhand her," he roared. With a single, earth-shattering punch, he sent the great saint flying across the entire courtyard, covered in bruises and gasping for air. Wang Zichen weakly reached out. Gu Chengge's face was a perfect mask of guilt. "Miss Zichen, I am incredibly sorry. I never expected such an atrocity to happen right under my nose." Scrambling to his feet, the assassin howled in pure rage. "Gu Chengge, you keep ruining my master's plans. One day, I will absolutely claim your head." Gu Cheng's eyes turned dead cold. "And who exactly is this so-called master of yours?" Suddenly, an immortal Wang family elder descended like a raging thunderstorm. "You dare lay a hand on our young Miss Dai?" He unleashed a devastating palm strike. Instantly, an apocalyptic battle erupted. Two terrifying beams of light clashed violently, tearing through the very fabric of the sky. "You are not getting away, scum!" the elder bellowed. The assassin just sneered back. "An immortal Wang family elder, you think you alone can capture me?" The white-haired elder scoffed coldly. "You actually think you are walking out of here alive today? Do you treat the immortal Gu family like your own personal backyard?" Down below, Gu Changge looked furious. But internally, he was face-palming hard. He raised a hand, almost wanting to stop the fight. "This old guy is way too hot-headed. He didn't even let me finish acting out my script." Up in the clouds, chaotic energies slammed into each other. Several family guards rushed the sky, yelling, "Elder Wang, we are coming to help." A massive crowd had gathered by now, buzzing with absolute shock. Another great Saint Realm powerhouse, and they dared to assassinate someone from the Wang family. Just who exactly is this Wang Zichen, getting jumped by a great saint right in young Master Gu's territory? What kind of crazy plot is unfolding here? Slowly, Gu Chengge walked out, supporting the battered and bruised Wang Zichen. Sister Wang Wushuang cried out in panic. He then spun toward Gu Chengge, demanding answers. "Brother Gu, who attacked her? Our family demands a proper explanation." Leaning weakly against her brother, Wang Zichen whispered softly, "Wushuang, please do not blame Brother Gu for this. If he had not arrived in time, I would be gone." Gu Chengge sighed, his expression dark and serious. "It was my sheer negligence. But to be perfectly honest, I am just as clueless as you. I only just arrived here myself." His voice then boomed across the courtyard. "Rest assured, no one can save that assassin today. He will pay the ultimate price." High above, blinding explosions continued to rock the sky. A bystander gasped in absolute horror. "He is fighting multiple great saints by himself, and he does not even look tired. This killer's power is completely off the charts." Wang Wushuang clenched his fists in anxiety. Just what kind of monster are we dealing with? Meanwhile, Gu Chengge was staring at Wang Zichen's 12,000 luck points. He smirked inwardly. As expected of a top-tier daughter of destiny, she barely rested. Yet she has already healed up by 80%. Playing the gentleman, he leaned in closely. "Miss Zichen, how are your injuries? Are you feeling any lasting damage?" She waved it off casually. "Oh, I am perfectly fine." But internally, she was shivering. Gu Chengge's words sounded sweet, but there was not a single drop of real warmth in his aura. He is only doing this to save face for the Gu family, she analyzed. To crack a cold, heartless guy like him, I need to take the initiative, or this romance plot is going nowhere. Seeing his absolute indifference, Wang Zichen decided to put on a show. "Oh my goodness," she gasped dramatically. She conveniently stumbled right into Gu Chengge's chest. "My core might be severely damaged. I feel so incredibly dizzy. That was just too dangerous. If you had not saved me, Brother Gu, my body would be ice cold by now." Annoyance flashed in his mind, though he hid it flawlessly. You think too highly of yourself. He mocked internally. Even if I ordered your death right now, that sky-high plot armor of yours simply would not allow it. But on the outside, he remained the perfect host. I truly apologize. At the end of the day, the Gu family failed to protect you. We will definitely compensate you for this trauma. Yet, Wang Zikin kept shamelessly clinging to his broad shoulders. Do not blame yourself. Brother Gu, even if I was not in your territory, they would have made their move regardless. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. What exactly do you mean by that? Nearby, Wang Wushuang's jaw practically hit the floor. Watching the two of them flirt shamelessly in the middle of a literal crisis, Wang Zikin looked up deeply into Gu Changge's eyes. Do you not want to know exactly who tried to assassinate me today? Gu Changge played along. Could it be the demonic art inheritor again? She gave him a highly knowing smile. Oh, it seems you have already figured out my true identity. Have you not? Brother Gu, you are absolutely right. It was the demonic art inheritor. He targeted me because I am the saintess of the human ancestral hall. The crowd collectively gasped. No way, the immortal Wang family was hiding a human ancestral hall saintess this entire time. The bald elder clutched his massive prayer beads. His voice tight. That assassin. It's another demonic art inheritor, and it definitely isn't Yiling. Gu Changge rubbed his chin, playing the role of a deep thinker perfectly. To think the demonic art inheritors have grown so arrogant, sending a great saint realm expert right to our doorstep. If my instincts are correct, this isn't just a lone wolf. There's a massive, shadowy syndicate pulling the strings. Wang Zikin chimed in, her tone dead serious. I'm starting to suspect the Yiling you fought before wasn't the real mastermind. He was probably just a disposable pawn. Gu Changge gave her a sideways glance, maintaining his cool, unbothered facade. A pawn. You say, he mused. Still, Yiling vanished without a trace after our clash. Whether he is dead or alive remains a mystery. Wang Zikin stepped toward the edge, her eyes locked on the sky-shattering battle above. His fate is irrelevant now. Our top priority is dragging the real demonic art inheritor into the light and crushing whatever organization backs them. High above, the heavens trembled. Terrifying figures clashed in an endless storm of destructive aura. We need to take him alive, Wang Wushuang shouted over the chaos. A great Saint Realm expert is bound to spill some crucial secrets. But Gu Changge instantly shot down the idea. Capturing a great saint is no walk in the park. Right on cue, the assassin in the sky was sent flying by a heavy blow. The Wang family elders had him completely cornered. They sneered with absolute contempt. Listen well. Demonic art inheritor. There is nowhere left to run, another elder barked. Surrender now, facing three great saints at once. Your defeat is set in stone, but the bloodied assassin only let out a manic, bone-chilling laugh. Enjoy your pathetic victory while you can. You filthy ants soon. You will all become mindless slaves for my master suddenly. The mysterious jade core on his chest began to violently crack. His aura turned chaotic and explosive. My master is eternal glory to the chaos. The Wang family elder's eyes went wide with pure terror. Fall back. He's going to detonate his spiritual core. The bald elder froze in his tracks. Are you insane? If a great saint self-destructs here, this entire domain will be wiped off the map. Panic erupted as the elder roared at the crowds below. Run for your lives. The blast radius is too massive. We will do everything we can to hold the barrier. Just as total despair set in, Gu Changge's calm voice echoed out. There is no need to panic. The Gu family's supreme elder is already here. Boom! The heavens ripped open. A colossal, god-like hand descended from the clouds, crushing the assassin as he screamed in absolute horror. A supreme realm expert. The devastating explosion triggered, but the colossal hand simply clenched into a fist. It smothered the apocalyptic blast radius like it was nothing but a spark. The Wang elder gasped, trembling. Is this the true power of a Gu family supreme? The long-bearded elder swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat, to snuff out a great saint's self-destruction with a single casual grasp. The Supreme Realm is truly terrifying. Down below, the terrified masses were still frozen in shock. A disciple barely whispered, Is it over? Is the gap between a great saint and a supreme really that insurmountable? Another nodded grimly. Absolute power crushes everything. Even a demonic art inheritor is just dust before a supreme. Changge let out a perfectly timed, dramatic sigh. What a shame. Now we have absolutely no way to extract any useful intel from him. Wang Zichen's gaze remained icy. Even if we had pinned him down alive, fanatics like him never talk anyway. To orchestrate an assassination right inside the Gu family domain. They planned this to perfection. Changge nodded in flawless agreement. She turned her sharp eyes toward him. Still, Brother Gu, you need to watch your back from now on. That assassin made it perfectly clear. You are on their hit list too. Changge's lips curled into a dangerous, confident smirk. Oh, the demonic art inheritor wants my head. The Wang family elder stepped up, bowing deeply. We are forever in your debt. Young Master Gu, if you hadn't intervened and saved our young miss, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Wang Zichen nodded in agreement. I truly owe you my life this time. Brother Gu. Changge waved it off with a humble, elegant smile. Please. It was simply the right thing to do. Besides, this treacherous attack happened on Gu family soil. If we let some shadow-dwelling rats succeed in their assassination, the Gu family would be the laughingstock of the entire realm. Suddenly, a realization struck the Wang elder. Wait a minute. During the clash, we clearly sensed the aura of Emperor Mountain on that assassin. The bald elder with the braided beard vehemently agreed. He's absolutely right. That unique energy signature. It was unmistakable. Wang Zichen's eyes narrowed in dark suspicion. Emperor Mountain. A female cultivator nearby gasped, covering her mouth. That's impossible. Emperor Mountain has always been revered as a pillar of absolute righteousness. A young master beside her looked completely shaken. Exactly. Are we sure about this? At that moment, Changge stepped forward, his expression grave and righteous. I will not lie to you all. I sensed the exact same thing. And there is something even more disturbing. This assassin's combat techniques were eerily similar to the ones Ye Ling used against me. Those two definitely share the same dark legacy. But given Ye Ling's current power level, there is absolutely no way he is the mastermind calling the shots. Changge's voice rang out with absolute conviction. Think about it. To command a great saint as a mere suicide bomber, no ordinary sect could ever possess that kind of terrifying authority. Murmurs of sheer terror rippled through the gathered cultivators. Heavens above. Is the demonic art inheritor truly hiding within Emperor Mountain? If the legendary Emperor Mountain was pulling the strings behind the scenes, the implications were downright terrifying. But before the panic could spread, the main character raised a single hand. Hold on. We cannot jump to conclusions so quickly, he announced, his voice smooth and calculated. The timing of this entire situation is just way too perfect. Think about it. If the true culprit is really the demonic art inheritor, they would never be foolish enough to openly leak the aura of Emperor Mountain. The crowd murmured in agreement, nodding at the young master's flawless logic. Someone in the back chimed in. Could this be a deliberate frame-up to destroy their reputation? Changge shifted his piercing gaze to Wang Zichen. As the victim of this attack, what are your thoughts on the matter? Lady Zichen, he asked, hiding a wickedly smug smile beneath his perfect facade. He was laughing on the inside. It was a classic transmigrator trait. They all possessed that main character syndrome, believing the whole world was blind, while they alone possessed the absolute truth. Wang Zichen stood out effortlessly from the crowd, her flawless bare legs catching the attention of every cultivator in the room. She spoke with deliberate, dramatic slowness. The one who ambushed me was definitely the inheritor. and without a shadow of a doubt, he carried the absolute core aura of Emperor Mountain. For generations, Emperor Mountain has paraded itself as the absolute pinnacle of the orthodox path. So, when their signature aura appears on a mass murderer, human instinct automatically assumes it must be a setup. She crossed her arms, her eyes gleaming with deduction. But ladies and gentlemen, that exact assumption is our biggest blind spot. If we all assume Emperor Mountain is being framed and shift our investigation elsewhere, wouldn't we be letting the true mastermind walk right out the front door? A fiery, red-haired cultivator nearby immediately slapped his thigh in a moment of pure realization. She is totally right. The more obvious the clue is, the more suspicious it becomes. By playing this reverse psychology game, the culprit diverts all the heat away from Emperor Mountain. Wait, another voice countered. But following Lady Wang's logic, wouldn't doing this intentionally draw the wrath of the great orthodox factions? Isn't that just begging for a death sentence? As Wang Ziqin confidently laid out her deduction, the true mastermind secretly gave her a massive mental double thumbs up. She was doing all his dirty work for him. It is common knowledge now that there is more than one demonic art inheritor out there. Their movements have grown incredibly arrogant, making it impossible to stay hidden forever in the shadows. Knowing exposure was inevitable, they decided to strike first and play the ultimate victim card, the classic golden cicada shedding its shell strategy. Surely, everyone understands this genius logic. An elder from the Wang family stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing in deep, terrifying thought, setting up a maze of truths and lies. What an absolutely brilliant and diabolical scheme. Truly worthy of the intellect of our human ancestor Hall's saintess. No one could have predicted such a flawless deception. Basking in the praise, Wang Ziqin turned around. So, Brother Gu, what is your brilliant take on this? Standing right across from her, Gu Changge was fighting the hardest battle of his life, just to keep a straight face. His mouth twitched violently as he held back his evil laughter. Seeing him space out, Wang Ziqin tilted her head. Brother Gu He instantly snapped back to his flawless hero persona. Ah, yes. Lady Ziqin is incredibly insightful. As always, listening to your brilliant breakdown was truly an enlightening experience. He nodded gravely. Regardless of the truth, Emperor Mountain will not be able to wash away this suspicion so easily. Ye Langtian finally stepped forward, breaking the heavy silence. Now that you mention it, at the birthday banquet earlier today, rumors were spreading that the Prince of Emperor Mountain has finally come out of seclusion. Gasps echoed through the room. Wait. The timing is way too suspicious. The prince makes his grand entrance right as all this goes down. To emerge so early in this chaotic era. And to think I used to respect Emperor Mountain. I cannot believe they were harboring such pure evil right under our very noses. Gu Changge mentally gave the crowd a massive thumbs up. He was absolutely in awe of their wildly overactive imaginations doing his job better than he ever could. Panic rippled through the gathered cultivators. The mere existence of a demonic art inheritor was enough to plunge the entire realm into utter, devastating chaos. But now, with the prime suspect being an absolute behemoth like Emperor Mountain, how were they supposed to fight against an enemy with that much supreme, world-ending power? Hold your ground, someone roared. The orthodox path still has the human ancestor Hall plus. We have young Master Gu Changge and his true immortal talent. With those two leading the vanguard, we have nothing to fear from some pathetic demonic scum. Brave words. But reality was a different beast entirely. Emperor Mountain was no trivial target to mess with. And right now, the accused faction was practically burning with sheer panic. Ding! The glowing blue system panel materialized. Target's reputation successfully ruined. Fate-stealing transmigrator protagonist severely damaged. Reward granted 3,000 fortune points. 15,000 destiny points acquired. Gu Changge rubbed his temples, putting on an award-winning performance of a deeply troubled hero. But hidden behind his hand, a devilish smirk carved its way across his face. What a truly troubling situation we find ourselves in. Meanwhile, Miles away at Emperor Mountain, the fake prince was pacing like a caged beast. A priceless jade teapot exploded against the wall in his furious rage. "Damn it all to hell," he screamed. "I just got out of seclusion. How in the world did I become public enemy #1 overnight? This is complete and utter garbage. What does a psychotic demonic inheritor have to do with me?" He glared at the trembling subordinate kneeling on the marble floor. "Get out of my sight. Dig up every shred of intel you can find immediately." Just outside the grand oak doors, Ying Yu was slowly approaching his royal chambers, catching every single word of his epic, unhinged meltdown. The fake prince was completely losing his mind. "Argue, why did I not inherit any memories of this body? Wait. What if the rumors are completely true? What if Emperor Mountain is actually funding the demonic inheritor? That lunatic is the sworn enemy of the entire universe. I do not care if I am backed by the legendary Emperor Mountain. Getting caught in this crossfire is a guaranteed, absolute death sentence." He threw his head back and screamed at the beautifully painted ceiling. "You screwed up, heavens. If you were going to let me transmigrate into a life of luxury, why drop this apocalyptic nightmare on my head? If I knew being a supreme prince was this incredibly stressful, I would have rather transmigrated as a lowly stable boy." Standing just beyond the door, Ying Yu's eyes narrowed with sudden, razor-sharp suspicion. What is all this nonsense about being a stable boy? Why has brother been speaking in such bizarre riddles lately? Inside, the fake prince froze. A cold sweat drenched his back as sheer, paralyzing panic seized his heart. Pushing the doors open, Ying Yu demanded answers. "Brother, tell me right now, are the horrifying rumors spreading outside actually true?" The imposter gripped the golden armrests of the dragon throne. "Keep it together, man. Do not panic. Do not break character. Deny everything." He forced his voice into a calm, majestic tone. "My dear sister, what do you believe?" Ying Yu stared at him with absolute deadpan seriousness. "I want to trust you, brother, but we cannot just sit back and let these toxic rumors destroy our ancient legacy. We need to crush this false narrative at the source. And all of this chaos traces back to the immortal Gu family. I am going to personally meet with Gu Changge to clear our name. Leveraging his supreme prestige is the only way we survive this utter disaster." The fake prince kept up his perfect disguise. "Good. If you can handle this, it takes a massive weight off my shoulders." But the second his sister vanished from sight, his mask completely shattered. Pure, venomous hatred twisted his features. "Gu Changge, saintess of the mortal palace. How dare you? A few simple words, and you shoved me straight to the brink of death. I will carve this grudge into my very bones. Just you wait." Meanwhile, at the Gu family's gate of eternal life, Wang Ziqin prepared for her departure. Her voice was hushed. "Brother Gu, watch your back. Their eyes are fixed on you as well." Gu Changge offered a graceful wave. "My deepest thanks for the warning. Lady Ziqin, may the winds favor your journey." But beneath his charming smile, his telepathic voice sliced through the air. "Tail her. Note every single move she makes. And do not get caught." The shadow guard bowed instantly. "It will be done, young master." As the assassin vanished, Gu Cheng's mind began to race. Minkong had slipped away at the break of dawn. Her target was painfully obvious. She was hunting the reincarnation of the human ancestor. But an entity of that caliber wasn't some easy prey. She was walking straight into a trap. "Looks like I need to set up my pieces first," he mused. Just then, Yin Mei glided to his side with a hushed report. "Master, your foresight is terrifying. Emperor Mountain has already infiltrated our ranks. They are desperately hunting for Chu Fan." A wicked smirk danced on Gu Cheng's lips. Everything was playing out exactly as scripted. Trying to silence the witness. "Are they? What a pity. They have no idea that little servant is already mine." With a dramatic sweep of his robes, he turned away. "The hour grows late. I must return to the ancestral hall." Stick to the grand design. Let the Heavenly Prince hear the whispers. Tell him that right after the Gu family banquet, Chu Fan suddenly lost his mind. Dark amusement filled the protagonist's chest. Once the Heavenly Prince heard this, he would realize his darkest secrets and fatal flaws were resting firmly in the palm of my hand. The bustling courtyard suddenly fell dead silent. A booming voice shattered the quiet. Young Master Changge has arrived. The ancient, heavy doors of the Nirvana pool groaned as they finally opened. Whispers instantly flooded the excited crowd. Both young Master Changge and Lady Xian'er are here. The absolute twin stars of our Gu family. The legendary Nirvana pool was incredibly exclusive. Only 5 supreme prodigies per generation were permitted to enter its sacred waters. It was a realm of miracles. A place to inherit the ancestral Tao, to completely shatter the chains of their mortal bloodlines. Here, cultivation soared and divine abilities awakened. Just as Changge opened his mouth to explain, Xian'er crossed her arms. Her expression was an absolute iceberg as she cut him off. I already know. Spare me the lecture. Changge almost choked on his own breath. This sassy little brat was going to be the death of him. The Grand Elder's voice echoed with terrifying authority. The 5 have gathered, follow us into the Nirvana pool. A towering stone gate rumbled open, unleashing a tidal wave of pure spiritual energy. A mystical domain unfolded before them, leaving every genius completely breathless. Heavens above. The aura here is suffocatingly dense. It truly lives up to the legend of the Nirvana pool. But Changge's mind was focused elsewhere. He calculated the ancient rumors. Could this pool truly peer into the future, or reveal the secrets of past lives? It was time to test that myth. Meanwhile, a fiery determination burned in Xian'er's eyes. If I conquer this Nirvana trial, if my power explodes, I might actually crush Changge once and for all. Standing right beside her, Changge poured ice water over her dreams. You are vastly overthinking your capabilities. Xian'er snapped her head toward him in furious shock. What? How did you know what I was thinking? Did you use some forbidden mind-reading technique? Changge smirked effortlessly. With an ego that massive, why would I even need mind-reading? The Grand Elder grew impatient. Enough bickering, stop stalling and enter the waters. Without missing a beat, the prodigies plunged straight into the mystical depths. Gasps of pure bliss filled the cavern. This energy is incredible. As the freezing, spiritual currents wrapped around Xian'er, enlightenment struck her like lightning. Even she was shocked by how fast her bottlenecks shattered. The ancient elder stroked his beard in pure joy. Xian'er is truly blessed by the heavens. To resonate with the Tao so quickly, it is unprecedented. Beside him, another elder narrowed his eyes in deep thought, analyzing the situation with intense scrutiny. Changge's talent is terrifyingly vast, yet completely hidden. Will the sacred waters finally force him to show his true hand? From the shadows, the Gu family patriarch spoke with absolute authority. We leave now. Do not disrupt their awakening. The elders flinched in surprise, but they dared not question the patriarch. They bowed and vanished into thin air, left alone in the dark. The patriarch's heart was heavy with dread. Was the Nirvana pool a blessing for Changge, or a catastrophic curse? His innate demonic heart was a taboo that could burn the world. It absolutely could not be exposed. Deep beneath the sacred surface, crimson threads of ominous light began to swirl wildly around Changge's body. As the heavy doors of the sanctuary locked tight, the 5 prodigies aligned in a starlight formation. Freezing currents and brilliant golden aura clashed violently around the young master. Floating in the absolute silence, our protagonist was already running the ultimate calculation. The Nirvana pool is incredibly potent, but even with all this juice, it will only push my cultivation to the mid-saint realm at best. Suddenly, the Dao bone within him blazed with blinding intensity, streaks of cosmic blue, blazing orange, and phantom purple ripped through the void. Panic flashed in Changge's mind. The demonic heart inside his chest was screaming awake. It radiated the exact same apocalyptic energy as the Eight Desolations' demonic halberd. His chest pounded with earth-shattering force. A terrifying chill crawled straight up his spine. When he opened his eyes, they glowed with a demonic, absolute purple. Reality fractured before him. He was dragged into an apocalyptic wasteland. A colossal illusion of the demonic halberd literally blotted out the entire sky. Standing at the apex of the heavens was an impossibly handsome man with flowing silver hair. The sheer aura he radiated was godlike. As the face came into focus, Changge's mind was blown to pieces. The Demon Lord. They said the Nirvana pool reveals past lives. But how is that possible? My past life? I was supposed to be a simple transmigrator. The horrifying truth hit him like a lightning bolt. Was his entire origin story a lie? Was his soul tied to an ancient, world-ending evil? Changge snapped back to reality. He watched the pure, holy light turn to dust in his palm. His lips curled into a terrifying smile. It seems my true goal for entering this pool has already been perfectly achieved. As for the ultimate power of this awakened demonic heart, I will devour its benefits when the time is right. He cast a brief, complex glance at Xianxia, a rare flicker of hidden guilt, or perhaps dark calculation, vanished as quickly as it came. Xianxia, you cannot blame me for this. The three other disciples were deep in cultivation when suddenly, a suffocating wave of demonic aura crashed over them. Panic instantly set in. What in the world is happening? The first disciple stared at Changge. Pure, unadulterated terror painted across his face. Young Master Changge. He stammered in absolute disbelief. The second disciple shouted in panic. Young Master, what are you doing? The third chimed in, trembling from head to toe. Changge, have you lost your mind? Did he suffer a chi deviation? Has the demonic path completely consumed him? Standing before them was a terrifyingly transformed Changge. Demonic energy erupted from his body like a dark volcano, while a sinister, blood-chilling smile twisted his lips. While Xianxia watched in shock, the three disciples scrambled for survival. What do we do now? His aura is too overwhelming. We stand no chance. We need to alert the elders immediately. But the disciple on the far edge arrogantly stepped forward. What are you cowards afraid of? He scoffed. It is just a chi deviation. I will just knock some sense into him. Clearly, this arrogant fool had a death wish. He saw this as the perfect chance to play hero, still holding a bitter grudge over the family head position. If I had been in the clan back then, he never would have taken the throne. But before his cocky speech could finish, a tidal wave of absolute darkness swallowed him whole. Changge unleashed a devastating strike. It was so fast, the other two could not even blink. The arrogant fool vomited a fountain of blood as his body smashed into the stone wall, instantly ending his pathetic life. Like a shadow of death, Changge materialized behind the remaining duo. His voice dripped with lethal intent. I suppose it is your turn now, isn't it? The two disciples froze like ice statues. All the color drained from their faces as they stuttered. Young Master Gu, please. But mercy was not on the menu. Seconds later, both were knocked out cold, left sprawled face down on the ground with massive lumps on their heads. After tossing the three aside like broken toys, Changge turned around. Pitch-black darkness practically poured from his soul. Xianxia stumbled to her feet, screaming his name, Changge, but as his hollow eyes met hers, she instinctively recoiled in terror. His demonic nature. A sickening realization hit her. This was the exact same chilling expression he wore when he ripped out her Dao bone years ago. Could this be the truth behind that dark secret, she thought wildly? Was he possessed by this exact same entity back then? Without warning, Changge launched himself at her like a predator. Xianxia barely managed to dodge the fatal blow, but his terrifying speed sent her crashing violently into the marble pillar behind her. The brutal impact echoed through the hall, and a sickening crack sounded from her newly formed Dao bone. He is not holding back at all, panic screamed in her mind. With blood trickling down her chin, she watched helplessly as the demonic Changge slowly stalked toward her. His voice was terrifyingly calm. A second Nirvana heaven bone. I spared your pathetic life back then, and it almost became a disaster for me. But who would have thought you would bring your older brother such a wonderful gift? His eyes locked onto her chest. Will you dig it out yourself? Or must I rip it from you? Refusing to be a victim again, Xianxia threw her hands together. Heavenly net umbrella, she cried out. A radiant holy artifact materialized, forming an absolute shield of golden light, but against absolute power. It was nothing but wet paper. With a casual flick of his wrist, demonic chains pierced right through the holy umbrella, shattering it into a million sparkling pieces. Xianxia was completely paralyzed by fear. How can he destroy a holy relic with a single careless strike? Just how terrifying is his true power? The predatory smile on Changge grew wider. Stop your useless struggling. Be a good girl and hand over the fairy bone. Do that, and I promise your death will be painless. Behind her back, Xianxia desperately formed secret hand seals. Pushing two grand artifacts to their absolute limit was rapidly draining her life force. But she had no choice left except to use her master's ultimate treasure. However, Changge was always 10 steps ahead. A wicked, villainous laugh echoed through the chamber. He extended a hand engulfed in pure black abyss toward her. You are still as hopelessly foolish as you were back then. A sinister magic circle ignited behind her, violently dragging her body straight into his suffocating grip. He smirked triumphantly. After all this time, did you really think your older brother wouldn't know all your little tricks? In a flash, absolute sealing magic locked down her entire body. She could not even twitch a finger. Despair crashed over her in devastating waves. He was too cold, too overwhelmingly powerful. Is this it? Am I truly meant to die by his hands today? No wonder he pushed me to cultivate harder. No wonder he told me to become strong enough to defeat him. Every single thing he did was just to fatten me up for this exact moment. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the end. She had foolishly hoped that his demonic possession might leave a tiny opening for her to survive. But I am just too weak. Changge stared down at his prize. This beautiful Dao bone. Your older brother will gladly accept it. Accepting her tragic fate, Xianxia threw him a defiant, broken smile. If you want it so badly, then just rip it out. But suddenly, the abyss in Changge's eyes violently shook. His right hand shot out, brutally seizing his own left arm that was strangling her. Get out of my head, he roared. Xianxia was instantly released, crashing to the floor as Changge threw his own body backward. She stared in absolute bewilderment. Changge, what is happening to you? He struggled to stand, his face twisted in pure, heartbreaking agony. Stay away from me, he bellowed. His eyes flickered wildly between two different colors. Through gritted teeth, he fought a desperate internal war. You will not hurt Xianxia. Hearing those protective words, tears instantly swelled in Xianxia's eyes. Her heart completely shattered. The dark aura raged around him like a violent hurricane. Changge, please wake up, she sobbed out. What kind of nightmare is tearing you apart? Of course, the master manipulator was putting on the performance of a lifetime. He commanded her to freeze, leaving the poor girl entirely paralyzed by emotional turmoil. Black fog swallowed the hall. His veins bulged dangerously as his right hand desperately tried to hold back the murderous intent of his left, faking pure, selfless desperation. Changge screamed. Do not come any closer, run away from me. But his flawless acting had already pierced her soul. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded. Tell me what to do, how can I save you? Continuing the tragic anti-hero act, he let out a guttural roar. Get out of here, I do not need your pity. Run as far away as you can. But the stubborn girl had made up her mind. I am not leaving you behind, I know I can help you. Didn't you want my Dao bone, now that it has undergone nirvana? Its power is absolute. The moment her fingers brushed her own chest, The immortal bone erupted in brilliant azure light. Gu Xianer's eyes burned with resolve. I will rip it out for you right now. But Gu Changge's rational mind fought back, roaring with desperate fury. Get lost. Are you deaf? You are nothing but trash. Get out of my sight. I do not need the bones of a failure. Tears streamed down Gu Xianer's face as she screamed right back at him. Stop lying to yourself. Stop pushing me away. Gu Changge. You arrogant jerk. Things have already reached this point. Are you still too proud to accept help? Do you really plan to shoulder this alone? Suddenly, his left hand twitched. Thick, suffocating demonic energy gathered at his fingertips. A sinister, distorted voice echoed out. Foolish little girl. If you are so eager to die, allow me to escort you to the afterlife. Gu Chang's eyes snapped open. The whites of his eyes vanished into pitch black, as an ocean of demonic aura swallowed his gaze, completely consumed by the demonic will. His body shot forward like a lethal shadow. He was aiming straight for Gu Xianer. It was a matter of life and death, just as the demonic claw was about to crush her. His rational mind struck back. He summoned blades of pure light. Driving them ruthlessly into his own possessed arm, he forced out every single word through gritted teeth. I told you. Do not touch her. Crimson blood rained down, staining the pristine waters of the Nirvana pool. Soaked in cold sweat, he looked at her with exhausted eyes. Why are you crying? You look incredibly ugly right now. Hearing those words, Gu Xianer completely broke down, overwhelmed by raw emotion. She bawled her eyes out, but the danger was not over. Gu Changge's eyes suddenly widened in horror. He desperately threw his own body backward, fighting the demonic control with everything he had. Damn it, if you insist on touching her, then so be it. He instantly chanted a devastating spiritual mantra. The spiritual blades embedded in his left arm began to glow with unstable, explosive energy. Gu Xianher screamed in absolute panic. No, don't do it. But it was too late. A catastrophic shockwave erupted. The violent blast sent her flying backward, knocking the wind right out of her lungs. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, alarms began to blare. Something is wrong. A blinding pillar of light shattered the sky, leaving the family guards trembling in pure terror. Moving faster than lightning, Gu Changge's father arrived at the scene. He caught Gu Xianer midair, his voice laced with heavy concern. Little Xianer, are you hurt? Her eyes were wide with sheer trauma. She choked on her own tears. Uncle, I am fine, but please, you have to save him. To keep me safe. He just shattered his own arm. The patriarch of the Gu family looked up, seeing the bloodbath before him. His heart skipped a beat in hidden shock. He let out a heavy sigh to calm her down. Breathe, child. Do not panic. With his monster-like cultivation base, losing an arm is barely a scratch. The only thing that matters is that you are safe. Across the ruined pool, Gu Changze sat slumped against the debris. He looked absolutely pathetic. Immortal energy aggressively devoured his ruined left arm, while thick black blood dripped from his lips. Gu Xianer sprinted toward him, throwing her arms around him as she sobbed helplessly. He knew it all along, she cried. He knew the demonic taint was consuming him. That is why he pushed me so hard to get stronger. He was terrified his inner demon would steal my immortal bone. He is actually so incredibly gentle, but he wrapped himself in thorns, just to keep me at a distance. The patriarch was utterly speechless, offering only a complex sigh. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, having just delivered an Oscar-worthy performance, calmly closed his eyes and enjoyed the rest. Clinging to him, Gu Xianer made a blood-deep vow. I will fix this, I promise, even if I have to turn the world upside down. I will cure your demonic heart. I will never abandon you again. Ding! The system panel flashed vividly in his mind. Massive affection gained from Gu Xian. Her destiny points increased by 9,800. Scene change. Deep within the immortal Gu family's gardens, father and son took a casual stroll. The patriarch broke the silence. So, what was the actual result of the Nirvana pool? Changge smirked faintly. Everything is perfectly under control. I apologize for making you worry with my little dramatic display. His father's gaze grew heavy. That demonic heart is a ticking time bomb. You have shouldered an unbearable burden all these years. Changge waved off the concern. Do not stress over it. Father, the demonic heart is fully chained down once again. I will not let it break loose. The patriarch side-eyed his son. A teasing grin crept onto his father's face. By the way, that new outfit looks incredibly sharp on you. It must have cost little xianxia every last penny of her allowance. Indeed. Our ultimate mastermind was rocking a flawlessly tailored, high-tier robe. He chuckled in agreement. For that penny-pinching girl to splurge like this. It truly is a miracle of the modern age. You locked her out while you were healing. His father reminded him. But now that your arm is practically back to normal, you should go see her. Clear the air before she drives herself crazy. That familiar, calculating glint flashed in Changge's eyes. Relax. Father, I know exactly how to handle her. Internally, he was already plotting his next move. If I am going to act out this tragic hero script, I might as well win the damn Oscar. Later, inside his personal sanctuary, his gorgeous subordinate, Changge, knelt respectfully. Master, I sent our elite shadows to protect them. However, I believe our targets have noticed our presence. Changge took a slow, elegant sip of his spirit tea. That is fine. In fact, that is exactly what I wanted. I need them to know that the young master of the family has been desperately searching for them this entire time. Changge tilted her head, clearly confused. But master, why not just approach them directly? Wouldn't stepping into the light prove your sincerity far better? Looking down from his imposing throne, he gave her a patronizing smile. You do not see the big picture. Changge, the family is crawling with rats and spies. If I roll out the red carpet and act too eager, it looks entirely fake. It would instantly trigger their paranoia that I have some hidden malicious agenda. Enlightenment struck Changge's beautiful face. I understand now. Brilliant as always. Then, a new thought crossed her mind. Oh, master, there is one more urgent matter. It is about Wang Zichen, the descendant of the human ancestor Hall. The entire cultivation world is currently exploding with rumors about her recent battle against the demonic art inheritor. Meanwhile, miles away, the legendary Wang Zichen herself was happily talking someone's ear off. She bragged that she did not fall behind when facing that monster. She relentlessly praised the family's young master as an extraordinary genius, deeply thanking Brother for his timely rescue. According to her, his mere presence offered absolute protection. His true strength was a bottomless abyss. The surrounding crowd gasped in pure shock. Could Changge truly be stronger than the Holy Maiden herself? After all, she was the legendary successor of the Mortal Palace. A terrified cultivator wiped his sweating forehead, heavily nodding in agreement. Wang Zichen continued her endless hype train, sighing. Brother Goof's power is completely beyond my reading. If we fought 10 times, I would tragically lose 9. Hearing this absolute nonsense, Changge shattered his teacup in pure annoyance. A headache pulsed at his temples. Is this Wang Zichen playing dumb? Or just genuinely clueless? Since when did I ask her to boost my reputation? At this rate, all my precious high-tier prey will run in terror. Changge gritted his teeth, letting out a freezing scoff. This crazy woman had totally ruined his perfect farming strategy. He mentally etched this grudge into stone. Changge stood across from him, blinking in total confusion. Invisible question marks floated around her head. What in the world was high-tier prey? Suddenly, a blinding streak of divine light crashed before the immortal family's massive gates. A clear voice echoed through the air. I am the successor of the Mortal Palace. I seek an audience with young Master Changge. Please announce my arrival. Two elite guards instantly blocked her path. Roaring. Insolent fool, the Mortal Palace successor literally just left. Who gave you the guts to impersonate her? Without flinching, the mysterious woman revealed an ancient, glowing token. She proudly declared that this generation had more than one Mortal Palace successor. Recognizing the legendary aura of the token, the guards instantly dropped their hostility. They bowed respectfully, asking her to wait for their young master's word. The cloaked woman frowned, her heart heavy with dread. Back at the ancient Ye clan, I used a forbidden tracking art on Yeling, only to discover his life force had completely vanished. You can never trust blind rumors. What exactly happened inside that ancient immortal realm? She clenched her fists. Changge, just how many dark secrets are you burying? Moments later, a guard rushed back with an inviting gesture. The young master had already prepared a lavish banquet for her arrival. Watching her walk past, one of the guards silently marveled. This new successor's breathtaking beauty outshined even the famous Wang family's miss. Her footsteps felt heavy with anxiety. His calmness was terrifying. This is going to be incredibly troublesome, she thought. But even if Gu Chang is truly evil, he would not dare strike me in his own territory. If the Mortal Palace successor vanished in the Gu clan, he would not be stupid enough to invite that kind of hellfire. Right. Inside the Grand Hall, Gu Chang sat on his throne, casually tossing out a polite greeting. He smiled flawlessly, claiming he was completely unaware of the Holy Maiden's sudden visit. Please forgive my lack of manners for not greeting you at the gates. The finest wine and delicacies are ready. Holy Maiden, please take a seat. She stepped inside without a single word, her heart pounding against her ribs. It looked like a heavenly feast. So why did it feel like she was walking straight into a demon's jaws? Could this elegant Gu Changje truly be a ruthless monster in disguise? From his high seat, Gu Chang warmly asked what brought the Holy Maiden so far from home. The stunning girl in white respectfully cupped her hands. I am Xianxia of the Mortal Palace. I pay my respects to young Master Changge. Gu Changge's eyes gleamed with dark amusement, remaining perfectly calm under my overwhelming aura. Her spiritual energy is vast like an ocean. What an absolutely terrifying talent. It seems anyone tied to the Mortal Palace is a freak of nature. Out loud, he smoothly praised her name. Chu. What a beautiful name. You are just as delicate and lovable as it sounds. Jiang Chu maintained her polite facade. Young Master Gu surely knows how to flatter. But she sharply cut to the chase. She heard he fought the demonic art inheritor, Ye Ling, and had some burning questions about that fateful clash. On the surface, she was the picture of a pure, unbothered saint, but in the shadows of her mind, her innate divine ability was already rewinding time itself. Just a few more seconds, and she would tear off Gu Chang's flawless mask. Gu Changge painted a perfect look of shock across his face. He guessed the Holy Maiden was still hunting Ye Ling. But what a pity, he sighed. That rat is already dead. Did the news not reach you? Jiang Chuchu's heart did a violent flip. His confident tone proved he knew Ye Ling was a corpse. This guy was absolutely guilty. So why on earth was he casually spilling the truth, playing the innocent card? She blinked and asked what he meant, citing that the world only knew Ye Ling was missing. Gu Changge threw his head back and laughed. It is perfectly fine if you do not understand. You will realize it soon enough. With a charming smile, he raised his crystal wine cup toward her. A drop of cold sweat slid down Jiang Chuchu's neck. Her temporal traceback had succeeded. Her mind was assaulted by a terrifying vision of Gu Changge, mercilessly devouring countless pure origins and divine bloodlines. He was not just connected to the demonic arts. He was the true inheritor. And the most horrifying part, she still could not see the bottom of his power. Gu Changge swirled his wine, his smile fading into a chilling stare. Why is the Holy Maiden not drinking? Are you afraid I slipped poison into your cup? In Jiang Chuchu's eyes, The elegant lord sitting before her had morphed into a world-ending nightmare, a monster who feasted on human souls. His dark aura was completely suffocating. Her trembling fingers lost their grip, and whether by accident or sheer terror, the precious jade cup slipped, shattering into 100 pieces on the marble floor. Watching the glass shatter, Changge's voice dropped to a deceptively soft, gentle hum. The Holy Maiden's complexion looks awfully pale. I was merely making a small joke earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Xianxia bit her lip, desperately forcing her raging emotions down. My deepest apologies. I simply lost my composure. I appreciate the young master's concern, but I would prefer if you refrained from such dark humor in the future. I have rudely interrupted your day, and I beg for your forgiveness. If you say yelling is truly dead, then I must leave immediately to hunt down the final clues. Bidding her hasty farewell, she spun around to leave, her brilliant mind racing at the speed of light. I have to find a way to expose this monster to the entire world. If I do not, the heavens themselves will fall. Sitting on his throne, Changge watched her desperate, fleeing silhouette. A twisted, absolutely demonic smirk slowly crawling across his face. Since you have already stepped into my domain, there is no turning back. Panic flashed in Chuchu's eyes. I am the saintess of the mortal palace Changge. What are you planning? But before the words left her lips, a swarm of ghostly purple hands erupted from the shadows. The phantom limbs coiled around her waist. They silenced her screams and bound her completely, leaving her utterly defenseless. In a single breath, the mighty saintess was immobilized. She struggled in vain. Changge let out a mocking sigh. What a foolish sheep. Delivering herself straight into the wolf's den. Your pathetic attempt at acting wouldn't even fool the naive Xianxia. He turned his icy gaze to the crimson-robed beauty behind him. Yanji. How is the aura replication progressing? The beauty bowed gracefully. The divine technique master bestowed is truly flawless. It sees through every illusion. Combined with the artifact, I have replicated 90% of her presence. A sinister smile crept onto Changge's face. Excellent. From this day forward, you are the true successor of the mortal palace. Yet, Yanji hesitated. But master, can I truly deceive the elders of the mortal palace without being exposed? Furthermore, Xianxu's divine garments are forged from rare spiritual silk. They are nearly impossible to conjure. Changge waved his hand dismissively. Do not overthink it. I have no intention of sending you into their stronghold. You only need to roam the outer realms. However, Yanji, your nature is far too gentle. You lack her self-righteous arrogance. To avoid suspicion from the likes of Wang Zijin, you must harden your expression. As for the divine garments, consider it handled. Understood? Yanji's eyes sparkled with deep reverence. Master's wisdom knows no bounds. To think you have even mastered the art of deception. Meanwhile, inside the suffocating void of the inner world artifact, Chu unleashed a relentless storm of attacks. But the supreme Dao seals protecting the realm didn't even suffer a scratch. Chu's mind raced. He lacks the courage to kill me. He hasn't summoned the immortal Gu family's forces, but instead trapped me in this isolated dimension. This proves one thing. His own family is completely blind to his true demonic nature. The esteemed saintess is as brilliant as they say. To think you saw right through my charade. That chilling voice sent shivers down her spine. Chu whipped around in sheer terror. Changge was levitating right behind her like a phantom of death. He sneered condescendingly. Save your breath, unless I grant you mercy. You will wither away and rot in this endless prison forever. Refusing to surrender, Chu unleashed a blinding flurry of lethal projectiles. She roared with unyielding defiance. If I cannot shatter these spatial walls, then I will simply sever your head. That will shatter your domain, but with agonizing ease. Changge snatched the deadly weapon straight out of the air, using merely 2 fingers. A terrifying smirk danced on his lips. Who gave you such delusional confidence? Driven by desperation, Chu leaped into the heavens. She rained down a devastating barrage of palm strikes. Break this seal at once. But with a casual wave of his hand, Changge unleashed his reincarnation divine art. The colossal impact sent the saintess crashing back 30 feet. Crimson blood spilled from her lips. She fiercely wiped her mouth, glaring at him with pure disbelief. Your cultivation. You have surpassed the saint realm. Changge, you hid your true monstrous power so flawlessly. The Dark Lord strolled forward with agonizing slowness. Do you finally comprehend the absolute abyss between our powers? Chu, drop your spiritual defenses. Accept my demonic slave seal. It will spare your fragile body from unnecessary torment. Chu spat on the ground, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. I am the proud successor of the mortal palace. I will never bow to a demon like you, she screamed as a majestic purple aura erupted from her forehead. The blinding holy light threatened to consume the entire void. Even Chang raised an intrigued eyebrow at the spectacle. Oh, is this a fraction of the legendary ancestor's power? Chu's voice echoed like roaring thunder. Even if I must detonate my own soul, I will drag you to hell with me. I won't let you have your way. Seeing her suicidal resolve, Changge finally summoned the legendary demonic halberd. With a single, devastating swing of the cursed blade, Chu's divine consciousness was brutally shattered. She coughed up a shower of blood and collapsed. Moments later, the proud saintess found herself suspended in the void, bound tightly by glowing purple chains of spiritual iron. The villain approached his captive prey. In my domain, did you truly believe you had sovereignty over your own life? Enough games. Hand over the ancestor's token. Though stripped of her strength, Chu's spirit remained unbroken. Changge, keep dreaming in your delusions. That token holds the fate of the realms. I will never hand humanity's salvation to a demon. Just kill me and end this. But the Dark Lord was a master manipulator. He instantly saw right through her desperate gambit. A clever trick. Chu, if I end your life, your soul jade will shatter in the mortal palace. That would invite an endless swarm of annoyances. However, there are fates in this world far more terrifying than a simple death. Before she could process the threat, his cold fingers gripped her divine robes. With a sharp tear, he shattered her outer defenses, exposing her porcelain skin beneath. Absolute terror finally seized her heart. Changge, what are you doing? A dangerously wicked smile spread across his face. What am I doing? Since you refused my gentle mercy, I have no choice but to forcefully discipline you. Tears of pure dread spilled from the saintess's eyes. No. Stop this at once, give it back. Her desperate curses echoed through the void. Changge, you shameless monster. But her agonizing cries only fueled his cruel amusement. I shall take that as a compliment. And with those chilling words, the esteemed saintess was completely stripped of her holy garments. Stepping back into the main hall, Changge tossed his freshly acquired spoils to Yanji. The ancestor's token and her divine robes are all here. With these artifacts, your disguise will be absolutely impenetrable. Yanji's breath caught in her throat. Master, did you truly silence the saintess of the mortal palace? Hearing her concern, the Dark Lord let out a devilish chuckle. Oh, Yanji, why must we resort to mindless slaughter at every turn? Besides, with her breathtaking beauty and flawless figure, erasing her from existence would be an absolute crime against heaven. Right now, Chang was flipping through a terrifying hit list, a master roster of potential scapegoats. The names on this scroll were absolutely legendary. It included the Undying Lake, the Dark Poison Valley, the Vermilion Bird Ancestor, the Fire Dao Child, and the Golden Qilin Young Master. Also on the chopping block, Lin Tian of the ancient Lin family, Li Zi of the Xuan Yuan clan, the Blazing Sun Golden Crow Ao Rikun, and the young master of the Evolution sect. Changge skimmed the cursed parchment, a dark smirk playing on his lips. To think Ming Kong secretly compiled such a massive list of monstrous young prodigies. And most of them were completely off the radar. My dear Ming Kong is still far too soft-hearted. But for now, the Heavenly Prince was doing a perfect job taking the fall. He wouldn't wash away that demonic suspicion anytime soon. So this backup list could stay hidden in the shadows. The real priority right now was hunting down the human ancestor's reincarnation. Gu Cheng shifted his piercing gaze to the kneeling figure. Elder Ming. How is Q Han doing lately? Elder Ming bowed his head in absolute reverence. Young master, he reported hastily. She is currently the prime candidate for sect master. The Purple Extreme Pill sect is pouring all their resources into her. Her alchemy talent has completely crushed her peers. A look of genuine satisfaction crossed Gu Cheng's face. Oh, not bad at all. That little girl certainly knows how to live up to my expectations. Elder Ming hesitated, swallowing his words nervously about Lady Chuhan. Gu Changge saw right through him. Elder Ming, speak your mind. I despise sugar-coated words from my own people. A massive wave of relief washed over the old man. He pressed his forehead firmly against the cold floor. Lady Chuhan misses the young master deeply. She begs to know when you might grace her with a visit. This subordinate knows it is stepping out of line. Gu Chengge waved off the apology with a casual flick of his wrist. It is fine. I will pay her a visit before I descend to the lower realm. Overjoyed by this massive honor, Elder Ming kowtowed wildly. Thank you, young master. He vanished into the shadows like smoke. Meanwhile, at Xian Er's lavish courtyard, the young prodigy knelt in perfect, elegant submission. Xian Er greets the honorable elders. I deeply apologize for causing you such worry. The ancient masters of the clan rushed forward, their eyes filled with grandfatherly warmth as they helped her up. That is enough. Little Xian Er, you have suffered entirely too much these past few years. Please, rise. But her posture remained poised, a testament to her unbreakable spirit. Xian Er did not suffer. An unpolished jade can never truly shine. These brutal years were nothing but a glorious trial by fire to forge my true potential. An elderly matriarch let out a heavy sigh. If it were not for that heartless monster, Gu Changge, you would have lived like a princess. Panic flashed in Xian Er's eyes. She instantly sprinted over and clung tightly to the old woman's arm. She pouted with a brilliant, sunshine smile. Grand aunt, please, he was just young and foolish back then. He has completely repented now. Can we not just let the past go? The old matriarch could not help but chuckle. If the victim herself is so willing to forgive, then these old bones have no right to complain. Just as the wholesome mood settled in, a panic scout crashed into the grand hall. Elders Lady Xian Er, we finally have a solid lock on the clan leader's coordinates. Xian Er's heart skipped a massive beat. What did you just say? The scout gasped for air. My lady, they are completely safe. They are currently hiding somewhere out in the lower realm. A tidal wave of emotion crashed over her as she screamed. Are you absolutely positive about this intel? My father. My mother. The scout bowed with total conviction. Zero mistakes, my lady. However, the anonymous source who leaked this left absolutely no trace behind. Xianxia Froza, an untraceable source. In a split second, a certain infuriatingly handsome face flashed in her mind. The corners of her mouth curled up into a proud smirk. I know exactly who did this. He cares about me so deeply, yet puts up that tough, villainous front just to look cool. He is ridiculously stubborn. My foolish older brother. You really know how to pull at a girl's heartstrings. The elders stared at her giggling and blushing like absolute statues. Invisible question marks floated above their ancient heads. Xian Er suddenly snapped back to ultimate boss mode. Listen to my decree. Assemble the elite forces right this second. We are marching out to bring my parents home. Meanwhile, high up in the sacred Holy Land, Yanji was pulling off the disguise of a lifetime as Saintess Chu Chu. A loyal maiden bowed deeply. Saintess Chu Chu, did you uncover anything at the Gu estate? Yanji played her holy persona flawlessly. Young Master Changge is a literal saint. He carries the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. His grace and mercy for all living beings are unmatched. He is risking everything to fight the demonic art inheritor. I was an absolute fool to ever suspect him. The maiden frowned in total confusion. But if the Gu family is clean, our trail is completely dead. Should we pivot and search for the human ancestor's reincarnation instead? Yanji shut that idea down instantly. Absolutely not. The human ancestor is bound by epic destiny. He will return to the peak when the time is right. If we interfere now, we might ruin his sacred heavenly path. Behind her righteous mask, Yanji's real thoughts drifted away. The demonic art inheritor, I never in a million years thought I would be serving the ultimate demonic mastermind. His ability to blindfold the heavens is purely terrifying. Fate truly is a twisted comedy. That means that arrogant fool Ye Chen was just a pawn dancing on the young master's chessboard all along. Well, whatever. That drama has absolutely nothing to do with me anymore. Instead, her mind melted into a much sweeter memory. The image of Gu Changge gently handing her ultra-rare elixirs. His deep, magnetic voice echoed in her soul. Yanji, if you ever hit a bottleneck in your cultivation, or if you need any heavenly treasures, just say the word, and it is yours. A soft, giddy smile crept onto her disguised face. Having a supreme villain pamper you, not a bad gig at all. Snapping out of her romantic days, she threw her authority back on. The trail of the demonic art inheritor is not dead yet. Prepare the celestial carriage. We are heading straight to the heavenly Emperor Mountain. The maiden bowed in absolute obedience. Yes. Holy Saintess boom! A terrifying shockwave blasted through the grand hall. The golden-haired prince smashed his fist into his throne. Are they completely out of their minds? Why did that pathetic pawn follow Yinmei into the immortal valley? The entire Gu family has gone totally insane. I demand answers right now. If he is alive, I want him standing before me. If he is dead, drag his corpse to my feet. Even if the idiot went rogue, he should have returned with the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan. But he just vanished into thin air. The Golden Prince ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Gu Changge, you had better not be the mastermind behind this. If you somehow figured out my ultimate secret, I swear to the heavens, Gu Changge, you have just dug your own glorious grave. No one will be left to pave the way for your survival. Yinmei is going to be absolutely crushed. Who gave you the guts to break her heart like that? Gu Changge, you seriously deserve death. I wonder if Yingyu managed to track him down yet. Meanwhile, outside the young master's grand estate, a fierce voice shattered the silence. I am Yingyu of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Inform young Master Changge of my arrival immediately. But the estate guards quickly stepped forward, blocking her path without hesitation. Halt right there. The young master is currently in secluded cultivation for a major breakthrough. Absolutely no disturbances are allowed. Please leave at once. The loyal servant recalled Gu Changge's strict orders. No outsiders under any circumstances. Deep down, he could not help but deeply admire his master's foresight. Our young master's charisma is simply off the charts. Every girl who comes knocking is either a legendary holy maiden or a royal princess. Yingyu furrowed her elegant brows. In secluded cultivation. Huh, fine, I will plant myself right here until he finally shows his face. Without another word, the haughty princess took a seat, radiating an unyielding aura. The guards exchanged nervous glances. Princess, this really is not appropriate. Yingyu crossed her arms and tilted her chin fiercely. Not appropriate. Was it appropriate when he dragged the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's name through the mud? For my brother's sake, I will rip the truth out of him today. Her mind flashed back to the tense conversation right before she stormed over here. Brother, have you finally found your courage? Are we going to confront that snake? Gu Changge. Together, the golden-haired prince flinched, his eyes darting away. No. I am just deeply worried about your safety. Little sister, my instincts tell me Gu Changge is dangerous news. If you are going to clear our name, you must tread incredibly carefully. Ying Yu stared at him in utter disbelief. Brother, what is wrong with you? Why are your hands shaking like a coward? You will not even stand up to clear your own name. Just what exactly terrifies you so much? You are the true heir to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the prodigy who struck fear into the hearts of millions. The golden sun our mighty Fao put all his faith in. The old you was always calculated. But you would never let anyone trample on your pride like this. Never. I am so unbelievably disappointed in you right now. You are practically a stranger to me. The golden-haired prince put on a mask of deep agony. Ying Yu. Please listen. It is not what you think. I am carrying a heavy burden that I cannot share. A burden. What burden? Ying Yu demanded. Desperate for answers, the prince lowered his head, letting out a heavy, dramatic sigh. During a critical moment in my recent cultivation, I suffered a violent backlash. A vast chunk of my memories vanished into thin air. I have tried every forbidden technique to restore my mind, but nothing works. That is why I am so completely lost regarding these vicious rumors. Ying Yu gasped, covering her mouth as hot tears welled up. Heavens! How could this happen? So that was the tragic truth. She threw her arms around her brother in a fierce hug. You absolute fool. Why did you suffer in silence instead of telling me? The prince gently patted her back, playing the victim perfectly. I simply could not bear to drag you into my mess. Ying Yu's eyes burned with renewed fiery determination. Say no more. I know exactly what needs to be done. Focus on your recovery. Brother, I will personally crush these fake rumors and clear our faction's name. The prince nodded weakly. Thank you. I am sorry for burdening you, but the second her figure disappeared from sight, the prince's pathetic expression vanished instantly. A wicked, cowardly smirk stretched across his face. What a gullible fool. Good luck testing the waters with a monster like Gu Changge for me, my sweet, utterly naive little sister. Meanwhile, millions of miles away, down in the mortal plane's crimson domain. This was the exact mortal realm from the human ancestors' fragmented memories. So far, I only hold the name of his current reincarnation. A breathtaking raven-haired beauty ignited a glowing tracking talisman. Her eyes gleamed with absolute resolve. I will hunt you down before anyone else does. Scene shift. Over at the prestigious Purple Extreme Alchemy sect, the elegant female sect master offered a respectful bow. Young Master Changge, I hope the heavens have been treating you well. You've been stirring up quite the massive storm in the upper realms lately. Tell me, did you grace our humble sect today, just to check on my disciple? Qiu Han. Gu Changge flashed a dangerously charming smile. Sect Master Ziyan, you praise me too highly? Honestly, I came to express my deep gratitude for the phenomenal care you have shown our Gu family's little Qiu Han. Oh, young Master Changge, you are far too polite. Qiu Han is the core inheritor of our entire alchemy sect. Pouring every resource into her growth is simply our sacred duty. Ha ha ha. Your words put my mind completely at ease. Sect Master. Meanwhile, just outside the Grand Hall, Qiu Han and her fellow female disciples were buzzing with overwhelming excitement. Oh my heavens! Qiu Han, is that really the legendary Gu Changge who shakes the entire immortal realm? How on earth are you so close to a supreme being like him? He is so unbelievably gentle and approachable, not to mention insanely powerful and drop-dead gorgeous. Stepping out, Gu Changge locked his deep gaze onto Qiu Han. Little Qiu Han, you must continue to push your limits. Do not ever let your sect master's efforts go to waste. Understood. A brilliantly radiant smile bloomed across Qiu Han's flushed face. I will carve your wise words into my heart. Young master inside, her inner fangirl was screaming. He is just so incredibly warm and perfect. He truly treats me better than anyone else in the world. As night fell over the mountain peaks, the two strolled shoulder to shoulder across an ancient moonlit bridge. Changge's voice broke the tranquil silence. To tell you the truth, I came today because I have a highly classified task for you. Just say the word. Young master, I will walk through fire and water to get it done. Changge smoothly pulled out a sealed parchment. In the past, you were always so hard on yourself, constantly anxious that you were not useful enough to stand by my side. Well, here is your golden ticket. Consider this mission the ultimate stage to prove your true worth to me. Han carefully broke the seal and scanned the contents. A flicker of intense concentration flashed through her innocent eyes. The purple extreme immortal pill. I have never encountered this ancient formula in the sex archives. The refinement process looks like an absolute nightmare. But honestly, the final product does not seem that extraordinary at first glance. She let out a soft exhale, pumping herself up mentally. Whatever the young master finally trusted me with a mission, I will conquer this trivial challenge flawlessly. Chang gazed down at her with a sickeningly sweet, affectionate look. Oh, look at that fiery confidence. You had better not let me down. Little alchemist, leaning in close enough to make her breath catch, he gently placed a large, comforting hand on top of her head. Do not underestimate this ancient recipe. Han. The hidden complexities will push your skills to the absolute limit. But out of everyone in this world, I believe in you the most. At that lethal dose of charm, her soul practically ascended to the ninth heaven. And right above her dizzy head, her system luck value skyrocketed straight to a massive 5,000 points. I understand completely. Please put your absolute faith in me. Young master, with her heart beating like a wild drum, she shyly linked her arm through his. Together, they vanished into the quiet moonlight of the ancient stone bridge, perfectly masking the storm of manipulation brewing in the shadows. So, young master, care to share some epic tales from the ancient immortal continent with Han? Changge offered a relaxed, easy smile. Endless entertainment. Honestly, I ran into a clueless dragon, a foolish bird, and an absolute idiot of a human. Wait, a dumb lobster too. Are there really foolish lobsters out there? She giggled as the two casually strolled, just enjoying the peaceful vibe. The scene dramatically shifts to the grand hall exterior. A panicked subordinate sprints in, entirely out of breath. Your Highness, disaster, absolute disaster has struck. What has you shaking like a leaf? Catch your breath and speak. Reporting the Sekong family just divined the future. The legendary absolute Yin Heaven has appeared in our world. Right now, all the massive orthodox factions are scrambling for a solution. Hearing this, cold sweat immediately drenched her face. What? The absolute Yin Heaven is the ultimate apocalyptic disaster. Nobody survives that. Is there any more bad news? Reporting another saintess from the human ancestor hall, loitered outside Heavenly Emperor Mountain. She deliberately left behind a highly suspicious mark. Rumors are already flying that Heavenly Emperor Mountain is tied to the demonic art inheritor. Hearing this, she shot up from her seat, pure fury blazing in her eyes. Curse that wretched human ancestor hall. My brother is completely innocent. Why are they painting a massive target on his back like this? I am heading straight back to Heavenly Emperor Mountain. I have to see if Changge is letting this mess get to his head. Changge, you cannot hide from me forever. Destiny will definitely force our paths to cross. Flash over to the lower realm, inside the godly heaven realm. A blinding pillar of golden light pierces the very heavens above a mountain peak. Changge descends like a majestic god. Found it. The realm destiny here is overwhelmingly thick. Although this world is decent, it is severely capped by the spatial barrier. Cultivators here can barely dream of surpassing the Great Saint realm. If I had not tracked the spatial mark left on Mingkong, I never would have guessed the human ancestor's reincarnation would pop up in this backwater lower world. A wickedly smug grin stretched across his face. My top priority, squeeze this world for information. then pinpoint Mingkong's exact location. Suddenly, a massive swarm of local cultivators flies toward his position. This man radiates an absolutely terrifying aura. He must be a major big shot. Definitely not from our lower realm. One of them stepped forward, bowing with absolute reverence. Greetings, exalted immortal. What brings you down to our humble realm? Changge asked. Is this the godly heaven kingdom? Indeed it is. Exalted one, the cultivator answered nervously. The young master pulled out a glowing orb, flashing a perfectly calculated, deceptive smile. Feed me absolutely everything you know about this kingdom, and I will reward you handsomely. The cultivators exchanged panicked, wide-eyed glances. Wait, is that a legendary holy weapon, seeing such a god-tier artifact for the very first time? The mortals were completely shook. Reporting to the immortal, the godly heaven realm is split into 8 massive territories. It is a vast land packed with countless tribes, holy grounds, and endless mountain ranges. We have tons of powerful factions here, some boasting hundreds of thousands of years of legacy. But the absolute strongest, that would be the Taishu sect. Changge rubbed his chin, formulating a devious plan. All right then. Taishu sect it is. What an insane coincidence. Your sect's ancestor and I go way back. We are old pals. And I actually owe him a massive favor, running into his juniors today, clearly. It is pure destiny. The cultivators were absolutely mind-blown by this revelation. They immediately bowed in sheer panic. Please forgive us, exalted immortal. We lowly ants do not deserve to own such a priceless holy weapon. Besides, since you are an old friend of our absolute ancestor, we would never dare show you an ounce of disrespect. Changge stroked his chin, mentally praising his own script. These mere mortals actually resisted the temptation of a holy weapon. Highly impressive. Very well, lead the way to the Taishu sect. Understood. Exalted immortal scene transition. A loyal subordinate is delivering a critical update. We have news. Word on the street is a massive powerhouse from the upper realm just descended. Apparently, he has a deep connection with the Taishu sect's ancestor. Her eyes narrowed as her mind raced. The godly heaven kingdom is completely off the grid. Finding the Taishu sect's ancestor wouldn't be a walk in the park for them. Wait. Could it possibly be him? She snapped back to reality. Ignore the rumors, just keep your eyes locked on the godly heaven kingdom. The nirvana process is the absolute key to the human ancestor's reincarnation. Cut to the Taishu sect. Every single disciple is packed into the grand plaza outside the main hall. Whispers and excited chatter echo everywhere, because this is their very first time witnessing a real upper realm immortal. An elder steps up, bowing with maximum respect. I am the sect master of the Taishu sect. May I ask for the exalted immortal's legendary name? Changge replied with a deep, mysterious tone. Who I am is entirely irrelevant. I am only here today to repay a massive debt to Grand Preceptor Chu. With a dramatic flair, he pulled out an ancient-looking manual. This is the Supreme Dao scripture that Grand Preceptor Chu and I spent years perfectly crafting. He effortlessly tossed the priceless book right into the sect master's hands. Since your Grand Preceptor cannot descend right now, I am stepping in to pass this divine technique down to you. The sect master was practically shaking with joy, frantically flipping through the pages. Unbelievable. This Dao magic is profoundly deep and utterly mysterious. It opens up a totally new path of cultivation, hiding endless cosmic secrets. In an instant, every single elder and disciple dropped to their knees, kowtowing endlessly. Thank you for your divine guidance, exalted immortal. From this day forward, we pledge our absolute loyalty to you. Changge stroked his chin, flashing a wickedly smug smile. Hey, everything is playing out exactly according to my script. Not a single flaw. Time to gear up for the next act of my performance. Right then, Changge had already stepped into his inner secret realm, meeting Jiang Chuchu. The stunning girl was wrapped in nothing but a single strip of white cloth, completely icing him out no matter how many times he called her name. Open your eyes and look at your master. Jiang Chu just scoffed, refusing to even peek. Oh, still playing the stubborn saintess. I see. With a flick of his wrist, Changge hoisted her up using cold, spiritual chains. Panic flared in her eyes. Changge, what are you planning? You shameless. Demonic scum. Changge merely chuckled. Unfazed. Lady Chu, be a good girl. Give me the exact coordinates of the human ancestor's reincarnation. I know nothing, she snapped, turning her face away in disgust. But Changge leaned in dangerously close, completely ignoring her resistance. The grand successor of the human ancestor hall. Playing dumb, she fired back. Even if you find his identity, what can you possibly do in an endless sea of realms? Wait. Her eyes snapped open, horror dawning. Don't tell me. Have you already tracked down his birth realm? Changge lied through his teeth without skipping a beat. Bingo. Why else do you think we are standing right here? A shiver ran down her spine. Despite her growing dread, she grit her teeth and threw out a desperate warning. Changge, listen to me. The ancestor's reincarnation holds power beyond your wildest imagination. You are walking into an absolute death trap. A dark smirk danced on his lips. He gently traced her jawline, his voice deadpan. So what, should I just sit like a good boy and let him sever my head? Besides, why so freezing cold? Did putting your robes back on make you forget that I am already your man? Her face instantly erupted in a crimson blush. Humiliation and rage boiled over as she screamed. You absolute trash. She lunged, snapping her teeth to bite his hand, but he smoothly pulled away. Seeing her act like a cornered kitten, his urge to bully her only multiplied. The entire dynamic felt twisted. It was literally a wicked master relentlessly teasing his helpless little puppy. No matter how she struggled, she was hopelessly trapped, enduring his endless cheek pinching. Her face burned like fire, unshed tears of pure frustration pooling in her eyes. Finally bored of the game, Changge dropped his hand. He let out a long, mock disappointed sigh. I seriously wonder what kind of brainwashing poison your hall feeds you to make you such a willing to pathetic puppet. A puppet. That single, ruthless word shattered her mental defenses. Memories crashed into her mind like a tidal wave. She remembered those endless training days with Wang Zijin. Back then, her friend would constantly whine. Ugh. This is actual torture. Cultivating all day, every day. This lady still wants to go out and get married. The younger Chu had frantically scolded her. Are you crazy? Sit back down. Show some respect to the human ancestor hall. But Zijin had merely scoffed. I am going to take a nap. I absolutely refuse to be their shiny little tool. She had walked away, ignoring Chu's desperate pleas to return, snapping back to brutal reality. Chu glared fiercely at the villain before her. I am no one's tool, I am the chosen saintess of the hall. My destiny is to shoulder the weight of all living beings, to uphold peace, and execute absolute justice. Changge threw his head back and burst into maniacal laughter. Justice, oh. That is comedy gold. Her brows knitted together in deep offense. What exactly is so funny? His smile vanished, replaced by an aura of absolute frost. History is written by the victors. Since the dawn of time, the hardest fist dictates the truth. Are you actually naive enough to believe that your precious hall survived for eons just by being nice? Look at yourself. You do not even possess the strength to kill me. So what right do you have to preach about justice from the dirt? His venomous words cut deep. You are nothing but cheap pawns, tossed out to delay my grand plans. Mere errand dogs. Actually, scratch that. You are just a stray dog that forgot how to bite. Having shattered her pride completely, Changge turned his back, dropping one final, freezing reality check. The world is crawling with vile monsters. Where is your divine justice for them? Yet your faction obsessively hunts the demonic inheritor. It was never about doing the right thing. It is simply because my very existence threatens their monopoly on absolute power. He stepped away into the shadows, his parting words echoing like a curse. Strip away the holy titles. And, at our core, you and I are exactly the same. Clang. The spiritual chains suddenly shattered into glowing dust. Releasing her, she collapsed onto the cold stone floor, completely hollowed out. His demonic logic echoed in her mind. No. Her entire belief system could not be a lie. Could it? The scene cuts to the heavenly forest holy land in the profound realm. The courtyard buzzed with chaotic gossip. Did you hear the insane news the Void Sect just declared they are unifying the entire realm? I know the Holy Lord and the Grand Elders are in an emergency lockdown, desperately trying to cook up a counter-strategy. Word on the street is that mysterious upper realm immortal is backing their ancestor. Suddenly, a short-haired disciple interrupted with a mocking sneer. Counter-strategy. That immortal casually tosses out holy-grade weapons like cheap candy. What possible strategy could a bunch of crawling ants have against a god? If the Void Sect wants total domination, no faction here can survive the onslaught. Dropping to our knees and surrendering is the only way to keep our heads attached. They already sent out the ultimate bait. Any young cultivator with supreme talent will directly earn the upper realm immortal's favor. A smart bird chooses the strongest branch. Rotting away in this doomed holy land is career suicide, without wasting a single second. The ambitious youth sought out his new golden ticket. Dropping to one knee with absolute reverence, he declared, "Exalted immortal, I possess the most monstrous talent of the younger generation in the heavenly forest." High above, acting as the supreme puppeteer, Changge cast an indifferent gaze down at the groveling youth. A slow, calculating nod followed. "You do possess a decent spark of potential. Truly. A perfect little seed to plant. So you didn't come knocking on my door as a joke after all. But sadly, your power is still an absolute joke. Looks like I'll have to take a little stroll down there myself." The boy looked up, his face twisted in utter confusion. "Hi, immortal. What do you mean I'm a joke?" Gu Cheng stared down at him. His eyes glowed with an eerie, terrifying light. "I mean your pathetic luck is absolute trash compared to the true reincarnation of the mortal ancestor. A so-called child of destiny from the lower realms is nothing but an insect in the upper realms. That tiny spark of fortune you have can't even scratch me. Just give up already." Scene change. Welcome to the heavenly domain of the divine realm. But this was no paradise. It was a brutal slave camp built on blood and sweat. The deafening crack of a whip echoed through the air. "Keep moving. You absolute garbage. Who gave you permission to stop?" A slave crumbled to the dirt, taking a savage beating as he desperately begged for his life in pure agony. "I bagged another fresh batch of slaves today. The sect master will definitely reward me for this haul." The one boasting was a green-haired menace known as Azure Demon. Two lackeys stood right beside him, bowing and scraping like the ultimate kiss-ups. "Without a doubt, Boss Azure, you made deacon at the Xianlun Sacred Land. In less than 100 years, you're an absolute legend to all of us." Bathing in the endless praise, Azure Demon looked ready to drool with arrogance. He threw his head back and laughed like a total maniac. "It's been 200,000 years since anyone from the divine realm ascended. Just watch. Our sacred land will absolutely shatter the immortal path." The bootlicking continued without missing a beat. "Boss Azure, you're practically guaranteed to ascend to the upper realm. You literally have the face of a god. Your potential is off the charts." Azure Demon crossed his arms, soaking in the god-tier ego boost. "Hey, don't just hype me up. You guys need to grind your cultivation too. The sect master's vision is flawless. The golden era of ascension is right here. Right now." His voice roared with pure defiance. "Even if the heavens try to block our path, why the hell should we bow down? If gods stand in our way, we slaughter the gods. If demons block us, we butcher the demons. We will carve our way into the immortal path in blood." Right in the middle of his epic speech, His eyes locked onto a strange figure. Hold on. Who's the white-haired punk over there? One of the lackeys quickly answered. Oh, that kid. He's practically a cockroach. We've worked entire squads to death. But he just refuses to die. We dragged him out of some dirt-poor village. His vital energy was completely off the charts, I swear. I thought we found a once-in-a-generation genius. But the Sacred Lands test revealed the brutal truth. The kid is cursed to the bone. His divine physique is completely shattered. At the end of the day, he's just pure garbage. You could dump an ocean of resources into him, and he still wouldn't cultivate a single drop of aura, but his physical brute strength is freakishly monstrous. No wonder he's the only one left breathing in this hellhole. Down in the pit, the white-haired youth smashed his pickaxe against the cliff with explosive force. He fueled every strike with sheer desperation. I absolutely will not die in this wasteland. I have to make it back to the village. My little sister needs her big brother, and Grandma needs me to take care of her. He clung to that one broken promise. Serve the sacred land for 3 years, and he could go free. Just 103 days left. I can make it. But his body finally gave out. He collapsed into the dirt, gasping for air. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed. Why fight the inevitable? Boy, just surrender this vessel to me. Your suffering will end instantly. The mysterious voice rattled inside his skull, sending a massive chill straight down his spine. Who's there? What kind of monster are you? Get the hell out of my body. But the suffocating presence only grew heavier. A phantom silhouette with flowing white hair materialized right in his mind's eye. This body has always belonged to me. You are merely a temporary consciousness, born while my true soul slumbered. I haven't erased you out of mercy. Surrender quietly, and it will be painless. Once I take full control, I will fulfill every single one of your pathetic worldly desires. Taking care of that little girl and the old crone will be a flick of my wrist. The youth clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Whether I surrender or you erase me, the result is exactly the same. Either way, I stop existing, and if I'm gone, then I'm no longer me. The ancient soul scoffed. There is a monumental difference. Fading away willingly is far more dignified than being forcibly obliterated. Screw your dignity, the young man roared in his mind. I don't give a damn about your twisted logic. I only know that if I vanish, my family will be completely shattered. I know you're some legendary monster, but you are not taking my body without a war. The ancient phantom let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha, so hopelessly stubborn. But I suppose your fierce loyalty is somewhat admirable. However, I cannot let you waste this supreme vessel any longer. The youth gritted his teeth, eyes burning with fire. I will never yield. Meanwhile, across the cosmic void, Changge stepped onto an endless, desolate wasteland. So this is the heavenly domain, he mused. Ding, the system's robotic voice echoed. New quest triggered. Target is a reincarnation flowchild of destiny. A holographic image of a colossal, ancient peach tree flashed before his eyes. Changge's lips curled into a wicked smirk. A reincarnation type, how delightfully cliché. Looks like I hit the jackpot. That mysterious peach tree and the little girl, they definitely have ties to the mortal ancestor. Time to do a little hunting and find out for sure. Back in the quiet North Mountain village, a little girl tugged at her grandmother's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Grandma, Big Brother has been gone for almost 3 years. Do you think he forgot about Tian? The old woman gently stroked the child's hair, her voice soft and warm. Oh, my sweet girl. Even if your brother forgot the entire universe, he would never, ever forget his Tian. Don't you worry, little one. When your brother returns from his training, he will be a master of the skies and earth. He will take you soaring above the clouds every single day. Little Tian's eyes sparkled with pure joy. Yes, I'm going to fly everywhere with my big brother. The old woman's gaze softened. recalling the mysterious master who had taken the boy away. That great master from the celestial wheel Holy Land said it himself. Your brother possesses a legendary physique, a 1 in a million talent. The sect will pour all their resources into his growth. He must be lost in intense cultivation right now. Just be patient. The little girl nodded fiercely. Maham, I believe in him. My brother is the strongest in the whole wide world. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the peace. Run, the bandits are here. A cloud of dust signaled the incoming raid. An elder trembled with raging fury. Those treacherous dogs, didn't we just pay them our spirit stones? Tian shrunk back, hiding behind her grandmother. Grandma. The bad men are back. The old woman pulled her close. Hush now. Tian. I am right here. Panic consumed the village like wildfire as the vicious riders stormed past their gates. How is this happening? It is the Black Wind Bandits. They are ruthless monsters. How can mere mortals like us survive this? Rumor has it, their absolute boss is a terrifying divine being. They say he feeds on the flesh of young girls. That is why they are hunting everywhere. The heavy hooves of demonic beasts stomped into the plaza. The squad leader barked with absolute arrogance. Where is the village chief? Crawl out here right now. A frail elder hobbled forward on his cane, shaking like a leaf. I am the chief of North Mountain Village. Greetings, mighty lords. The bandit smirked, disrespectfully slapping the old man's sweat-drenched cheek. Listen well, old fool. The great boss has ordered a tribute. Every single girl under 15 must be handed over. Anyone who dares to resist will be slaughtered. At his signal, the thugs kicked down doors like savage beasts, violently dragging young girls from their homes. Agonizing wails echoed through the valley. My baby, that is my daughter mother. Save me, give her back. You monsters, you bloody animals, by what right do you steal our children? A bandit sneered, kicking a desperately clinging mother. Let go. Hag, do you have a death wish? Blood streaming down her face. The mother screamed curses. You will all rot in hell, even as a ghost. I will tear you apart. Shut your mouth. The thug delivered a bone-crushing backhand. Seeing the chaos, the bandit leader unsheathed his blade with a cold glint. So, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. If you want to die so badly, allow me to grant your wish. Without a second of hesitation, his steel flashed, cutting the tragic mother down in cold blood. The horrific sight froze the blood of every villager. Absolute terror sealed their lips. The leader wiped a speck of blood from his face, his voice echoing with malice. Let her be a lesson. This is what happens to heroes. His predatory gaze swept through the crowd, locking onto a tiny silhouette trembling behind an old woman. It was Tian. The thug stalked forward with a wicked grin. Oh, looks like we missed a little rat. The villagers gasped in horror. Granny Silverflower. The bandit aimed his blood-stained blade straight at them. Old hag, hand over the brat behind you, or I will chop you into mincemeat to feed my beast. Tian sobbed violently, burying her face in the elder's robes. Grandma. Yet, facing the lethal steel, the old woman didn't flinch. Instead, a terrifying calm washed over her. I had hoped to keep my hands clean today, but you just had to lay your eyes on Tian. She let out a weary sigh. What a pain. It seems I will have to find us a new place to hide. Meanwhile, far from the slaughter, reporting, my lord, we have gathered all the young girls from the surrounding villages as commanded. Do they please you? Changge stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with mysterious light. Floating above each shivering girl were glowing system stats. He scanned the data. Nothing. The fated target wasn't among them. He sighed in disappointment. Did I miscalculate the coordinates? Useless. Release them all, and do not harm a single hair on their heads. The bandit commander blinked in sheer disbelief. Let them go. Isn't that a bit of a waste? My lord Changge shot him a freezing glare. I happen to have a little sister at home. The bandit swallowed hard, instantly bowing. Understood absolutely. My lord, I swear I will escort them back safely, noticing the thug hovering nervously. Changge raised a brow. Is there something else you wish to report? My lord. There is a complication. The raiding party sent to North Mountain Village was entirely wiped out, massacred by a King Realm cultivator. It is utterly bizarre to find such an expert in that backwater wasteland. A dangerous spark ignited in Changge's eyes. Oh, a King Realm master, it seems I have found my prize. The bandit commander eagerly cupped his fists. Rest assured. My lord, I will personally deploy this time. Crushing a mere King Realm weakling will be as easy as flipping my hand. Changge raised a single, commanding finger to stop him. Unnecessary. I have no need for you at the moment. Stand by for orders. Yes, right away. My lord, he bowed repeatedly like a dog, outwardly obedient. The bandit secretly sneered at Changge's back. Just you wait. Once I break through to the divine King Realm, you are dead meat. Suddenly, Changge's footsteps halted. You. The bandit's soul nearly left his body in pure terror. My lord, what else do you command? I am yours to use. Complete one final task, and I will grant you your freedom. The bandit dropped to his knees, cold sweat drenching his spine. What exactly does my lord require? I want you. You want me to slaughter North Mountain Village, to leave no survivors, the thug guessed. His voice trembling violently. Changge's voice dropped to a freezing absolute zero. Correct. Massacre them all. Meanwhile, back at North Mountain Village, the hidden master Granny was preparing to flee with Tian, leaving the bewildered villagers crying out. Granny, what are you doing? If you leave us, what will we do? Exactly. Those Black Wind bandits are absolute monsters. If you go, we're totally doomed. A young kid tugged at a sleeve. Granny, will my big brother come back to save us? Big brother went to the Holy Land to cultivate. He must be super strong by now. The old woman sighed heavily. You all need to run for your lives. My cultivation is only at the King Realm. Rumor has it their boss has already broken through to the Heavenly God realm. I am completely powerless against him. Panic swept through the crowd. The world is huge. But where can we even run? Are we really out of options? Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. 3 terrifying silhouettes descended from the storm clouds. Ha ha ha, trying to run too late. You measly North Mountain Village bugs dared to defy me. Nobody makes it out alive today. The villagers shrieked in absolute terror. It is the boss of the Black Wind stronghold. We are dead meat, Granny Silverflower. Please save us, the bandit leader roared with killer intent. You decrepit King Realm hag. Are you the one who killed my men? They had it coming, she snapped back. But inside, panic gripped her heart. Damn it. Even his 2 lackeys are at the King Realm left with 0 options. She prepared to burn her own life essence. I have to teleport Tian to safety. Old hag, you are about to die. Yet you still talk big. Spiritual energy exploded from his fist. He dove down like a meteor. All of you will join my brothers in hell. Granny leaped up, throwing a desperate punch to block. In your dreams, but the power gap was too massive. She coughed up blood and was blasted backward. The bandit sneered. A pathetic King Realm bug dares to clash fists with me. Absolute despair washed over the villagers. Tian rushed over to catch her. Granny, are you okay? The old woman's face was terrifyingly pale. Coughing violently, she choked out. Tian. Run, we cannot fight this monster. Oh, you actually survived that. Then let us see if you can handle my second strike. I will send you all down together, so you will not get lonely. The villagers collapsed to their knees in utter despair. Is this it? Are mortal lives just meant to be crushed like ants? My son is only 7 years old. Is there no justice in this universe? High above, a massive handprint practically dripping with dark aura crashed down. Seeing this, Tian threw herself in front of the old woman. I will not let you hurt my granny. Granny screamed. Tian. Get out of there. The bandit smirked coldly. I do not even know why the higher-ups targeted you nobodies. Originally, I just wanted to snatch some pretty girls. But you ruined it. Old hag, now go to hell and apologize to my men. He raised his hand for the finishing blow. But right then, behind Tian, a voice echoed out, cold and smooth. I seriously cannot just stand by and watch this. Bullying such an adorable little girl, zero class. The heavens might be ruthless, but we immortals of the upper realms still have a heart. Little one, this venerable one will lend you a hand. Changge gently grabbed Tian's hand. As infinite spiritual energy surged into his palm, Tian looked up, totally starstruck. Fairy brother, well. That is definitely a new title. The bandit boss's face drained of color. Cold sweat poured down his back as he recognized this terrifying existence. Instantly, blinding light erupted from Changge, engulfing the entire sky. The bandit stammered, trying to beg, but suddenly felt his entire body freeze. What on earth was happening? He could not move a single muscle. Even his terrifying thoughts slowed down to a crawl. In that split second, everything and everyone in the area was completely paralyzed. Changge sighed in amazement. A flawless, crystal clear heart. To think such an insane genius went undiscovered all these years. What an absolute jackpot for me. The old woman practically stumbled over her words. Thank you, exalted immortal. Thank you for saving us. She was beyond grateful. Changge turned his gaze down. Hey kid, are you willing to take me as your master? Fairy brother wants to take Tian as a disciple, but everyone says I am trash at cultivating. The elders who took my brother away said I was completely useless. Changge simply smirked. That is because those guys are completely blind. What do those pathetic mortals know anyway? Tian's eyes lit up like stars. Really, you would not lie to Tian? Right. Changge burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Do I look like the type of guy to go around scamming kids? The little girl threw her arms around him. I accept. Then, she peeked over his shoulder. What about those bad guys? Changge's smile turned dangerously dark. The bad guys. I am sending them straight to reincarnation. Of course. Let us pray they roll better stats and become good people in their next life. With a single, effortless thought, beams of lethal light blasted from the bandit's body. Before the boss even registered the pain, his body detonated, scattering across the sky like fireworks. Tian gasped in pure awe. Fairy brother is so overpowered. Changge gently corrected her. Call me master. Tian obediently chimed. Master, good girl. Your master is starting to like you more and more. Witnessing this absolute cheat-level power, Granny Goldflower was shaking. This man's strength is completely off the charts. It defies all logic. Are all cultivators from the upper realm basically walking gods? Changge casually summoned a dazzling array of saint-tier artifacts. Consider this a simple greeting gift from your master, he said smoothly. Tian's eyes widened in absolute awe. Are all of these incredible treasures really for me? Why is master being so unbelievably kind to me? Changge let out a soft chuckle. Little one, you must understand something. Sometimes, a master's bond runs far deeper than even blood. Moved to tears, she whispered back. Deeper than my own family, gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks. He made a vow. Dry your eyes. Little one, as long as you stand beside your master, absolutely no one in this entire world will ever dare to bully you again. Standing nearby, the old woman was trembling in complete disbelief. He is handing out legendary saint weapons like they are cheap toys. Those divine relics possess the power to conquer the entire heavenly realm unfazed. Changge turned around. All right. It is time for us to depart from this place. Tian hesitated, nervously tugging at her clothes. But what about Grandma Can? She travel with us too. Changge gave a warm, reassuring nod. Of course she can. I possess no right to restrict her freedom. After all, she is your precious family. The old woman hurriedly bowed her head in deep reverence. Thank you. Almighty immortal. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a desolate, rocky wasteland. The two surviving bandits were running for their miserable lives, completely consumed by panic and confusion. What the hell was wrong with that supreme being? Did he not literally send us there on purpose? The other thug grabbed his head in sheer terror. Only the devil himself knows what kind of sick game he is playing. We definitely got played like absolute fools. Should we gather the gang and go back for revenge? Hearing such pure stupidity, his partner snapped. Did you not see how brutally our boss was slaughtered? We need to run to the ends of the earth before he realizes we are alive. But suddenly, the space right in front of them shattered like glass. A horrifying voodoo puppet, secretly planted by Changge, stepped out of the void. A cold, mechanical voice echoed. Far too late to run. Cutting back to our trio following closely behind the master. The old woman spoke up. Immortal Lord, my words are absolutely true. Tian has lived a tragic life, and meeting you is her heaven-sent blessing. Changge smirked faintly. Let us just call it destiny. Looking up with sparkling eyes, Tian asked, Master, can I eventually become an unstoppable cultivator just like my big brother? Panicking at such a bold question, the grandmother rapidly intervened. Please forgive her ignorance. Immortal Lord, she is far too young to grasp your absolute supreme power. I truly believe that under your divine guidance, she will easily surpass her brother's wildest achievements. Changge waved it off with a gentle smile. No harm done at all. She is my very first disciple. It actually brings me great joy knowing she has a brother who cares for her. But internally, a terrifyingly dark thought crossed his mind. Is that not right? Xianxia. Out of nowhere, the earth violently quaked. A massive, horned beast descended from the sky, roaring with absolute fury. Arrogant humans! How dare you set foot in the territory of the ancient divine stag? The grandmother's face drained of all color as the suffocating pressure hit her. This aura, it is above the human saint realm. It is an ancient sacred spirit, but Changge just flashed a dangerously sinister smile. This massive beast, it is nothing but nutritional supplements for you, my dear apprentice. Oh, it was completely game over for that monster. Just one look at his absolutely villainous smirk told you everything. Later on, the grandmother watched the cultivation process in pure disbelief. Why is the immortal burning through such priceless divine pills? He even used the core of the ancient sacred spirit as a catalyst. Yet there is still no way to help Tian break through her barrier. Changge stroked his chin. His dark suspicions finally confirmed. Just as I calculated. Meanwhile, Tian looked up, her eyes welling with heavy tears. Master, I am so deeply sorry. He gently patted the top of her head, feigning perfect innocence. Why the long face has my little disciple done something to disappoint me? She began to sob uncontrollably. I am completely useless. I wasted mountains of your god-tier resources and precious time. Yet I still cannot cultivate. And with that, she broke down crying, wiping her tear-stained cheeks. Changge spoke with a voice as warm as the morning sun. Do you truly believe an inability to cultivate strips you of your title as my disciple? Have you forgotten the exact words I told you before? Sniffling softly, she replied. Master said, your bond is deeper than family. He gave her nose a playful little flick. As long as you remember that. You silly little girl, stop overthinking things. Rest easy. Your master possesses absolute supreme power and limitless wealth. Even if I have to provide for you for the rest of eternity, so be it. Hearing this emotional exchange, the old woman finally spoke up. Originally, she had been absolutely terrified that this godlike being harbored dark, ulterior motives for the child, but seeing him burn through oceans of heavenly treasures without a single ounce of regret, she was utterly convinced. He truly loved Tian, like his own flesh and blood. To secure a master of such unimaginable strength and boundless tenderness, the child's luck was truly heaven-defying. Calculating the time in his head, Changge realized his mortal realm vacation was nearing its end. He looked down at his young charge. Tian, Are you ready to ascend back to the upper realm with your master? Master, do we really have to return right this very second? He raised a curious eyebrow. Oh, does my little disciple not want to go? What is holding you back? One of his loyal subordinates quickly stepped forward, reporting to the almighty immortal. I heavily suspect the little miss is missing her older brother. Changge raised a hand. Enough! Tian fidgeted, her desire to reunite with her brother incredibly obvious. She bowed her head, whispering softly in agreement. Changge sighed gently. Ah, so that is the case. It seems your master was being far too careless. However, your brother's actions are quite bizarre. Cultivating for 3 long years without a single visit back home. Truly strange. He paused for dramatic effect, pretending to contemplate the situation. Very well. If it is your absolute deepest wish, I will personally escort you to that Xianlun sacred land. Her face instantly lit up like 1,000 stars, rapidly bowing to thank her master. Meanwhile, rumors of this terrifying supreme being were spreading like absolute wildfire. First spotted dominating the mystic realm, and now asserting dominance in the heavenly realm. Whispers claimed he was endlessly roaming the world with a little girl by his side, ruthlessly plundering god-tier treasures, just to aid her seemingly impossible cultivation. Word on the street was that the girl originally hailed from the northern mountain village. When vicious bandits launched a lethal attack, this almighty immortal had literally stepped down from the heavens to save her life. Yue Mingkong's eyes narrowed in deep thought. If that was true, then that mysterious guy had absolutely zero connection to the legendary human ancestor. So who exactly was this powerhouse from the upper realm, and whose side was he on? She immediately snapped her fingers, ordering her shadow guards to dig up his true identity. Understood. My lady, a chilling thought crossed Ming Kong's mind. The human ancestor was a master tactician. He definitely rigged the system to guarantee his rebirth down here in the lower realm. If I can't track down your reincarnated vessel, she smirked, then I'll just hijack every last drop of your destiny first. Knowing Changge, he was probably already hunting down the new vessel. After all, that hit list she handed him was packed with prime god-tier targets. If he knew I was doing all this behind the scenes just for him, she whispered softly, would he finally start to trust me? Meanwhile, across the heavenly realm at the Xianlun sacred land, the sacred lord's voice thundered through the grand hall. Are you absolutely certain? Is every single word you just said the cold, hard truth? The scout bowed low, trembling. I swear it on my life. My lord. A terrifying aura erupted from the mountain path. Black blood shot straight into the heavens, and we heard agonized roars that sounded exactly like a dying dragon. Damn it. The sacred lord gritted his teeth. So the core dragon vein has actually been severed. Challenging the heavens was already a suicide mission. Does this mean our path to immortality is permanently blocked? But then, a sudden realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Wait a second. The sacred lord barked. What's the real deal with that brat you dragged back here? The scout gulped. I ran some tests, my lord. The ancient curse sealing his desolate sacred body. It looks like it's completely vanished. 2 years ago, when they first hauled the kid up to the sacred land, they realized his legendary physique was completely broken, making him total trash at cultivation. But during the disaster at the mines, that mutated black blood wiped out every single worker. Yet this kid walked out without a single scratch. I knew there was something freaky about him, the scout bragged. So I brought him straight to headquarters. But nobody saw this coming. Out of nowhere, the kid triggered a mind-blowing phenomenon, blasting divine immortal light across the entire heavenly palace. He even summoned the legendary phantom of their founding master, the sacred lord, stroked his beard. Did this brat just stumble into the ultimate jackpot? No. That's impossible. Our founder was a supreme being, who also possessed the ultimate desolate sacred body. For this punk to resonate with the founder's spirit means he's an absolute monster in the making. He might just be the golden ticket to our sacred land's future. Suddenly, A terrified guard crashed through the doors. My lord, emergency. A high immortal from the upper realm is standing right at our gates. What the sacred lord choked on his own spit. A high immortal. His jaw practically hit the floor in sheer terror. Wait. You don't mean the psycho immortal who's been speed-running the heavenly realm with a little girl, looting every supreme treasure in sight? Rumor had it. This absolute menace had recently flattened several sacred lords, and even crushed ancient mythical beasts like bugs. The guard nodded, shaking like a leaf. Yes, it's exactly him. Cut to the grand entrance. A sweating guard stammered. This is our sacred land. Almighty immortal, please hold on a second, while I go alert the higher-ups. We are absolutely clueless as to why a big shot like you would grace our humble dirt patch with your epic presence. Changge ignored the worm, his piercing gaze scanning the territory. He could visibly see the golden dragon aura surging upwards. Even the natural luck of this entire realm was glitching out in the craziest way. Interesting, he thought. So the human ancestor's new avatar isn't just some lucky protagonist. He's the absolute golden child of this entire world. He glanced down. What's the matter? Getting cold feet now that we're here? Changge flashed Tien, a teasing, villainous smirk. Look at this flashy place. Talk about a massive upgrade, compared to your dusty old North Mountain village. This is like a whole different universe. Tien gripped his robe. Master, do you really think my big brother just straight up forgot about me and Grandma? Changge's mind raced. Bingo! The human ancestor's ancient memories definitely overwrote his brain. Otherwise, no classic hero would ever abandon his humble origin story. I thought I'd have to play 4D chess to ruin this guy. He chuckled inwardly. But this is almost too easy. The script is practically writing itself. Outwardly, he played the perfect, gentle mentor. Don't sweat it. Tian. He's probably just grinding his cultivation levels and hasn't had a single second to port back home. But a shadow of pure heartbreak fell over the little girl's face. You don't have to sugarcoat it for me. Master, she sniffled. Back in the day, when Big Bro traveled crazy far, just to scrape up some cash, no matter how totally exhausted he was, he'd always make it back home to us. He's definitely changed. I mean, look at this place. It's way cooler than our home. Changge almost let out a villainous laugh. Heaven is my witness. I haven't even started pulling the puppet strings yet, and his reputation is already tanking. Suddenly, the Sacred Lord. They're coming. The Sacred Lord and his squad of crusty old elders practically tripped over themselves, bowing so low their heads almost hit the dirt. We humbly bow before the Almighty High Immortal. Having your divine self step foot on our turf is the greatest flex our sect has ever experienced. You literally make our whole mountain shine. The Sacred Lord rubbed his hands together like a greasy merchant. So, what epic quest brings the Almighty Immortal to our humble little Xianlun sacred land inwardly? The old man was screaming. Is this seriously the raid boss from the upper realm? Changge didn't even blink. His gaze was ice cold, hiding an abyss of dark schemes. I'm looking for someone. Bring me Xiangyang. The Sacred Lord's eyes darted to the little girl clinging to the immortal. His brain went into overdrive. Wait a minute. Isn't that kid from that trash-tier village? How the heck did she end up in an immortal's VIP party? Was I totally blind? Is she the actual god-tier prodigy? The scout leaned in and frantically whispered. My lord, I know that kid. That's literally Xiangyang's little sister. The Sacred Lord's eyes practically bugged out of his skull. Are you serious? Talk about a totally busted plot twist. The heavens are literally handing our sect a massive win. All I gotta do is show this big shot. Immortal, how much we've been worshipping his protege, puffing out his chest. The Sacred Lord eagerly hyped up the situation to Changge. Oh. Xiangyang, he's currently carrying the epic weight of becoming our next holy son. He's locked in extreme, hardcore closed-door cultivation as we speak. The boy is an absolute cheat code. He just summoned the ghost of our founding master. proving his ultimate protagonist energy to the entire sect. Gu Cheng's lips curled into a dangerously wicked smirk. Oh, is that a fact? The clueless sacred lord just kept grinning like an idiot. Absolutely. Almighty immortal, he proudly declared, completely missing the death flags. Our Xianlun sacred land treats him like absolute royalty. We're pumping him full of our most premium, god-tier resources. But deep down, the old man was sweating bullets. He was absolutely terrified the immortal would discover that Jiang Yang had been thrown into a miserable slave camp. Seeing the immortal assume Jiang Yang was living the dream, the holy master frantically played along. Of course, my lord Jiang Yang is a once-in-a-generation genius. We treat him like absolute royalty. Listening to this, Yao Yao felt a heavy weight in her chest. So her brother was living a life of luxury. Had he completely forgotten about her? Deep sorrow flickered in her innocent eyes. Gu Changge suddenly raised an eyebrow. You mean to tell me you had no idea? Jiang Yang had a little sister. The holy master's eyes bulged, shooting a lethal glare at his subordinate. The subordinate went pale as a ghost. He frantically sent a telepathic message, swearing on his life that he was completely clueless about the girl. Enough excuses. Bring him to see me. Gu Cheng commanded with absolute authority. Right away. My lord, please. Follow this humble servant. Right on cue. The system chimed in. Yao Yao's affection for her brother had officially tanked. The reincarnation son of fortune had taken a massive hit. Gu Chengge instantly farmed 6,000 fortune value and 30,000 destiny points. The growing rift in their family bond netted him an extra 500 fortune value and 2,500 destiny points. Gu Chengge smirked internally. Everything was playing out exactly like a cliché plotline. This Jiang Yang probably had some tragic, unspeakable secret that was forcing him to push his sister away. A classic, dramatic misunderstanding. His smirk deepened into a wicked grin. Well, if it is a misunderstanding, I will make sure it never gets cleared up. Suddenly, the sky erupted with blinding anomalies. Streaks of brilliant green and gold light tore through the clouds. An elder gasped in pure awe. Heavens, the desolate holy body is shattering its ancient curse. Supreme Elder Zhao Wei of the Star, Meteor Holy Land shook his head in disbelief. Reaching the divine ability realm in just 1 month. The kid is an absolute monster. The scene cuts to the inner sanctuary. Jiang Yang sat in deep meditation, terrifying waves of aura exploding from his core. A sinister voice echoed from the back of his mind. Do you see it now? This absolute power is your reward for accepting me. You never have to be a pathetic, overworked slave for anyone ever again. Jiang Yang snapped back, his tone icy. You are you, and I am me. We are entirely different entities. I will never fully submit to you. He frowned, deep disgust written across his face. But the dark voice just chuckled mockingly. Such a stubborn brat. Did you forget who was crying for mercy when his body was falling apart? If it were not for me, you would have rotted away ages ago. You dare act tough now. Jiang Yang gritted his teeth, insisting that was only a desperate situation. Suddenly, Elder Zhao Wei's voice boomed from outside. Jiang Yang, can you hear me? Get out here right now. The immortal brought your little sister to see you. He cares deeply for her. So do not dare keep him waiting. Zhang Yang froze. The immortal, my little sister, wait. Could it be? His face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. It is Yao Yao is actually here. Ha ha. She finally found me, but in a split second, his expression twisted into something chillingly arrogant. He turned to the elders with a commanding glare. Go tell this so-called immortal to bring himself to me. I will wait for him right here. And keep the rest of the trash out of my sight. Both elders stared at him, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Jiang Yang, have you lost your damn mind? Watch your mouth. One wrong word to the immortal, and you will drag our entire holy land down with you. Jiang Yang casually turned his back on them, dropping a line so insanely arrogant, it almost gave the elders a heart attack. Why do you not go ask this immortal if he actually dares to make me give up my seat? Zhao Wei glared at Jiang Yang, absolutely furious but also secretly terrified. Looking down on the entire world like this? Could he have awakened a primordial bloodline? These sons of destiny were wild cards, breaking all the rules of reality, slaying true immortals. It was not completely unheard of. Left with no choice, he ordered the other elder to deliver Jiang Yang's exact suicidal words. Jiang Yang then shifted his arrogant gaze back to Zhao Wei. You are Zhao Wei. Right. Your judge of character is total garbage. But since you have managed to reach the Holy Realm, I will let you be my personal servant. Stick with me, and I promise you will not regret it. Zhao Wei's brain short-circuited for a solid 5 seconds. What kind of god-tier audacity does this kid have? Inside his mind, the real Jiang Yang was panicking. Why are you disrespecting the immortal? He is taking care of Yao Yao. The ancient soul sneered darkly. You are too naive. Kid, do you honestly think that immortal would care about your sister if my aura was not drawing him here? Open your eyes and watch. He is coming here to pay his respects to me. Back in the grand hall, the terrified elder was kissing the floor, echoing Jiang Yang's insane demands. Please, Lord Immortal, do not punish our holy land for his madness. The Holy Master was sweating a literal ocean, feeling the shadow of death looming over them. Changge took a slow, elegant sip of his tea. Making me wait. The boy has some serious nerve. The old granny beside them shook her head in deep disappointment. What on earth happened to the sweet Jiang Yang she knew? Yao Yao frantically tugged at Changge's sleeve, her voice trembling. Master, I am so sorry. Please forgive him. Changge gently patted her head. It is all right. This has nothing to do with you. Yao Yao. But as he spoke, his eyes flashed with murderous ice. However, your brother is acting a little too big for his boots. The Holy Master nearly collapsed, bowing so hard, his spine cracked. Please quell your anger. Lord Immortal, I will personally drag that arrogant brat out here. I will bring him to his knees to beg for your forgiveness. Follow me. I need to see what gave this punk the guts to act so recklessly. Once you say goodbye to your brother, you are returning to the upper realm with your master. Yao Yao nodded obediently. Yes, I will follow your every word. Master. Suddenly, the system chime echoed in the main character's mind. Yao Yao's crushing disappointment in her brother had triggered a massive reward. The son of fortune, Jiang Yang, has suffered a massive blow to his destiny. You have plundered 8,000 fortune points and 4,000 destiny points. All of this glorious harvest is entirely your doing. Host, Changge smirked inwardly. To think the legendary human ancestor was such a massive hypocrite. But trying to play games with me, you picked the wrong opponent. It is like a clown performing for a king. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord finally arrived with his men. The one chosen by the human ancestor was clearly no ordinary brat. Oh, is this the arrogant punk they brought in? Where on earth does his towering confidence come from? Jiang Yang stood there, practically dripping with arrogance. He barked an order. Pass this message to him. If he comes to beg for mercy right now, I might just let him live. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. But just 1 second later, a brutal hand grabbed him by the hair. Jiang Yang's face instantly drained of color. His mind was completely short-circuiting. From a distance, the crowd parted. Jiang Yang was being dragged in by 2 elders. Looking exactly like a captured criminal, the Holy Lord rushed forward, bowing with absolute respect. Reporting to the exalted immortal, we have brought Jiang Yang to you. He is ready for your judgment. Jiang Yang looked completely shell-shocked. His mind raced frantically. Wait. This is all wrong, this aura. He is definitely not a successor of the human ancestor hall. Changge flashed a bone-chilling smile. So, you are Jiang Yang. If I did not care about Yao Yao's feelings, a pig like you would have been erased from existence long ago. Jiang Yang gritted his teeth. calculating his next move. Is he probing my true identity? Does he want to steal my legacy? He puffed up his chest and confirmed it. That is right. I am Xianxia, and who the hell are you? Gu Changge's voice dropped to a freezing whisper. Do you even remember your little sister? Yao Yao. We traveled across countless miles just to find you, but your arrogant attitude is incredibly disappointing. Jiang Yang scoffed. How could I forget my own sister? And as for my attitude, the Holy Lord frowned deeply. Was this brat just putting on a brave face? An elderly woman stepped up, pleading desperately. Little Yang, stop being stubborn. Hurry up and apologize to the exalted immortal. But Jiang Yang just smirked with supreme confidence. I actually think you are the one who should be apologizing to me. I absolutely despise people who look down on me. You had better not regret what you have done here today. Gu Changge gently let go of Yao Yao's hand. He took a slow, menacing step forward. Oh, it seems you think just because you are her brother, this venerable one will not dare to touch you. Very well. Today, I will discipline you on Yao Yao's behalf. I will teach you exactly how vast the heavens truly are. Without another word, Gu Chang raised his hand. Smack! He ruthlessly backhanded Jiang Yang across the face. The Holy Lord watched in sheer terror, breaking into a cold sweat. Those bizarre defensive runes on Jiang Yang's body had taken him and all the elders' combined effort to crack. Yet Gu Changge shattered them instantly with a single, casual slap. Even so, Jiang Yang refused to admit defeat. Yao Yao rushed forward, gently tugging at Gu Changge's sleeve. Please do not be angry anymore. Master, it is all my fault for dragging you here and upsetting you. He was never like this before. Gu Changge gently patted her head, his voice softening. You silly girl. Since you cannot bear to hit him when he acts like this, having your master do it for you is perfectly fine. Right. He then turned his icy glare back to Jiang Yang and roared. You arrogant fool. What good is a tiny bit of talent? Do you really think you own the human ancestor hall? Yao Yao muttered softly. He was disrespectful to you first. Master, he deserved to be hit. I only hope you can spare his life this one time. Hearing this, Jiang Yang finally swallowed his pride and bowed his head. I deserve death for my actions today. Please quell your anger. Exalted immortal, I beg you to look at Yao Yao's face and forgive this lowly one. But inwardly, he was gritting his teeth in furious calculation. I have only recovered a fraction of my divine powers right now. Even if I borrow the fortune of the heavenly dust realm, I cannot beat him. Taking a slap from this bastard stings. But I must endure this humiliation for now. When the time is right, I will make him pay in blood. Hearing the forced apology, Gu Changge let out an exaggerated gasp. Dripping with absolute mockery, Jiang Yang desperately tried to explain himself, seeing Yao Yao with a master who dotes on her so much. I was consumed by bitter jealousy. I let my dark possessiveness take control. The truth is, I was too obsessed with my cultivation. I neglected her for years, so seeing someone else become close to her drove me crazy. The Holy Lord and the Holy Maiden watched anxiously from the sidelines. They began to wonder if this Jiang Yang was just an empty barrel making a lot of noise. With a supreme master like that protecting Yao Yao, she definitely did not need this trash of a brother anymore. Jiang Yang continued his pathetic act. I deeply thank the exalted immortal for that slap of awakening. If it were not for you, I would still be lost in my own delusion. Gu Changge sneered inwardly. Oh, is he playing soft because he is terrified? I will hit him again. Is he trying to use Yao Yao's feelings to make me look like a villain beating a repentant man? A deeply sinister smile flickered across Jiang Yang's face, but Gu Changge could read him like an open book. He just could not kill this little rat. Quite yet. Jiang Yang turned his puppy dog eyes to Yao Yao. I am so sorry. Yao Yao. I was a terrible brother. It is all my fault. Can you ever forgive me? Gu Changge smoothly interrupted his performance. Relax yourself. For Yao Yao's sake, I will not end your pathetic life. I will not even punish you for your blatant disrespect. However, you sit here enjoying endless luxury in the heavenly wheel Holy Land. While you left Yao Yao rotting in the desolate North Mountain village, she spent her days and nights on that barren peak, endlessly missing you. That kind of behavior is truly unforgivable. Panicking, Jiang Yang frantically tried to spin another lie. Yao Yao, it is not that your big brother did not want to visit. He stammered, immediately pointing a finger at his lackey to shift the blame. Yao Yao's eyes brimmed with heavy sorrow. Big brother, I know you must have your own hidden struggles. Seeing her forgive his absence so easily, Jiang Yang froze completely, the excuses dying instantly in his throat. Changge caught the perfect opening and smoothly stepped in. Yao Yao, he is still your older brother after all, who does not make foolish mistakes in their youth. To me, his explanation sounds perfectly reasonable. Since he has already apologized, you should find it in your heart to forgive him. Hearing her master's gentle words, Yao Yao gave an obedient, trusting nod. Yes, master, she replied softly. Watching this unfold, Jiang Yang felt a cold chill run down his spine. This guy was not just terrifyingly strong in combat. His psychological manipulation was on a totally different level. With just a few simple words, Gu Qing had effortlessly hijacked the narrative, elevating himself to the role of a flawless, magnanimous senior without anyone even noticing. No matter how many hidden trump cards I possess, I have to tread lightly. Jiang Yang warned himself. This monster is dangerously cunning, and one wrong move means absolute death. Playing along for the moment, Jiang Yang forced a polite smile, offering some generic greetings about their long, exhausting journey. He warmly suggested Yao Yao and their grandmother get some proper rest for the night. He promised to give them a grand tour tomorrow, boasting that this place was 100 times more thrilling than their remote northern mountain village. Our main character secretly applauded the guy's acting skills. Jiang Yang knew exactly when to bow his head and when to stand tall. He was definitely no amateur. Unaware of the lethal tension, Yao Yao and Grandma happily agreed to the plan. But Jiang Yang's ego could not resist taking a subtle, passive-aggressive yab at Gu Changge. He smugly noted that the esteemed immortal had not even bought Yao Yao any new clothes, offering to take his little sister shopping tomorrow. Little did he know, poking this sleeping dragon would be his absolute ruin. A dark, wicked smirk crept across Gu Changge's face. Anyone paying attention would know that an absolute disaster was brewing in the shadows. What an absolute fool. Gu Chang sneered internally. You are rushing to play the hero and fix your shattered bond with Yao Yao. But you are way too smart for your own good. This desperate move will only push her further away. But hey, I will gladly take the free assist. Out loud, Gu Chang smoothly brushed off the offer. There is no need for you to worry about that. Why would she ever wear the cheap, mortal rags sold in this lower realm? In that instant, Jiang Yang realized he had been completely outplayed. Gu Changge's casual shutdown ruthlessly blocked the only chance he had to earn back his sister's affection. Gu Changge kept his cool and delivered the finishing blow. Once you meet your master's wife, she will custom make divine garments just for you. Yao Yao blinked in innocent surprise, hearing about a master's wife for the very first time. Miles away, a certain Holy Maiden suddenly went into a sneezing fit. She rubbed her nose gracefully, wondering who on earth was gossiping about her behind her back, having just received urgent intel that Gu Changge was lurking in the Xianlun Holy Land. She immediately pressed her subordinate. Have you figured out what that so-called immortal is scheming over there? The Shadow Scout bowed nervously. Not yet, my lady. His power level is entirely off the charts, unless he actively chooses to reveal himself. Tracking his movements is like chasing a ghost. The Holy Maiden dismissed him with a frustrated wave. She ordered her people to keep a microscopic eye on the Holy Land. Do not let that anomaly ruin my grand design. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Jiang Yang, as he sat deep in isolated cultivation. A furious, desperate voice echoed from within his very soul. You shameless bastard. You deserve to rot. What kind of supreme being are you? You do not deserve to be Yao Yao's brother. Give me my body back right now. The shocking truth was finally revealed. Two souls were violently clashing for control over a single vessel, but the invading soul simply scoffed, no matter what happens. Yao Yao cannot fall into that monster's hands. The cold voice declared with absolute authority. I will win back her complete trust. Whatever it takes. Those who are destined to conquer the heavens cannot be bothered by petty morals, even if my previous lives caused some trouble later on. This vessel is officially mine. The original Xianxia screamed out, demanding to know the true goal of this body snatcher. The invading ancient entity just let out an icy sneer, completely unfazed by the pathetic temper tantrum echoing in his mind. With a ruthless mental strike, he completely crushed the original soul's presence, making the boy shriek in pure, unadulterated terror. You promised not to erase me. I still need to protect Yao Yao. The rules of the game have changed. The supreme entity declared. From this exact moment on, you are me, and I am you. Just fade quietly into the abyss, ignoring the original owner's dying screams of betrayal. He coldly finalized the hostile takeover. Do not worry about a thing. I will take perfect care of our sister and grandmother. After all, I am the one and only Xiangyang now. Outside his quarters, a passing female disciple shivered at the monstrous, suffocating aura leaking through his door. How can someone this overwhelmingly powerful act so submissive during the day? She whispered in awe. He is a total mystery. Inside the room, Jiangyang's soul-snatching ritual was 100% complete. A blinding, divine light erupted around his physical form. Borrowing the absolute power of my past life's Dao fruit barely put a scratch on this mortal vessel. He smirked in triumph, activating his legendary reincarnation seal. His eyes blazed with explosive energy, finally recovering a fraction of his god-tier strength. Across the courtyard, Changge instantly picked up on the massive energy spike. Looks like tonight is going to be incredibly entertaining. He mused to himself. The Xianlun Holy Land was an absolute goldmine of celestial luck. Changge perfectly predicted that Jiang Yang was already cooking up a counterattack, probably still stinging from that humiliating slap earlier today. However, feeling the chaotic, unstable rhythm of his opponent's newly awakened aura, Changge just chuckled. You are 1,000 years too early to go toe-to-toe with me. A shadow guard materialized from the darkness, handing over the ultimate spy reports on Jiangyang. Glancing at the intel, Changge realized this whole reincarnation stunt was a calculated plot. The pieces of Destiny's puzzle were finally aligning. A destined path to absolute immortality, conquering the heavens and the earth. A legendary desolate holy body. The classic heroic tropes were almost too cliché to bear. Changge let out a dangerously villainous laugh. So beside myself, the so-called righteous human ancestor is the biggest wild card in this realm. But stealing an innocent kid's body, that is hardly the move of a shining hero. A toxic, mocking smirk stretched across his face. I bet everything I own that this pathetic vessel was never meant to be the true child of destiny in the first place. Meanwhile, Yao Yao tossed and turned in bed, feeling a sudden, suffocating dread settling over her heart. She nervously asked Grandma what was wrong. But deep inside Changge's private inner world, the ultimate hostage situation was taking place. Jiang Chuchu was strung up mid-air, blushing furiously, wearing nothing but a few delicate scraps of silk. She thrashed wildly in her absolute binds, her eyes blazing with raw, unfiltered fury. Changge, you shameless, despicable beast, how dare you use such dirty tricks against me? Changge just casually admired the dramatic view, his voice dripping with smooth arrogance. Now, you can hardly blame me for this little setup. Can you? Every single time I asked you a polite question, you gave me the silent treatment. Honestly, I figured you were just enjoying the absolute thrill of being tied up. Jiang Chuchu's cheeks burned a brilliant, embarrassed crimson. She looked absolutely stunning in her absolute rage. But she refused to back down for a single second. Continuously hurling furious threats at the ultimate villain, she glared at him, declaring that the moment she escaped, she would expose his true demonic identity to the entire peerless immortal dynasty. But young Master Gu did not care about empty threats. Her little speech meant nothing to him. Our villain had already calculated every possible move. In fact, if Chu Chu refused to play along, she would never see the light of day again. So much for her tough talk. He leaned in dangerously close, his wicked hand starting to roam over her as he whispered, "Tell me, what is the human ancestor hall's ultimate trump card? Come on." Young Master Gu, go a little lower and give the audience a real show. Sensing a terrifying danger creeping over her, Chu Chu could only scream in absolute panic, "Gu Changge! You shameless pervert, you despicable, low-life scumbag." Even locked up, she had a front row seat to our male lead's truly villainous nature. He traced the edge of her robes, his voice dripping with malice. "Oh, Chu Chu, please, keep cursing at me. Let's hear what else you've got. Seriously, young Master Gu, stop teasing and just seal the deal." We thought Sister Chu Chu was a tough cookie, but her face burned bright red. Her body trembled, and she ended up spilling every single secret. After enduring his terrifying brand of psychological warfare, she sat, curled up in a corner. She looked like a bullied puppy, completely pitiful. Having extracted the intel, our guy looked incredibly satisfied. So that was the secret. The reincarnation seal contained the human ancestor's Dao fruit. Hugging her knees, Chu Chu glared at him. "That is exactly right. So do not even dream of fighting the human ancestor. You could never be his match." Gu Changge stroked his chin, a dark smirk forming, fusing the Dao fruit within the seal. This must be the human ancestor's ultimate master plan, plotted across countless ages. But such a process is impossibly difficult. That is why he constantly reincarnates, searching for the perfect vessel. Thank you for the tip, Holy Maiden. Hearing this, panic flashed in Chu Chu's eyes as she realized she had said too much. But Gu Cheng was already waving goodbye. "Now then, I have a few traps to set." His wicked smirk grew wider as he thought, "Silly girl, do you really think the human ancestor is a righteous hero? What kind of righteous savior selects a beautiful holy maiden from every generation just to keep him company?" The scene shifted to the room where our male lead sat with Yao Yao and her grandmother. "Yao Yao, there is something this master is hesitant to share." Seeing his troubled expression, the little girl looked up with anxious eyes. Moments later, she gasped in pure shock, "My brother, he was taken by the immortal Kun sacred land to be a slave." The old woman frowned, her voice filled with doubt. This old woman does not understand. If the exalted immortal claims Jiang Yang faced such terrible danger, how did he possibly survive that kind of crisis? It is not something a boy with his skills could ever escape. Gu Changge put on an incredibly serious face. "That is exactly what I feared to assume. Even a great saint facing the corrupted dragon veins would suffer terrible consequences, let alone escaping completely unharmed." The grandmother gasped. "Then there is only one possibility, little Yang. His body must have been possessed." Yao Yao's eyes filled with devastating sorrow. "Grandma, Master, are you saying my brother is no longer my brother? That someone else has stolen his body, playing the perfect savior?" Gu Changji gently patted Yao Yao's head to comfort her. "Yao Yao, nothing is certain yet. Do not panic. Let us pray this is merely a theory, and that your master is just overthinking things. But when you speak with him over the next few days, watch him very closely for anything unusual." With that, he handed her a glowing jade pendant. "This contains a fragment of my divine soul. If you are ever in danger, crush it immediately." Do not worry. Yao Yao, your master will protect you. Clinging to the jade, her eyes shined with gratitude. Thank you, master. Ding, a system notification popped up. The son of fortune, Jiang has been doubted by his family. His destiny is fractured, causing a massive drop in his luck. Rewarded 6,000 luck points. Rewarded 40,000 destiny points. Our villain had hit the absolute jackpot. Meanwhile, in another room, the true Holy Maiden received a secret transmission. The little girl traveling with Changge was Jiang Yang's sister. It all finally clicked. No wonder he had dropped off the grid. He had hidden himself in the barren sacred lands to live as a mortal. But I have finally found you, she sneered. Her mind raced with calculations. If memory serves right, the founders of the immortal Kun sacred land were enlightened by a previous generation's human ancestor. There is zero doubt that sacred land is definitely hiding some deep, dark secrets. Attacking him there would be a massive mistake. I need to bait him out into an isolated area. The reincarnated human ancestor cannot know I am the one hunting him. I will make him think I am just an envoy from the lower realms. But what about that exalted immortal? Should I recruit him first? Cut to the bustling city streets. The lively sounds of merchants echoed through the air. Jiang Yang was walking with Yao Yao and their grandmother. Looking around, he smiled. This must be your first time in a place like this. Right. Have fun and buy whatever you want. Money is not an issue. But internally, he scoffed. Are they trying to keep me distracted so I will not make a move? Do they really think I am an idiot? Outwardly, he just pointed down the street. Look over there, haha. Now that is interesting. Look, they even have your absolute favorite candied haws. Jiang Yang spun around gracefully, clutching several glowing skewers of the sugary treats. A warm, inviting smile crossed his face. Go on, give them a taste. They are infused with all sorts of legendary immortal herbs. My treat today. Wait. Do you want to head back already? Yao Yao shifted uncomfortably on her feet. A heavy shadow of sorrow clouded her usually bright, innocent eyes. Sensing the sudden and drastic shift in her mood, Jiang Yang's expression softened into brotherly concern. If my little sister is feeling exhausted, then let us call it a day and head home. You have been completely zoning out today. What is weighing so heavily on your mind? Is this about our intense conversation yesterday? About the secret, agonizing burdens I have been forced to carry? Jiang Yang scrambled frantically to explain himself, sheer panic lacing his tone. I swear to the heavens, every single word of my story was the absolute truth. But is your luck truly that heaven-defying? Yao Yao cut him off sharply, her voice dripping with intense suspicion. Every single elite cultivator who went to excavate that dragon vein perished. Yet you alone walked out of that ultimate slaughter completely unharmed. How could I not be suspicious of this so-called miracle? Caught completely off guard by her razor-sharp logic, Jiang Yang desperately scrambled to invent a believable excuse. Yao Yao, listen to me closely. I have zero clue what brainwashing lies that master of yours has been feeding you. But for your own absolute safety, you need to keep your distance from that dangerous man. Use your brain for just 1 second. He descended from the supreme upper realm. His divine knowledge makes us mere mortals look like literal ants. Yet he treats a completely crippled girl who cannot even cultivate as his most prized, legendary treasure. There is absolutely a sinister, twisted plot behind this sudden shower of affection. Stop being so hopelessly naive. You are just a disposable pawn in his grand, terrifying game. He pressed his psychological offensive even harder. In this ruthless, dog-eat-dog cultivation world, nobody hands out free kindness. If you still refuse to believe me, just ask our wise grandmother if my warning makes logical sense. But his harsh, venomous words only triggered a flood of gentle, heartwarming memories. Yao Yao remembered a totally different mold, much kinder reality. Ugh. Master, I am completely stuffed. I seriously cannot swallow another single bite. Changge had showered the tiny girl with absolute mountains of priceless pills. all just to nourish her impossibly fragile body. Crushing guilt had entirely consumed her heart back then. I am so deeply sorry. Master, I have totally wasted another fortune in divine elixirs. And my broken meridians still reject all cultivation. Even her seasoned grandmother, who had been watching silently from the sidelines, was shaking in absolute, mind-numbing terror at the sheer financial extravagance. Just a single one of those glowing pills would instantly spark a massive, bloody war among top-tier martial experts. Yet little Yao Yao had only looked up with teary eyes, asking, "Since all of this legendary medicine is useless on me, are you going to throw me away now?" Master, but the supposedly evil Changge had simply smiled with ultimate, unwavering calm. If the grand path of cultivation completely rejects you, then so be it. You can just stay right here by my side forever. Be my personal little massage apprentice. As for those supreme, heaven-defying elixirs, just munch on them like regular, everyday candy. After all, you have already honored me by calling me your master. To me, such worldly treasures are nothing but literal dirt on the ground. So stop overthinking your worth. Silly girl. Violently snapped back to the harsh, cold present. Yao Yao was forced to endure Jiang Yang's relentless verbal poison. I have furiously scoured the ancient, forbidden texts. This so-called righteous master of yours is the literal textbook definition of a two-faced, backstabbing hypocrite. He is only sniffing around our lower realm for legendary, world-ending artifacts. Once his greedy blood-stained hands secure his ultimate prize, he will drag you up to the higher realms under the fake disguise of training. The horrifying truth is, he is plotting to sacrifice you for his own dark ascension. But the tiny girl's patience finally snapped in half. Enough, just shut your mouth right this instant. Brother, Yao Yao's glowing eyes blazed with absolute, unshakable conviction. My master is absolutely nothing like the horrific monster you are describing. He is the kindest, most noble soul I know, and I totally forbid you from dragging his glorious name through the mud. Meanwhile, deep within the shifting, mystical mirages of the Xianlun, Holy Land, the true mastermind, Changge, brilliantly deduced that the ancient ancestor's soul was permanently sealed directly in this very spot, taking full, devious advantage of Jiang Yang's little shopping trip. Our ruthless main character literally kicked the front defensive doors wide open. The Holy Land's absolute best elite guards were tossed around like broken, pathetic ragdolls, bleeding out heavily on the marble floor. They weakly lifted their bruised heads, completely baffled by this sudden and utterly brutal, one-sided massacre. Changge lazily summoned his radiant, divine longsword from the void. A devilishly calculating, absolutely wicked smirk curled onto his handsome face. Since our dear, heroic Jiang Yang went out for a little romantic stroll, what if I completely devour his biggest, most overpowered trump card while he is away? Man. Our dark protagonist is an absolute prudic, unstoppable menace. Just imagining the total, crushing despair on Jiang Yang's face later. It was going to be pure, unadulterated cinematic gold. With a casual, effortless flick of his wrist, Changge turned the very last surviving guard into literal human confetti, sending him straight to the eternal afterlife. Calmly wiping the fresh blood from his gleaming blade, he strolled arrogantly deeper into the absolute, forbidden heart of the ancient sanctuary. The very air inside was suffocating with hyper-concentrated, God-tier spiritual energy. Literal mountains of supreme, legendary resources were piled sky-high. Treasures that this pathetic lower realm had absolutely zero right to even possess. Changge chuckled darkly. The legendary human ancestor truly went all out when planning his own glorious reincarnation. Such an astronomically massive, heaven-defying fortune. What a total, absolute shame that a certain chosen hero lacks the destiny to actually enjoy it. I guess I will just have to make the ultimate sacrifice. and shoulder the incredibly heavy burden of taking it all for myself. Literally stealing a man's entire destined legacy and acting like he is doing stressful charity work. Our main character is effortlessly reaching god-tier levels of absolute shamelessness. Suddenly, an earth-shattering, eardrum-bursting roar detonated from the deepest, pitch-black shadows impudent. Suicidal brat. Are you literally begging for death? A colossal, terrifying phantom of an ancient elder violently erupted, his ghostly eyes blazing with cosmic fury as he locked directly onto the arrogant intruder. Too terrifying. Building-sized phantom hands violently slammed down, aiming to pop our beloved protagonist like a tiny, insignificant grape. But Changge did not even bother to blink. His voice instantly dropped to chilling, sub-zero temperatures. What is the massive, screaming rush? Old ghost, you will be perfectly plated on my menu soon enough. As a jet black, suffocatingly ominous aura materialized directly above Changge. The legendary, world-ending Grand Dao treasure vase fully revealed itself. The mighty ancient phantom shrieked like a terrified child, frantically backpedaling in absolute, mind-breaking horror. The forbidden Grand Dao treasure vase. You arrogant, utterly brain-dead little pest. Do you have any actual idea how vast and terrifying the heavens truly are? Did you seriously, genuinely think flashing that demonic artifact would be enough to... His grand, heroic speech choked violently in his spectral throat. The towering phantom trembled uncontrollably as the dark realization hit him like a physical lightning bolt. Wait a minute. This terrifying, soul-devouring aura. Are you actually Changge flashed his trademark, unapologetically villainous grin. Bingo, I am the one and only true inheritor of the demonic arts. Congratulations on successfully solving the grand mystery. As your ultimate, one-of-a-kind grand prize, I am personally sending you straight to hell. The panicked phantom desperately burned every last single drop of his spiritual essence to block the impending doom. He screamed pathetically into the cold void, begging the grand human ancestor to manifest and save his shattered soul. But his only reply was the sickening, crunchy audio of his own agonizing, soul-tearing death wails echoing endlessly through the cavern. Absorbing the massive influx of power, Changge wiped his mouth with sheer, unmatched satisfaction. Rest in absolute pieces. Old man, your precious, beloved human ancestor will be joining your pathetic tea party in the afterlife very, very soon. Even our constantly overpowered main character was genuinely stunned by the massive, ridiculous stat boost. The supreme origin energy of this Xianlun ancestor was ridiculously unbelievably pure. I got incredibly lucky this time, he muttered thoughtfully. If that had been his actual, physical combat body instead of a weak phantom, successfully devouring him would have been a colossal, annoying headache. Suddenly, a bizarre, reality-bending ripple in the universe caught Changge's razor-sharp attention. Cut violently back to the busy streets, Jiang stared in absolute, jaw-dropping disbelief at the tiny girl standing right before him. Had the literal impossible actually just happened? Was her legendary, world-ending bloodline finally waking up? A completely random girl sprinting down the busy street got just a millimeter too close. Boom! A terrifying, highly pressurized shockwave violently erupted directly from Yao's tiny frame. The sheer, explosive, kinetic force blasted the totally innocent bystander dozens of meters into the air like a discarded, broken kite. Ice-cold sweat dripped heavily down Jiang's panicked face. This awakening power was incredibly chaotic, unstable, and extremely deadly. Yao's glowing, void-like eyes locked onto him next like a heat-seeking missile. As catastrophic, lethal energy gathered rapidly in her small hands, Jiang threw both his arms up and screamed in total panic. Yao, snap out of this dangerous trance right now. It is me, your big brother Jiang. Do you seriously, honestly not recognize me right now? Think back to when we were innocent little kids. We used to constantly forage for medicinal herbs together. We caught tiny fish in the shallow, Muddy streams. Have you completely forgotten all of our precious, golden memories? Mere milliseconds before totally obliterating him into cosmic dust. The tiny, terrifying powerhouse suddenly froze completely midair. Brother Jiang, spotting a tiny opening in her defense, Jiang threw all caution to the wind. He decided to mercilessly overpower the girl first and deal with the consequences later. But just as he lunged forward to grab Yao, a terrifying spatial rift violently ripped open the air. A familiar, elegant hand reached out as if to gently caress his cheek, before delivering a heaven-shaking, devastating slap that sent him flying for an entire kilometer. Talk about absolute garbage luck. Every single time he crossed paths with Big Boss Gu, he ended up eating a catastrophic slap to the face. Changge gracefully turned around, his eyes instantly softening with fake concern. What on earth just happened? Yao tears welled up in her eyes as she whimpered. Master. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted into frantic, hushed whispers that is the legendary Supreme Immortal, the absolute powerhouse who has been shaking up the entire realm lately. The old grandmother hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply to the imposing figure, reporting to the Supreme Immortal. This old woman has never seen Yao lose control like this before. Gu Cheng's expression instantly shifted into pure, bone-chilling nightmare fuel. What did you do to my precious disciple? His voice thundered. Meanwhile, Jiang could only cradle his swollen, bruised face in absolute silence. Absolute panic set in as Jiang desperately tried to explain himself. I swear I did not do anything. We were literally just having a friendly conversation. I have absolutely no idea why Yao suddenly lashed out, I swear on my life. I am not making this up, but the surrounding crowd had already witnessed his violent intent. Gritting his teeth in burning humiliation, Jiang cursed inward. Damn it all, is the power gap between me and this bastard truly this massive? That legendary slap nearly shattered my soul. Turning on his heel, Boss Gu prepared to leave the chaotic scene, but not before dropping an utterly freezing boss-level warning. If this venerable one ever discovers that you are lying to me, not even Yao will be able to save you from absolute destruction. Jiang simply bit his tongue and bowed his head in bitter submission. He knew damn well that if he provoked another one of those epic slaps, every single tooth in his head would be reduced to dust. Still nursing his terribly swollen cheek, dark and twisted thoughts brewed in his mind. It is finally time to activate my hidden trump cards. I will absolutely butcher this guy, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a glowing holographic system screen popped up right in front of Gu Changge's system notification. Daughter of Destiny clashed with Son of Destiny. Son of Destiny's luck severely damaged, rewarding 8,000 luck points and 40,000 destiny values. And the god tier rewards just kept rolling in. Publicly humiliating the Son of Destiny triggered another massive drop in his protagonist aura, earning an extra 2,000 luck points and 10,000 destiny values. A wickedly calculated, incredibly deep smirk crept across Gu Changge's handsome face. He could not help but internally celebrate his massive haul. Only these premium, astronomical rewards could actually fuel his insanely high cultivation needs right now. Meanwhile, deep inside Jiang hidden underground chamber, a stunning female cultivator arrived, presenting a highly classified, sealed letter. This urgent missive was relayed by the disciples stationed at the mountain base. They insisted you must open it personally. Jiang narrowed his eyes. A secret letter from an upper realm cultivator. This sender clearly knows my true, legendary identity. But why on earth are all these big shots from the upper realm suddenly swarming this tiny, insignificant heavenly god realm? What exactly are the descendants of the ancestral hall doing with their lives? Talk about pure, unadulterated incompetence. Pushing his deep suspicions aside, he let out a frustrated scoff. Whatever. Overthinking will just complicate things. Eliminating that bastard Gu is my absolute top priority. He then shifted his gaze to the mysterious woman. Your battle wounds, are they fully healed yet? I have a highly crucial mission for you. Move out. Without a single word of hesitation, the female assassin bowed. She immediately vanished, reappearing right inside Gu Chang's private quarters. Boss Gu casually took a sip from his steaming cup of premium spiritual tea. Oh, the prey is actually delivering such a juicy piece of bait. Go on. Tell me everything. Kneeling respectfully on the cold floor, the spy delivered her crucial report. Reporting to the Supreme Immortal. This elite intel has been verified 100%. According to the Holy Land's top scouts, a massive cosmic anomaly has erupted at the feathered heavenly pool. The phantom image of a colossal green lotus is currently piercing the very heavens. An ultimate treasure is definitely about to spawn. So I rushed here to inform you. Gu Cheng raised a single, intimidatingly sharp eyebrow. And why exactly are you feeding this priceless information to this venerable one? Keeping her head perfectly bowed, the girl replied with total respect. Supreme Immortal, an anomaly of this apocalyptic scale is simply too divine for any lowly cultivator in this realm to claim. I was absolutely certain there would be a god-tier relic inside that would catch your eye. Setting his elegant teacup down with a soft click, Bosku gave a slow nod. Very well. This venerable one acknowledges your effort, but deep inside his mind, he was laughing like an absolute mastermind. Oh, Jiangyang, you utterly predictable fool. You might as well have tattooed the words world-cleansing green lotus right on her forehead. Is this pathetic scheme truly the absolute best you can do? You must have realized the monstrous power gap between us. So now you are desperately trying to lure me in with a legendary destiny event. I bet you have rigged that entire heavenly pool with enough death traps to wipe out an army. After all, claiming the world-cleansing green lotus requires impossible, brutal conditions. Even absolute titans from the upper realm would bleed dry trying to get it. But with news this incredibly juicy, even if it is a blatant trap, I am absolutely going to crash your little party. Do not disappoint me, my dear prey. Later, after returning to their secluded, peaceful courtyard, little Yao Yao tugged at Gu Chang's sleeve, her eyes completely red and puffy. Master, are you throwing Yao Yao away? Why are you leaving me behind in this place? Seeing the child's heartbreaking distress, the old grandmother quickly stepped in. Yao Yao, behave yourself. You absolutely must not speak to your master with such disrespect.
Aren't you Changge?
Simply knelt down, placing a warm, incredibly gentle hand on her head. My sweet, brilliantly smart little Yao Yao. Why on earth would I ever abandon you? It is just that where I am going next is swarming with deadly, apocalyptic threats. Staying right here is the absolute safest choice for you. Fat tears rolled down Yao Yao's soft cheeks. But did not Master say I have a terrifying, earth-shattering power sealed inside me? I can finally use my hidden powers to protect Master Gu Chang's commanding voice instantly cut her off. Absolutely not. Are you seriously going to disobey your master's direct orders right now? Realizing his decision was set in stone, she wiped her tears and asked a heartbreaking question. That terrifying place you have to go to, it has something to do with Brother Jiangyang, does it not? A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the room. She truly was a terrifyingly perceptive child. Absolutely nothing could slip past her. Bosku offered her one last, reassuring pat on the head. You are an incredibly smart girl. From what this master has gathered, the sinister entity possessing your brother's body might try to strike at you next. So just stay put and trust me. I will return completely unharmed. With that, the ultimate manipulator turned around, flawlessly acting like a tragic hero, walking toward his doom. I swear on my life, I will come back for you soon, my precious Yao Yao. Honestly, his acting was so incredibly god-tier right now. You could not even tell if he actually cared, or was just playing 4D chess. Watching this villain operate is an absolute psychological roller coaster. And with those final, cinematic parting words, He blasted off into the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind a completely devastated Yao Yao. Sobbing uncontrollably into her grandmother's arms, the old woman gently wiped away the little girl's tears. "Don't cry," she whispered. "Master just wants to keep us out of the crossfire. He really is a good guy." Meanwhile, Jiangyang stood with his hands locked behind his back. He watched the direction his target had vanished. Practically glowing with arrogant pride, "Looks like you couldn't resist the bait after all," he muttered with a villainous smirk. "I set up an inescapable trap at the feathered heavenly pool. It is guarding the Nirvana Azure Lotus. Even a legendary Monkey King could not break out of that matrix." Ha ha! His sinister laugh and dead-eyed expression sent a violent shiver down the girl's spine. A heavy knot formed in her stomach. She prayed everything would turn out fine. If not, the entire Holy Land was going to be wiped off the map. But wait. The main character was currently flying straight toward the messenger's coordinates, looking at that downright diabolical expression on his face. Yeah. Zhang Yang was absolutely cooked. It was a wickedly handsome face. But that sly smirk meant one thing. Game over. Back at a lavish pavilion, the Holy Maiden was anxiously waiting for a status update. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in a storm of thoughts. Okay? So this Jiang Yang is not a total scrub. Not only did he dodge my trap, but he actually had the nerve to write back. Is my master plan really crashing and burning right now? Guess I will send another letter to test the waters. Honestly, if I was dealing with Changge, things would never have gotten this messy. And then there is that mysterious immortal hanging around the immortal wheel Holy Land. Could he be a sleeper agent planted by the human ancestor? If that is true, this grand chess match just got insanely complicated. She mumbled to herself, gently tapping her glossy lips as her eyes sparked with dark calculation. If Jiang Yang refuses to take the bait, I will have no choice. I will crash the immortal Kun Holy Land myself and completely level the place. But if my real opponent is Changge, there is no way he would act that recklessly. Right. Ugh. This is giving me a massive headache. Little did she know, Gu Cheng had been watching her from the shadows this whole time. He read her thoughts like an open book, silently mocking this clueless girl's absolute naivety. Did she seriously think Jiang Yang would die that easily? She crashed down to the lower realm looking for a fight, but with zero actual strategy. How did she plan to hunt a monster like that? Looks like her future husband is going to have to carry her through this, he mused. The scene suddenly shifted, dropping us right inside the pocket dimension where the Holy Maiden was currently locked up. The second she saw him materialize, she instinctively hugged her knees, backing away like a cornered animal. Her eyes screamed absolute terror. Completely paranoid, he was about to do something twisted. Gu Cheng just let out a dry, mocking laugh. Are you kidding me right now? This is my personal domain. I drop in whenever I feel like it. Since when do I need to ask for your permission? He closed the distance in a flash, mercilessly pinching her delicate jawline. His voice dripped with dark possessiveness. You belong to me now. I suggest you fix that attitude. He squeezed her cheeks so hard, she looked ridiculous, reducing her angry protests to absolute gibberish. You. Before she could even finish, Gu Changge casually tossed her aside like a broken toy. She hit the ground, totally stunned, before screaming in pure frustration. You absolute jerk. Gu Changge could not care less. He gracefully took a seat on a lavish chair, dropping a completely casual bombshell. If you behave yourself and actually improve my mood, I might consider letting you out of this cage. Her breath hitched. Let her out. Sure. She wanted to brutally murder him in her next life. But right now, escaping was the only thing that mattered. Right on cue, he dramatically sighed. Man, I am insanely thirsty. The heavy implication hit her like a truck. She knew exactly what he was forcing her to do, biting her lip hard enough to draw blood. She swallowed her pride and walked over to pour him some tea. Gu Chengge immediately started flexing. Wow. I must be the luckiest guy alive. Getting VIP table service from the legendary Holy Maiden herself, she shot him a death glare. Just do not go back on your word. He flashed a devastatingly arrogant smile. Obviously. But a second after taking a sip, he clicked his tongue in total disgust. What an absolute waste. You used 800,000-year-old 5 spirits immortal leaves and paired it with tree heart spring water. But your brewing technique is complete garbage. Getting trashed like that. She immediately snapped. Gu Changge, if you just wanted to drag me through the mud. Congrats. Mission accomplished. He took another slow sip. Please. I am not that petty. I was honestly just worried you would lose your mind from the isolation. She crossed her arms. Her face a mask of pure disgust. Save the fake sympathy. A cold-blooded psychopath like you does not have a shred of humanity left. Gu Changji's playful aura instantly vanished. His eyes turned deadly serious. Humanity. What exactly have I done to lose my humanity? Am I supposed to just sit back and let people kill me? Is being a passive victim what you call humanity? Who made up those garbage rules? She hesitated. The logic actually made a twisted kind of sense. But she pushed back anyway. That still does not give you a free pass to butcher innocent people. He slammed his fist onto the table. Butcher, show me exactly where I went on a mindless killing spree. Have I wiped out any mortal kingdoms? Have I terrorized the helpless? This is the cultivation world. If you stumble across a god-tier item and just hand it over without throwing hands, you are not a cultivator. You are a loser. You might as well just tap out of life entirely. He seamlessly cranked up the psychological manipulation. Do you have any idea how many monsters want to rip me off my throne? In this game, if you lose the turf war, you get erased. Everything I do that is just me surviving the slaughterhouse. Tell me, is fighting for my life a crime now? She froze. Her mind raced. But she could not find a single flaw in his twisted logic. Gu Changge let out a heavy sigh, looking profoundly disappointed. Whatever. I'm wasting my breath. Someone sheltered like you could never grasp reality. She immediately fired back. If you knew I would not get it, why even bother explaining yourself? He stood up to leave, brushing off his robes. Because I was in a good mood. Panic spiked in her chest. Wait, you said you were in a good mood. Then let me out. He paused, glancing back with a dangerous smirk. Oh, you will get out. Just not today. But do not worry. Your time is coming. As he walked away, she screamed at his retreating back. Gu Changge, stop hunting the human ancestor. You have zero idea what you are up against. He has untouchable god-tier factions backing him up. All your flexes and overpowered stats will not mean a thing. If you actually want to survive, stay as far away from him as possible. He stopped dead in his tracks, slowly turning around. A deeply amused smile played on his lips. Wait, are you actually worried about me? I appreciate the concern. But the one who should be running isn't me. It is him. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Changge pulled Chu Chu into the open. He gestured toward the infinite void. Behold the core of my grand formation. This entire world now rests in the palm of my hand. I might not have found your precious human ancestor yet. But tell me, who is the real prey here? Spotting a rare opening, Chu Chu slyly reached behind her back, desperate to send a distress signal. But before she could even blink, he banished her right back into his pocket dimension. A wicked smirk crossed his face. Letting you out for some fresh air was an act of absolute mercy. But I cannot have your little fingers messing up my masterpiece. In her mind, she had successfully leaked his location. But in reality, she was just dancing on Gu Changji's strings. Who was truly playing who? Chu Chu was hopelessly out of her league. Every single move, every stolen glance, was part of his meticulously crafted script. You almost had to pity her, being manipulated on a cosmic scale. And she was completely clueless. Oh, Jiang Yang. You so-called successor of the human ancestor. Yue Mingkong has prepared a magnificent welcome gift. Just for you. The trap is set. And backing out is impossible. When it comes to playing the villain, no one deserves an award more than Gu Changge. Meanwhile, deep inside his sanctuary, Jiangyang gripped a glowing talisman, allegedly a distress signal from the Holy Maiden. His eyes narrowed in deep calculation. The secret arts of his lineage were reacting. The pulse was incredibly faint, but the spiritual signature was undeniably authentic. Even better, the coordinates perfectly matched. Their prearranged drop zone. A sinister grin crept onto Jiang Yang's face. He plotted to use his legendary artifact to scout the area, before activating his core techniques to confirm her identity. He thought he was being so incredibly smart. But compared to the true mastermind, he was completely out of his depth. He burst into arrogant laughter. Not bad at all. This generation's vessel is quite cautious. But this timing is absolutely flawless. Cut to the Holy Land. The heavens were completely swallowed by raging crimson lightning. The earth itself fractured under immense pressure. This apocalyptic shockwave sent the masses into pure panic. What in the world was happening at the heavenly pool? A group of cultivators watched in sheer terror. It has to be that supreme immortal. Rumor says he is slaughtering his way into the deepest core. Another swallowed hard. Trembling. If we follow him in there, we will not find treasure. We will only find our own graves. To unleash this kind of cataclysmic aura, the power of this so-called immortal was utterly beyond comprehension. Deep within the chaos, Gu Cheng was an absolute force of nature. With a casual wave of his hand, devastating waves of lightning obliterated everything in his path. A chilling, predator-like smile graced his lips. Arcs of pure energy coiled around his body, radiating a suffocating, kingly pressure. If this is all the defense you have, it is incredibly disappointing. He mocked them internally. Suddenly, a mechanical, echoing voice boomed from the shadows intruders. Must DX speeder and destined. A blinding arc of sword energy slashed toward his neck, but Gu Changge had already predicted the trajectory. A slight tilt of his head, and the lethal strike completely missed. The spectators watching from the safe zone were losing their minds. What the heck are those colossal armored giants? Just looking at them makes my soul tremble. Who cares what they are? Someone screamed. A single one of those things could wipe out our entire sect. And there is an absolute army of them. Gu Cheng stood completely unfazed in the center of the armored legion. At first glance, they seemed like mindless, ancient relics, but then, their metallic voices synchronized into a horrifying chant. Intruders must die, intruders must die. The robotic, soulless echo was enough to freeze anyone's blood. Gu Cheng simply opened his hand. A dazzling, divine blade materialized from thin air. As expected of the human ancestor's ultimate trump card. Now this might actually be fun. With a single, explosive swing, he unleashed a basic, yet devastatingly perfect arc. The frontline armor instantly shattered into 100 pieces. His demonic, crimson eyes flared with pure killing intent. But if you think these tin cans can stop me, you are sorely mistaken. A horizontal crescent of energy completely eradicated the entire vanguard. The sheer destruction was mind-blowing. The crowd was practically drooling in awe. He is a literal god of war. His power levels are off the charts. At this rate, he will clear the zone in minutes. We might actually be able to scavenge some epic loot. Gu Cheng moved like a teleporting phantom. His entire form was wrapped in apocalyptic red lightning. He was breaking the sound barrier with zero effort. But suddenly, an elite armored guardian intercepted his path, leaving the crowd in absolute shock. Am I hallucinating? Did the Supreme Immortal just get pushed back? Gu Cheng sensed an incredibly ancient aura. A hulking, monstrous colossus towered above him. It roared with earth-shattering fury. Defilers of the heavenly pool will be purged. He instantly recognized the terrifying entity. An ancient divine guardian. A mythical rarity. A flicker of engineered panic crossed his face. In a fraction of a millisecond, the behemoth vanished, reappearing right behind his back. The crowd screamed in absolute horror as the ancient blade swung down, cleanly slicing Changge directly in half. His face twisted into a perfect mask of agony, terror, and despair. To think I would meet my end in a place like this. It was an absolute masterclass in theatrical performance. The execution was so flawlessly tragic. It could have fooled the heavens themselves. The onlookers were completely paralyzed by fear. What kind of monstrous boss is that? Even the untouchable immortal got instantly destroyed. Run for your lives. If it targets us, we are dead meat. We have to warn the outside world. A world-ending calamity is coming. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, the devastating news reached young Yao Yao and her grandmother. The little girl's entire world shattered into pieces. No, that is impossible. How could my invincible master be dead? Her master was invincible. There was absolutely no way he could die. Seeing Yao Yao's complete despair, the old woman pulled the trembling girl into a warm embrace. Yao Yao, do not listen to their poisonous words. Those are nothing but baseless rumors. But Yao Yao choked back her sobs. Then why did the jade pendant master gave me shatter? Why did it end up like this? Her tiny hands gripped the broken jade as devastating tears streamed down her face. Master promised me. He promised he would definitely come back. Liars. A heavy silence fell over the room. Everyone watched the heartbroken little girl, their own hearts aching at her absolute despair. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang was laughing like an absolute maniac. Idiots, absolute fools. Not just stupid, but completely full of themselves. If it were me, I would never walk right into such an obvious death trap. He was way too confident. Did he really think coming down to the lower realm made him completely untouchable? The girl standing next to him broke into a cold sweat. To think a mighty high immortal actually perished in Jiang Yang's sinister trap. Just what kind of terrifying nightmare was hidden at the Feather Ascension pool? But Jiang Yang just kept bragging. A pathetic little high immortal dared to challenge me. Who did he think he was? A demon ancestor. My only regret is not crushing him with my own two hands. He got off way too easy. The girl finally realized the terrifying truth. Jiang Yang's true identity was anything but simple. His ruthless mind was far more dangerous than his actual power level. It seems my instincts were right. Thank the heavens I chose to submit to him when I did. Suddenly, a squad of elite warriors descended from the sky, stepping on the very wind itself. The girl immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" But the moment their aura hit her, she froze. This overwhelming pressure. They are from the upper realm. Jiang Yang stepped forward with a cold, arrogant smirk. This is important business. Where is the master behind you? Tell her to come out and face me. A mighty general stepped out from the ranks. He bowed respectfully to Jiang Yang. Our master has been waiting at the Lake Heart Pavilion for hours. Please, follow us immediately. Jiang Yang frowned in extreme annoyance. What is wrong with this generation's successor? She actually dares to make me walk to her. The general quickly replied, the matter is urgent. Please forgive us. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue in disgust. It seems the old trash rules of the human ancestor palace are repeating themselves. Arriving at the Lake Heart Pavilion, the general walked in to report. Master, the target has been brought to you. Inside, the stunning Holy Maiden was elegantly playing the zither, without missing a beat. She spoke softly. So, you are Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang put on his best superior face. If you already know my true identity, mind your manners. Do not forget your place. That is right. I am the supreme existence you have been desperately searching for. The Holy Maiden slowly stood up. A terrifying pressure leaked from her as she dropped two epic words. Perfect timing. Jiang Yang smirked to himself. The palace's rules might be trash, but at least their eye for talent is still decent. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden's eyes turned ice cold. Your screen time is over. Go grab your lunchbox and die. Both Jiang Yang and his female companion froze, completely brain dead from the shock. The girl panicked as she felt the murderous aura. A quasi-saint, no. Maybe even a true saint. Is this an ambush? We are totally dead this time. Jiang Yang violently snapped out of it and glared at her. You are not from the human ancestor palace. How the hell do you know my true identity? The Holy Maiden barely even looked at him, coldly declaring that today was his absolute funeral. The horrible truth finally hit Jiang Yang like a runaway truck. This Holy Maiden? She belonged to Gu Changge. She mocked him with a beautiful but deadly smile. You are about to become a corpse. Why ask so many questions? Jiang Yang let out a sinister laugh, gathering insanely dense spiritual energy at his fingertips. Whether you are his dog or not, in just a minute, you will be on your knees begging for my mercy. The energy in his hands expanded into a terrifying storm, filled with absolute arrogance. He roared, "Let us see how many moves you can survive. Behold, the ultimate power of the Supreme Realm." But the Holy Maiden did not even blink. She instantly activated a blinding array formation. Snap. Just like that, Jiang Yang's overpowered energy completely vanished into thin air. The villains were absolutely stunned. What kind of cheat code was that? Jiang Yang's face turned deathly pale. What is happening? Why can I not access my supreme immortal bone? Did that bastard betray me? Before he could blink, the Holy Maiden dashed right into his face. Stop acting tough, she yelled. Her delicate little hand blurred through the air. Smack! A single crisp slap sent Jiang Yang flying like a broken ragdoll. He violently coughed up blood, holding his swollen cheek. He screamed in pure agony. Another face slap. Do you bastards have a fetish for slapping people's faces? The Holy Maiden just scoffed coldly, treating his angry rant like absolute garbage. She instantly unleashed an Emperor tier technique. The Blazing Heaven Sword was summoned. A massive, heaven-piercing greatsword crashed straight down toward Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang roared like a cornered beast. Do you think I am some easy target? He countered with the immortal Kun Seal. The divine seal violently clashed with the giant sword. The entire sky lit up as an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the atmosphere. Dust and debris completely swallowed the raging battlefield. The Holy Maiden scanned the area, but Jiang Yang was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, his heavily injured female companion shrieked in absolute terror. Jiang Yang, save me! Boom! Another massive shockwave blasted the ground apart. When the smoke cleared, only her single shoe remained in the crater. The upper realm elders were absolutely baffled. What kind of god-tier escape technique did he just use? Miles away in the sky above, Jiang Yang was frantically carrying the unconscious girl. He had been forced to burn the ultimate power of his reincarnation ancestor seal just to run for his life. The Holy Maiden and her two top elders were hot on his trail. Jiang Yang, she commanded, her voice echoing. This entire area is on lockdown. You couldn't escape even if you sprouted wings. But Jiang Yang just scoffed. You think a bunch of weaklings can actually hold me down? Pushing his absolute limits, he exploded forward in a desperate sprint. He completely shattered a massive stone monument blocking his path. Seeing this, the Holy Maiden's eyes widened. He had actually used an ancient body double technique. He must have set up this escape route way in advance. An elder muttered. Even the Holy Maiden had to give him props. As expected of the legendary human ancestor, his bag of tricks was absolutely endless, making him a total nightmare to pin down. Right at that moment, a scout rushed in with breaking news. Report. Before that supreme immortal descended to our lower realm, his very first stop was the feathered heavenly ruins. Massive factions like the Mystic Realm and the Great Void Sect have already received the intel. They are mobilizing their armies toward the Immortal Wheel Holy Land as we speak. A cold, calculating smirk crossed the Holy Maiden's face. Let him run. He might survive today or tomorrow, but he can't hide for a decade. Deploy our forces to the Immortal Wheel Holy Land and broadcast a global warning to the Heavenly Realm. Declare the Immortal Wheel disciple, Jiang Yang, as a demonic cultivator. Anyone caught shielding him will face absolute execution. Meanwhile, In a completely different location, the ultimate mastermind, Changge, stepped out of the shadows. He was holding Jiang Yang's brand new wanted poster. The upper realm cultivators had been brutally defeated. Their pride was shattered, and their spirits were completely crushed to dust. Ding! The system notification chimed in his head. Reward secured, 8,000 fortune points and 40,000 destiny points. Gu Changji's lips curled into a wicked smirk. Reaping the rewards already. Huh. It looks like Mingkong's little scheme is working like a charm. With the trap she has carefully laid out, Jiang Yang is going to be ripped to shreds. Perfect. If we keep draining his protagonist luck like this a couple more times, that rat will be forced out of hiding in no time. But trying to take a bite out of me, you really went out of your way. Didn't you? You even set up formations capable of obliterating a great saint. What a shame. That pathetic little display of power isn't even close to being enough to handle me. He chuckled darkly to himself. Just wait until I finish absorbing the Nirvana Green Lotus. When I'm done, this entire heavenly god realm won't be big enough for you to hide. That will be the exact moment our paths finally cross. I am absolutely dying of anticipation. I really wonder what kind of pathetic look will be on your face, Jiang Yang. Hilarious. The scene snapped back to the fleeing Jiang Yang, who had just barely survived and was currently raging. Damn it to hell. Who the hell did this? He roared. I can't believe the ancient supreme being's remnant soul has been wiped clean from existence. The girl standing beside him was absolutely paralyzed with shock. But this is the sacred ancestral shrine. How could it be turned into such a wasteland? Before Jiang Yang could even process his blazing fury, 3 imposing figures exploded through the entrance. Target located. He is right here, one of them bellowed. The girl panicked, grabbing his arm. Holy Lord. We have incoming the Holy Lord of the Immortal. Wheel Holy Land materialized with his top 3 elders, the Forbidden Grounds. They are completely ruined. Jiang Yang, the Holy Lord, roared. Do you have any idea what the hell you have just done? Jiang Yang didn't even bother to look back at them. You absolute morons. You are asking what I did. You should be asking yourselves, how could your security over the Forbidden Zone be this pathetic? Being blatantly disrespected by a mere kid pushed the elders past their breaking point. Their blood was boiling with pure killing intent. You insolent brat. The entire outside world has already branded you as a demonic cultivator. The Supreme Immortal and all major factions are out for your head. They have already put our entire Holy Land under siege. How much longer are you going to keep up this innocent act? Hearing this, Jiang Yang spun around, his eyes blazing with fury, and pointed right at the Holy Lord's face. If I told you that woman framed me, would you even listen? You don't deserve the title of Holy Lord. You are getting played like an absolute fool and you don't even see it. Mark my words. The immortal Wheel Holy Land is going to burn to the ground. And it will be completely your fault. The Holy Lord's face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage. His spiritual energy instantly flared up, ready to strike. The girl next to Jiang Yang stepped in front of him, pleading desperately. Holy Lord, please, just listen to me. The destruction of the Forbidden Grounds wasn't Jiang Yang's doing. By the time we got here, it was already shut your mouth, the Holy Lord snapped, completely cutting her off. I am done listening to your pathetic excuses. Supreme Elder, this Holy Land gave you everything, and yet, you chose to help this demonic freak commit such treason. You disgust me. Neither of you is making it out of here alive today, he declared, his voice dripping with venom. In his mind, the Holy Lord was practically tearing his hair out. With the Supreme Immortal dead, I actually placed my bets on you, but you keep bringing chaos to my doorstep. Snapping back to reality, he ordered his men take down this arrogant punk. He has been using the upper realm's name to pull the wool over our eyes. The Supreme Elder panicked as the tension skyrocketed. No. No. You have got it all wrong, Holy Lord. I beg you. Please calm down, she pleaded. But Jiang Yang's eyes turned freezing cold as he cut her off. Save your breath. There is 0 point in explaining anything to them. I originally planned to elevate your pathetic holy land once I regained my power. But clearly, you don't know your place. One of the elite guards stepped up behind the Holy Lord. My lord, look closely. Both the Supreme Elder and Xianxia have unstable auras. They are covered in fresh wounds. They definitely just clashed with the Supreme Immortal. The Holy Lord nodded grimly. I see it. The Immortal Wheel Holy Land will not perish. Because of his sins, everyone attacked take him alive, but instead of showing fear, Jiang Yang threw his head back and burst into a manic laughter. He slowly dragged a hand across his face. Fine. Excellent. If that is how you want to play it. When he lowered his hand, his eyes were glowing with absolute, murderous intent. Let's see if you trashes actually have what it takes to stop me. Meanwhile, just beyond the walls, Yue Mingkong and a massive army of powerhouses had already locked down the entire Holy Land. A sly smirk played on her lips. It seems the Star Kun Holy Lord is a man of reason. You understand the gravity of our situation. A smart choice. But mere intelligence is not enough. Jiangyang is a master of deception. All of you are legendary titans of the heavenly god realm. And light and darkness cannot share the same sky. If the Star Kun Holy Lord falls in battle, I expect you all to step up and eradicate that demonic heretic. Meanwhile, leagues away, Changge suddenly sneezed. The ancient elders bowed in unison. Rest assured. Exalted immortal, if such a vile, demonic cultivator dares to pollute our heavenly god realm, we will wipe him from existence. We will not back down. Meanwhile, trapped within a spatial prison, the Holy Maiden sensed a terrifying shift in the atmosphere. What in the heavens is this aura? Is that monster? Changge actually breaking through. Panic seized her heart as she leaped to her feet. Impossible. How could this miserable lower realm possess the energy for such a breakthrough? A chilling realization struck her. Did something happen to the human ancestor? No. That cannot be true. I already sent a warning to his reincarnation. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of purple light erupted, swallowing the entire heaven and earth. The system's glowing interface materialized. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully refined the Nirvana Green Lotus. Breakthrough achieved first stage of the sacred realm. Changge had officially transcended. The countdown to Jiangyang's absolute destruction had begun, while Yue Mingkong led the allied forces to lay siege upon Jiangyang. Changge casually admired his new power. Refining the human ancestor's destiny took far more effort than I expected. However, after suffering blow after blow, Jiangyang's karmic luck has completely dried up. He can no longer stop me from using the Destiny Plunder card. A sinister purple glow danced in Changge's eyes. A wicked smile curved his lips. Now, how should I squeeze out the very last drop of your destiny? Ha ha ha! Suddenly, his sharp senses caught approaching auras. He scoffed, utterly unfazed. Are they all coming at once? Then let the blood flow. The scene shifted to Yue Mingkong's elite squad, relentlessly hunting down Jiangyang. The ancient elders reported as they marched. Exalted immortal. The feathered heavenly pool lies just ahead. It is a realm of absolute peril. Yet that madman Jiangyang charged in without a second thought. Another elder stroked his beard in grim acknowledgement. That boy's ruthless methods are truly terrifying. He slaughtered the immortal Lun Holy Lord and all of their elders, without a single shred of mercy. Yue Mingkong's eyes narrowed in dark realization. It seemed she had gravely underestimated the human ancestor's reincarnation. Who could have predicted this? He actually weaponized his past life's reincarnation Dao fruit to annihilate his own sacred ground. Deeper within the ruins, Granny chased frantically after Yao Yao. Child, slow down, the old woman pleaded. This place is a death trap. But the terrified little girl stubbornly pushed forward. She had to find her master. Yao Yao's heart screamed with absolute conviction. Her beloved master could not be dead. Suddenly, their footsteps froze in sheer horror. A dreadfully familiar voice echoed through the mist. Jiang Yang sneered, his eyes dripping with arrogant disdain. Well, well, did my little sister come all this way looking for her master? You had better learn to hold back your tears. Your precious master is already wiped from this world. The grand duo stood paralyzed by his cruel words, deeply confused as to why Jiang Yang was even here. Jiang Yang took a menacing step forward. Word has it, your master was ripped to shreds in this very place. With all these ravenous beasts prowling around, he has likely been digested by now. Why drag this fragile old woman into a forbidden death zone? Just to suffer. As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to stroke Yao Yao's cheek. There is a cannibalistic madwoman lurking outside. Be a good girl. Take your brother's hand, and let us leave this wretched place. Smack. Yao Yao fiercely slapped his hand away. Shut your mouth, she shrieked, tears of raw fury streaming down her face. This is all your fault. If it were not for you, Master would never have come here to face disaster. Her piercing voice shattered his facade. You are not my brother. You are just an ancient monster who stole his body. Give me back my real brother. The human ancestor's confident smirk twitched into an awkward, stiff grin. He scoffed with bitter sarcasm. So, years of our sibling bond mean nothing compared to a few days with that fraud. Look at my hair. It turned completely white from the stress of worrying about you. Before he could finish his pathetic lie, an explosive shockwave of apocalyptic energy erupted from Yao Yao's tiny body. Her divine bloodline had gone completely berserk. Granny tried to reach out, but the sheer force threw her back. Seeing the catastrophic power, the human ancestor panicked. He commanded his female subordinate to hold Yao Yao back. Buy me time, I need to reclaim my origin power. The loyal servant instantly dashed forward to absorb the impact. Seizing the distraction, Jiang Yang stomped the ground, launching himself high into the stormy sky. He roared with supreme arrogance. Once I refine my ultimate power, neither this brat nor that crazy woman will matter. But right at the peak of his manic gloating, boom, a massive blade cleaved through the air, violently smashing him back into the dirt. He scrambled out of the crater, spitting blood and cursing wildly. You brainless, headless puppet, open your damn dog eyes. How dare you strike your own master? But the towering, grotesque puppet remained utterly cold. It responded with a single, blood-chilling word. Kill. The reincarnated human ancestor froze in absolute terror. Impossible, he screamed internally. How can the ancient divine puppet not recognize my soul signature? Why is it rejecting my commands? Suddenly, a horrifying truth crashed over him like a tidal wave. Unfamiliar traps and alien formations littered the area, things he had never placed in his past life. The scene violently snapped back to Yu and Ming Kong's forces. The heavens above boiled with apocalyptic fury, and devastating bolts of heavenly lightning began to rain down. The trailing elders panicked in absolute chaos. Was this suffocating pressure Jiang Yang's doing? They had no idea how to react. Yue Ming kept her cool. She ordered everyone to hold their ground, advising them to wait and see instead of making reckless moves. But deep down, she was terrified. This earth-shattering power couldn't possibly belong to Jiang Yang. What kind of monster in the heavenly god realm possessed an aura that made her very soul violently tremble? Yet, amidst the terror, the suffocating energy felt chillingly familiar. Meanwhile, the battlefield roared. Yao Yao and Zhao Di were locked in a deadly duel. Suddenly, both froze. A colossal arm ripped through the sky above them. It crashed down right where Zhao Di stood, panic-stricken. She summoned her bronze cauldron for defense, but the divine artifact was instantly crushed flat, shattering into a million pieces. Faced with such overwhelming destruction, Zhao Di screamed in pure terror, begging Jiang Yang to save her. Across the battlefield, Jiang Yang was already struggling against a relentless puppet. He glanced at Zhao Di in sheer confusion. That devastating technique. Why did that terrifying aura feel so incredibly familiar? Boom! Zhao Di took the apocalyptic punch head-on, and her mortal shell was utterly obliterated. Her role in this story had officially reached a dead end. It was game over for her. Watching from below, the old crone was paralyzed by absolute fear. Just one punch, one single strike, effortlessly squashed a sacred land elder like a bug. Even a high immortal would be instantly crushed against power like that. But the old woman's fear spiked into sheer panic. Yao Yao had completely lost her mind. The crazed girl was actually charging up to counterattack the titanic fist. Run away! The old crone shrieked with every ounce of breath in her lungs. But the unhinged girl heard absolutely nothing. Blinded by uncontrollable rage, she just kept violently muttering, demanding her master and brother back. Flick. A massive finger nonchalantly flicked the girl, sending her flying for kilometers. Thankfully, the old woman caught her as the giant arm casually vanished back into the clouds. Behind the scenes, Jiang Yang was channeling the immortal seal's energy to resurrect Zhao Di. As she opened her eyes, she gasped. Thank you. I did not expect you to have a spare vessel ready. Jiang Yang scoffed. You are incredibly lucky. Your soul was tough enough. 1 second later, and you would be permanent space dust. But listen closely. The reincarnation seal is totally drained. There are 0 extra lives left after this. With that, he pulled out a glowing supreme seal. He tossed the legendary artifact to Zhao Dai, ordering her to stand guard right there. Let absolutely no one interrupt me, he commanded. Without looking back, he marched straight into the eye of the raging spiritual storm. Understood, Lord Zhongyang. Leave it to me. She bowed, but as the reincarnated human ancestor ventured deeper, an eerie feeling crept up his spine. The bizarre phenomena around him were totally unnatural. This was definitely not the regular energy flow of the heavenly pool. He shook his head to focus. As long as I absorb the creation green lotus, absolutely nothing else matters, he told himself. Suddenly, his boots glued to the floor. Right in front of him stood a hauntingly familiar silhouette, greeting him with a chillingly deep voice. You finally made it. Cold sweat instantly drenched Jiang Yang's back. How are you not dead? Why are you here? 1,000 panicked questions exploded in his brain. But Mr. Gu did not even bother looking back. He just chuckled. Why? Because you were the one who invited me in. Gu slowly turned around. That signature mocking smile and those piercing eyes locked onto his prey. Jiang Yang. Or should I call you by your real title, human ancestor? Jiang Yang's jaw dropped in absolute shock. How do you know my true identity? You are no basic upper realm cultivator. Who exactly are you? Gu let out a villainous sneer. Oh, weren't you the legendary mastermind, the guy who calculates 1,000 steps ahead? You seriously could not figure out who I am? Well, it does not matter anymore. The moment you stepped in here, your death was permanently sealed. Gu's eyes narrowed dangerously. You stole all that epic destiny. Yet you are still this incredibly dense. Looks like I will have to take out the trash myself. Staring at his own failing destiny, Jiang Yang cursed internally. Damn it all. Why does this lifetime have so many fatal glitches? My deck is totally empty. I have 0 trump cards left. Catching his panicked look, Gu smirked arrogantly. Relax. I am a guy who respects martial honor. Since you are the grand reincarnated human ancestor, I will grant you a few final words. Jiang Yang ground his teeth. His brain raced into overdrive. If this guy was giving him a chance, he must be hesitating. He could still spin this. Final words. If you know I am the mighty human ancestor, then you know I am unkillable. I have looped through countless lifetimes. I always come back. If you want to avoid a future nightmare, you had better. Smack. A brutal, echoing slap cut him right off. Another savage backhand right to the face. Future nightmare mighty still bragging. Quit your stuttering and get to the freaking point. Clutching his stinging cheek, Jiang Yang exploded in blinding fury. I am the human ancestor, an immortal legend of the ages, and you dare slap my face. Gu lazily pulled something from his spatial ring. His voice dropped to a freezing whisper. Did you not want to know my real name? An ancient, Dark vase materialized, making Jiang eyes bulge out of his skull. Even those fossilized geezers at the Immortal Palace recognized this bad boy. I bet a genius like you knows exactly what it is. Jiang Yang stared at the cursed artifact in pure horror. The Great Dao treasure bottle. Wait. You are the inheritor of the demonic arts. Gu smiled, looking utterly satisfied. Bingo! Our cosmic roles doomed us to clash from the very start. So do not take this total annihilation personally. The devastating truth finally smashed into Jiang Yang's brain. You were hunting me from day one. You were never just some random high immortal slumming it in the lower realm. Every single trap was orchestrated by you. But how did you figure out my secret identity? Did the successor of the human ancestor hall actually betray me? A system prompt illuminated the space. The so-called child of fortune was having a total mental breakdown. His cosmic luck was draining away like water, tossing his great Dao flask over his shoulder. The main character smirked. Not quite. Call it destiny. All thanks to a rather foolish little lady. Is that seriously all you have to ask? After countless reincarnations, I expected a much stronger mindset from you. In a flash, he materialized right beside his victim's ear. You are such a massive disappointment. His gaze was ice cold, radiating an aura of absolute, crushing dominance. The fallen hero trembled violently. How? How is the demonic art inheritor? This overpowered every past generation, was nothing but stepping stones. Before he could finish his whining, our main character drove a brutal knee straight into his gut. No more holding back. This was a lethal strike, grabbing the so-called savior by his collar. He slammed him into the dirt, then hurled him dozens of meters away like a ragdoll. The ancestor was completely defenseless, crushing the man under his boot. The villain scoffed. Are those pathetic excuses really your dying words? If you are done crying, it is time to send you to the afterlife. Spitting blood, the victim snarled. No wonder no backup arrived. You already captured the Saintess. Did you not? Bingo. With a casual wave of his hand, the dimensional prison was shattered. Looking for her, he mocked. The Saintess tumbled out of the void, clad only in a fragile slip, her eyes wide with absolute bewilderment. Go on. Greet your precious human ancestor. He chuckled darkly. Make it count. Because this first meeting will also be your last. The Saintess gasped in sheer terror. What are you saying? This broken man. He is the reincarnated ancestor, keeping his boot firmly planted on his enemy. He sneered. He is your living god. Are you not going to try and save him? Her mind short-circuited. How could the legendary savior look, this pathetic pinned to the dirt? The fallen hero suddenly roared. Are you the current Saintess? Perfect instantly. Blinding light erupted from his battered body, sensing the massive energy spike. Our villain leaped back. Boom, a devastating explosion pulverized the very earth itself. Using the smoke screen, the cornered hero instantly teleported right behind the defenseless Saintess. His hands clamped around her throat like a vice. I was out of options. He panted. But thanks to your arrogance, you just handed me my escape route. Through the settling dust, our villain simply let out a dark chuckle. Oh, please, do not tell me you plan to use a hostage. But the chokehold only tightened. I am not that stupid, the ancestor snapped. But since she carries the legacy of my hall, she has one final duty to fulfill. It is time she served her true purpose. I will sacrifice her soul to summon the ultimate ancestral power. The sheer betrayal shattered the Saintess's heart. Her idol was going to murder her. He barked his final threat. This blast will cripple you for life. Mark my words. Let us call this a draw. Seeing this pathetic display of false confidence, the villain burst into mocking laughter. Ding! A holographic interface flashed before his eyes. Fortune Plunder card. -1. Before the foolish ancestor could even process his victory, lethal purple energy violently erupted from deep within the Saintess's core. The blast sent him flying like a broken kite. Cold sweat drenched his spine. Pure terror seized his mind. A demonic slave seal. She was rigged with a trap all along. He looked up at those icy, amused eyes. The horrifying truth set in. Every single move he made was part of the villain's script. Watching the despair unfold, our main character smirked in absolute satisfaction. Was the power gap really this laughable? As the fallen hero crashed to the ground, endless shadowy hands clawed their way out of the earth. They wrapped around his limbs, dragging him straight into the endless abyss. The traumatized saintess collapsed into unconsciousness. The only sound left in the desolate wasteland were the fading, agonizing screams of a dying legend. Ding system alert target. Eliminated fortune rules completely zeroed out. Reward acquired Heavenly Dao treasure mirror. Waking up, the saintess fell to her knees, tears streaming down her hollow face. You actually killed him. Swiping through his holographic interface, he did not even look at her. Dead is dead. Did you expect me to wait around and let him kill me? Ignoring her weeping, he focused on his shiny new loot. He already had 2 reincarnation seals, and now, a third one secured. System alert. Congratulations on obtaining the ancient reincarnation seal. Congratulations on claiming the purple crown of fortune. Congratulations on securing the guiding Dao fruit. Jackpot. These were the core talents of the human ancestor. Abilities tied directly to the divine soul. He could completely replicate the man's cultivation and primordial spirit, even without a 100% success rate. This level of mimicry was terrifyingly overpowered. The purple crown could temporarily mask his pitch-black villain aura, making him glow with sacred purple fortune, paired with the Dao fruit. This was the ultimate toolkit for setting up his next victims. While he was scheming his next master plan, the broken saintess interrupted him. Just kill me too. Without the ancestor, my life means nothing. The villain rolled his eyes in sheer disgust. Are you that addicted to being treated like a disposable tool? Do you have zero self-worth? He slowly closed the distance between them, his fingers gently tracing her tear-stained cheek. But do not worry. I can give you a new purpose. Trembling, she looked up into the monster's eyes. Her voice was nothing but a fragile whisper. Help! Me? A devilish grin spread across his face. Think about it. The world does not need that pathetic man. They just need a symbol to worship. And right now, only you and I know he is dead. As for the elders back at your precious hall, relax. With my replication skills, they will never suspect a thing. Her eyes widened in absolute horror. You want me to help you fake his existence? That is ultimate treason against my sect. The human ancestor is supposedly a one-of-a-kind legend. Who could possibly fake his identity? Gu Changge murmured with a chilling calm. The reality, however, is a completely different story. You claimed the human ancestor hall was your sacred home, your absolute faith, yet to them, you were nothing but a disposable backup vessel. Was that blind devotion really worth it? They threw you away like trash. Since they crossed the line first, you owe them zero loyalty now. The Holy Maiden lowered her head, her eyes swimming in absolute despair. This is my unchangeable destiny. I can never betray the sacred hall. You should just end my life right here. Out of nowhere, Gu Changge swept her off her feet, scooping her into his arms. She gasped, her heart skipping a beat in pure shock. His eyes locked onto hers with a freezing, overwhelming intensity. You still do not grasp your reality, do you? Your life belongs to me now. Dying is a luxury you can no longer afford. Wearing a dangerously wicked smirk, Gu Changge carried her straight into a swirling spatial vortex, leaving nothing behind but the Holy Maiden's frantic, desperate screams. You shameless monster! What are you doing to me? The scene shifts. An elder suddenly felt a shift in the air and cried out in pure ecstasy. It is over. Did Jiang Yang finally succeed? But that fleeting joy lasted for barely a single heartbeat. The elder's face drained of all color as Gu Changge's imposing silhouette stepped out from the shadows. Wait! That cannot be him, she stammered. begging the exalted immortal for mercy. But with a single, blurry flash, she was instantly erased from existence. Changge sneered, his voice dripping with pure ice. What a pity. You pledged your loyalty to the wrong civilization, high above the chaos. Another Holy Maiden watched the aftermath in dead silence. Zhang Yang's aura has completely vanished. What in the world just happened down there? And the seed of the Nirvana Green Lotus. A divine treasure of that caliber does not just get lost by accident. So why? It feels entirely intentional. Like it was left here just to taunt me. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly familiar and powerful aura brushed past her senses. This energy... How does he always find these things? Why is he always one step ahead of me? She stared off into the horizon, her heart heavy with disappointment. Why do you refuse to see me? Even once. Meanwhile, across the devastated battlefield, a group of cowardly elders observed the carnage from a safe distance, furiously debating, should we step in and lend them a hand? If we do not intervene, that grandmother and her little girl are going to be slaughtered. Another elder immediately snapped back. If you want to play hero so badly, go do it yourself. That monstrosity is at the Great Saint realm. Walking over there is just a fancy way of committing suicide. After running for their lives, the grandmother and little girl collapsed onto the unforgiving dirt. It is going to be okay. Tian. That thing will not catch us. To think such a terrifying mechanical nightmare was hiding in this domain. If the beast had not been severely weakened, the two of them would already be lifeless corpses, but the monstrous puppet was already upon them. With a brutal swing of its massive blade, it sent the frail grandmother flying like a broken ragdoll. Tian could only weep helplessly, choking on her final words. I am so sorry. Master, I failed you. Not only did I fail to avenge your death, but now I am about to join you in the afterlife. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the heavens. As the smoke cleared, Changge stood tall, cradling Tian protectively in his arms. Little rascal. What is wrong? Refusing to listen again. Did I not explicitly order you to stay put and not run around? Tian blinked through her tears in a total daze. I actually see my master. It seems I really am dead after all. Changge flashed a warm, impossibly gentle smile. You silly girl. Your master possesses world-shattering divine arts. How could I possibly die that easily? Trembling, Tian reached out and brushed her tiny fingers against Changge's cheek. Is this real? Master is actually alive. Changge chuckled. Of course. Heaven always favors a righteous man like your master. The innocent girl pinched his cheek playfully. It is real, I can actually touch you. Master survived. This is a miracle. Amused, Changge gently flicked her forehead. What kind of nonsense is rattling around in that little brain of yours? Overcome with raw emotion, Tian threw her arms around him, hugging her master with everything she had. Master, promise you will never leave Tian behind ever again. Please, you and Grandma are the only family I have left. Changge patted her back soothingly. It is all right now. I have eliminated the old parasite that possessed your brother. Unfortunately, his original body was beyond saving. Do you hate your master for failing to save him? The little girl shook her head fiercely. No. Never. Tian understands. It was not Master's fault at all. Besides, Master is closer to me than my own blood. The grandmother, having dragged herself up, watched the heartwarming reunion with tears of absolute joy. Exalted immortal. Heavens be praised, you made it back in one piece. Changge casually summoned a vial of premium medicine. This divine elixir will mend your injuries. Drink it immediately. Grandma. Right on cue. The monstrous puppet locked onto them again, unleashing a blood-curdling roar. You will all perish, it screeched. Changge's lips curled into a sinister, villainous smirk. So, half of its core is still bound by the human ancestors' runes. Perfect. Before we head back, I will use you to put on the ultimate theatrical performance. The distant crowd of spectators suddenly erupted into sheer panic. What in the world is happening? Why did the aura of that great Saint Realm beast suddenly mutate into something so completely twisted? Another screamed. Demonic energy. That is pure demonic energy. Pitch black malice violently erupted from the monster's body, blotting out the sky. This apocalyptic pressure. It is exactly like the heavenly demons described in the ancient forbidden texts. This is a doomsday-level threat for the heavenly god realm. We must retreat and warn the major factions immediately. Playing the perfect heroic savior. Changge aimed a righteous finger at the beast. His voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield. You demonic scum, today I shall purge you in the name of the heavenly god realm. The terrified cultivators went absolutely wild with hope. It is the exalted immortal. He survived the slaughter. Thank the heavens, another chimed in. But wait. This makes no sense. I literally saw him get sliced in half earlier. Ignoring the murmurs, Changge summoned his ultimate aura and roared. Divine art. Great rainbow of the other shore. A cataclysmic beam of radiant energy blasted the demonic beast into the stratosphere. Right on cue. The translucent system interface flashed brilliantly before his eyes. System notification. The host has successfully obtained the legendary title, Savior of the Heavenly God Realm. Destiny points and fate value have massively increased. As Changge turned around like a triumphant sovereign, Tian sprinted toward him with pure adoration in her eyes. Master, you are truly the divine savior, sent from the heavens above to deliver us from ruin. Changge offered a warm, deceptive smile. I am no divine savior, just an ordinary man walking his path. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough dawdling. Our work here is done. It is time we return to the upper realm. Turning his gaze to his little disciple, you... He chuckled softly. What silly thoughts are running through your head? The upper realm is the sacred cradle of immortals. Yet, this territory is merely a single drop in a vast ocean. One day, your master will show you the true boundless expanse of this universe. Hearing this, little Yu shook her head earnestly. Master, once we return, you will have mountains of sect matters to handle. I would never dare to hog all of your precious time. Changge nodded in approval. What a sensible and obedient child. Very well then. I will have your little martial aunt take you out to play. She has nothing but free time on her hands anyway. The moment their boots touched the grand courtyard, two elite guards immediately dropped to their knees. Young master, we welcome your triumphant return. With a casual flick of his wrist, Changge ordered them to prepare a grand pavilion for Yu. Your will is our command, they chorused in perfect unison. Meanwhile, the little girl stared up in absolute awe at the colossal golden plaque above. It read, The Immortal Gu Family. Once the young master was out of earshot, the two guards began to whisper frantically. Wait a minute. When did the young master even leave the estate? His partner scratched his head in utter bewilderment. I have no clue. His movements are truly like a phantom in the night, exchanging suspicious glances. Their minds wandered. We all thought he went out to bring back some peerless Holy Maiden. Who knew he would return with a literal toddler? Did our ruthless young master just casually kidnap a child? Later, inside a lavishly decorated pavilion, Yu is stuffing her cheeks with celestial delicacies. Having never tasted such divine culinary magic, her eyes sparkled like stars. Big sister, this pastry is incredibly delicious. Hearing that casual address, the servant girl went pale and instantly slammed her knees to the floor. Little ancestor, I beg of you, please do not call this lowly servant a sister. If the elders hear of this, my life is forfeit. You lowered her half-eaten snack, her joyful mood instantly deflating. The suffocating rules of the upper realm felt so heavy. All right. I understand, she mumbled softly. Meanwhile, deep within the central palace, Changge lounged upon his obsidian throne like an absolute sovereign. with a cold, commanding aura. He demanded a full report of the realm's current affairs. A shadow guard bowed low, his voice trembling slightly. Young master, dark omens have been manifesting recently. Ancient, terrifying entities stir in the shadows, plunging the major factions into a state of mass panic. In response to this looming apocalypse, the legendary Orthodox lineages have joined forces. They are establishing the true Immortal Academy, fully initiating the Grand Celestial Ascension Plan. They desperately hope that in this golden era, a true immortal will finally be born among the younger generation. Someone capable of shattering the encroaching darkness before it consumes us all. Furthermore, regarding the royal heir of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, thanks to the rumors framing him as the demonic art inheritor, he is currently terrified, refusing to step even half an inch outside his divine mountain. And finally, a righteous successor from the human ancestor hall has been traveling the realms nonstop. Their goal is to locate the legendary reincarnated human ancestor. At the mention of the human ancestor hall, a sinister smirk curved upon Gu Changji's lips. As for this so-called righteous successor scouring the realms, he already knew exactly who that little mouse was. Every single piece on the chessboard was moving precisely according to his masterful design. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to this grand scheme, another destined successor was currently hiding out in the royal family's territory, living a life of absolute lazy luxury. Fanning her gently, a maid tilted her head in confusion. My lady, shouldn't you be handling the critical matters of the human ancestor hall? Popping a juicy spiritual grape into her mouth, the girl yawned lazily. If saving the world is too hard, why bother? And if the task is too small, it is beneath me. Let us just sit back, relax, and enjoy the good life. Back in the Obsidian Palace, the Shadow Guard remembered another detail. Oh, right, young master. There is one more thing. The direct granddaughter of the Heavenly Emperor came seeking an audience with you recently. She waited outside the gates for days on end. But since you were away, she eventually gave up and left. Gu Cheng raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow in mild amusement. Oh, so it was Yingshuang's precious little sister. The creature known as a little sister is truly a relentless headache. He sighed playfully. It seems these troublemaking junior sisters only ever come looking for me when they want to settle a score. Suddenly, out in the expansive courtyard, the guards stood at absolute attention. Their formidable young lady had finally returned. Lady Shan, are welcome back from your journey. We pray your expedition was a resounding success. The stunning girl with an icy demeanor simply nodded gracefully. It was acceptable. I have finally located my parents. Yet, a flash of sorrow crossed her beautiful eyes. If only they were willing to return to the family with me, she thought bitterly. Interrupting her melancholy, a quick-witted guard immediately bowed to offer his energetic congratulations. Pushing aside her inner turmoil, Xianxia proudly retrieved a glowing spatial ring to reward her loyal retainers. You have all guarded the estate well in my absence. Take these spirit stones as your reward. Your dedication is commendable. The guards were internally screaming with joy. The young lady is actually in a good mood. Normally, she is as fierce as a cornered dragon. Yet today she is raining wealth upon us, catching the flying treasures. The overjoyed guards immediately dropped to their knees, their voices booming across the courtyard. Thank you for your infinite generosity. Lady Xian'er, we pledge our lives to your service. Suddenly, a thought crossed Xian'er's mind. She paused and glanced back. Wait, has that infuriating brother of mine? Has Gu Cheng's returned yet? The guard, still beaming from the tip, blurted out eagerly. Yes. My lady, the young master has indeed returned, and he even brought back an adorable little sister with him. The guard next to him nodded enthusiastically, completely failing to read the room. Oh yes, she looks incredibly sweet and extremely obedient. Xian'er froze, a dark shadow instantly casting over her face. A sweet, obedient. Little sister. Her mind immediately conjured a horrifying image of Changge, gently patting some other cute girl's head. Unacceptable I am. Changge's only sister. His absolute doting attention belongs strictly to me. The jealousy completely consumed her reasoning. Dereliction of duty, xianxia suddenly roared, her aura exploding. You guards are utterly incompetent. Hand back the rewards immediately, you get nothing. The two guards stood petrified like stone statues. They had just stepped right onto a terrifying emotional landmine. Snatching her treasures back, Xianxia stormed off toward the inner courtyard like a raging hurricane. With a devastating kick, she blasted the pavilion doors wide open. I heard my dear brother brought home a new favorite. Let us see just what kind of vixen dares to steal my spot. The terrified servant girls practically jumped out of their skin. Lady Xianxia, why? You have returned, they stammered. Shaking like leaves, Xianxia locked her piercing glare onto the tiny toddler munching on snacks. So, you are the little brat my brother brought home. Unfazed, little Yu wiped her mouth and offered the brightest, most innocent smile imaginable. Greetings, Master's wife. That single title struck Xianxia like a divine lightning bolt. Her cheeks burned bright red as she instantly turned into a rigid statue. What? Did you just call me sometime later? Out in the serene back garden, you came happily skipping toward Changge, twirling in a dazzling new dress. Master, look, isn't it super pretty? She giggled, absolutely radiating pure joy. I love it so much. Changge offered a rare, genuine smile, patting her head. As long as you are happy with it. Little one, bouncing on her heels, Yu pointed back toward the pavilion. My new little martial aunt gave me all of these pretty things. She is actually super nice. Standing nearby, Xianxia tilted her chin with absolute sass. Yao is way too precious. She scoffed. Hanging out with you is such a waste. You won't even buy her a decent dress, right? Old man Chang's brow twitched at the blatant disrespect. I'd prefer you drop that nickname, he warned. But Xianxia just smirked. Like I care what you prefer. Without another word, she grabbed the little girl's hand. Come on. Yao. Your awesome auntie is taking you out to play. Startled, Yao glanced back at her revered master. Changge offered a reassuring smile. It is fine. Go have some fun with her. Seeing you two get along puts my mind at ease. But internally, his gears were turning. With Xianxia's sharp instincts, she would definitely sense Yao's hidden potential. Now, he just had to wait for her to lead them right to the legendary peach tree backing her. Meanwhile, the imposter playing the role of the saintess made her move. Fellow cultivators, I shall take my leave here, she announced smoothly. I must pay a visit to young Master Changge. The crowd respectfully bowed in unison. Then we won't dare interrupt Her Highness. Farewell. Turning to her attendant, she ordered. I have private matters to discuss with the young master. Wait for me here. The elderly servant obediently nodded. Nearby, the two familiar guards watched the exchange, whispering about how wildly popular the Gu family estate had become lately. Slipping inside the grand hall, the imposter immediately dropped to her knees. Young master, I have returned. Chang gave a slow, approving nod. Welcome back. You played your part perfectly. No one has doubted my identity for a second, she reported. But since I am not the true successor of the mortal palace, my hands are tied on certain matters. As she spoke, the illusion faded, revealing her true form. Changge waved off her concerns. Do not stress over it. This requires absolute caution. And honestly, I was worried for your safety. Her eyes lit up with absolute devotion. Serving you is my greatest honor. Young master, you have worked hard. Changge continued smoothly. Deep within a heavily sealed spatial prison, the true saintess remained in captivity. Changge tossed a heavy token her way. Here, take this back. The saintess shot him a glare of pure ice. Keep your dirty hands on it. I do not want it. A wicked smirk danced on his lips. Oh. Choo-choo. As the proud heir of the human ancestor Hall. How could you reject your own sacred token? If those fossilized elders back home found out, wouldn't they cough up blood in sheer anger? She snapped her veil back on, her aura trembling with fury. Shut your mouth, drop the nickname. We are absolutely not on a first-name basis. Changge gasped in mock offense. What? Would you prefer I call you my precious little baby Choo-choo instead? That feels a bit too intimate. Does it not? The saintess was utterly paralyzed by his sheer, unmatched audacity. Jokes aside, I came here to deliver some good news. As of right now, you are completely free to go. Choo-choo's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Wait. What did you just say? He casually leaned back, completely unfazed. Is this not exactly what you have been begging for? Go play hero for your ancestor hall. It is none of my business anymore. But if you are thinking of exposing my true identity, you better weigh the consequences very carefully. Her voice trembled with barely contained rage. Changge, do not you dare think opening this cage erases your sins. You cannot just wipe the slate clean. You shattered everything I stood for. You absolute, irredeemable monster. The villain's expression instantly dropped into a dead, chilling stare. Did you not bring this entirely upon yourself? If you had just played along from the very beginning, none of this ugly business would have ever happened. Get it through your head. I am a demon. Sparing your miserable life is already my greatest act of mercy. She stormed out of the prison, fuming. An elder servant quickly rushed to her side. Saintess, what happened? Still gritting her teeth, Choo-choo spat out her reply. I am fine. Prepare the array. We are returning to the hall immediately. A nearby guard watched the drama unfold. He mentally chuckled, guessing the young master had finally dumped her. Meanwhile, halfway across the realms, at the majestic Heavenly Emperor Palace, a panicked girl slammed the grand doors open. Damn it. Brother, rumor has it the saintess just visited the Gu family estate again. The golden-haired prince sat in perfect stillness. He placed a black stone on his go board, his voice echoing with absolute indifference. Oh, and why should I care? She has her own two legs. Does she not? Am I supposed to dictate her every footstep? But deep in his mind, absolute panic was brewing. What the hell is this insane cast of characters plotting now? The girl planted her hands on her hips, utterly frustrated. She could not fathom why both saintesses were so undeniably close with Changge. And worse, they were fiercely pushing the narrative that her own brother was the demonic art inheritor. I swear on my life, there is a massive setup happening behind the scenes, she declared. The golden-haired youth simply maintained his flawless poker face. The real mystery here is that I have never even crossed paths with those three. So where exactly are these deadly rumors spawning from? Forget it. Let the dogs bark. Unconvinced, the girl in the orange dress pressed further, demanding to know his next master plan. The true Immortal Academy is about to open its gates. The time has come for us to descend. But internally, the imposter prince was sweating bullets. The true Immortal Academy. Are you kidding me? With the absolute yin heaven breaking loose, going there means fighting literal monsters from the void. I would rather hide under a rock than risk my neck. But if I back out now, she will definitely smell a rat. Swallowing his fear, the prince shot up from his seat, projecting an aura of absolute dominance. You are absolutely right, sister. It is time I crush these pathetic rumors once and for all. I will clear my divine name, and I will remind the entire upper realm of the true, terrifying might of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The girl in orange stared at her brother, her eyes literally sparkling with pure idolization. Brother, your aura is incredible. The legendary prince who dominated the battlefields has finally returned. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a tranquil, emerald bamboo forest. Will you be attending as well? The little girl tugged at her martial aunt's sleeve, her voice full of innocence. Is Master seriously this busy every single day? The elegant woman casually played string figures with little Yao Yao. She offered a soft, knowing sigh. Him. You would be lucky to even catch his shadow on a normal day. He claims he is busy cultivating. But honestly, I bet he is just plotting his next victim. Yao Yao smiled brightly and shook her head. No way, Master is genuinely a good person. He saved me and my grandma. He even rescued the entire heavenly city. Master is totally a tsundere with a heart of gold. From a distance, Changge called out. How is my dear Yao Yao? Getting used to the place? Is any childish brat bullying you? The little girl happily skipped over to him. I love it here. Little martial aunt is super nice to me. Watching their sickeningly sweet dynamic, Xianxia scoffed inwardly. What a petty yerk. Yao Yao then innocently asked, Master, what brings you here? Changge crouched down to her eye level. Is it a crime to miss my adorable disciple? Completely ignored. Xianxia stomped over with her hands on her hips. Hey, am I invisible? Why are you acting like I am not even here? Changge activated his Oscar-worthy acting skills. Oh, you are here? I honestly thought some country bumpkin maid was playing with Yao Yao. Country bumpkin Changge? You are dead meat. Yao Yao panicked and tried to stop her. Little martial aunt, please chill. Changge effortlessly dodged her furious strikes. Seems like your skin is itching for a beating again. Huh. We will see who beats who. Stop underestimating me. Changge's eyes grew cold. Have your healed scars made you forget the pain? Yao Yao. Watch closely. This is what happens to disobedient brats. Bam Xianxia did a spectacular faceplant straight into the dirt. Groaning in pain, Changge generously offered some commentary. And that ultimate technique is called the dirt-eating dive. She bounced right back up after eating dirt. Changge gave a sarcastic slow clap. Wow. Impressive recovery. You used to just lay there in the mud. Guess you threw away your pride. Furious. Her aura exploded. She unleashed a massive 90. Glowing golden magic formation. She was dead set on crushing him today. She wanted to see Changge begging on his knees. Behold the dragon imprisoning formation my masters taught me. Changge just smirked, treating her ultimate move like a cheap party trick. Inwardly, though, he calculated the threat. Those old monsters from Peach Village are definitely no joke. With these overpowered techniques, she could easily solo a standard protagonist. Added with her fourth master's buffing art. Let us see you act cocky now. A terrifying golden dragon manifested from the glowing array. This is the Heavenly Dao Dragon imprisoning formation. Scared yet? Innocent little Yao Yao was totally starstruck by the flashy special effects. Little martial aunt is so overpowered, see that. Changge, I am totally self-sufficient. Now I do not need your help anymore. Yawn. Changge casually flicked a divine artifact. Boom, the legendary formation shattered instantly, flattening her like a squashed toad. He covered his mouth for a dramatic, fake yawn. Then, he turned to his wide-eyed disciple. See that? Yao Yao. That is the tragic fate of a rebellious brat. Sweating bullets. The little girl furiously nodded. Yep, Yao Yao will be super good. Changge coughed lightly, shifting to his serious mentor voice. For the past 2 days, I have scoured countless ancient scriptures. I even consulted the Supreme Clan Elders. Yet, your inability to cultivate remains a total mystery. But do not stress about it, Master. We'll definitely figure it out. Hearing this, Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with pure joy. Master has been working himself to the bone just for me. Thank you so much. Master. Changge gently patted her head. It is nothing. Just trust your master. We will break this curse. Thinking of a bright future. Yao Yao grinned from ear to ear. Once I unlock my powers, I am going to be your ultimate backup. Master Xianxia rubbed her bruised head, confused by the shift in vibe. What is going on with Yao Yao? The little girl excitedly spilled the tea. Little martial and I cannot cultivate. So Master has been desperately searching for a cure for me. Changge stood up, radiating absolute main character energy. It is simply my duty as your master. He waved them off. You two go play. I need to get back to my research. Xian'er suddenly spoke up. Yao Yao's aura feels weirdly familiar to me. Hey. Changge, take us back to Peach Village. My supreme masters back home are ridiculously overpowered. They know literally everything. I bet they can fix her cultivation block. Changge raised an eyebrow. Peach Village. That forsaken wasteland the immortals despise. The one with your creepy masters and that weird demonic peach tree. Yep, that is exactly where I hid and trained to become this strong. Xian'er smirked to herself. I knew he researched my hometown, but of course he did. The guy has spies literally everywhere. Knowing all these details, this massive tsundere definitely investigated my past because he secretly cares about me. He totally still loves his cute little cousin. Changge sighed, completely destroying her delusions. Stop daydreaming. I just ran a background check to make sure your masters would not try to assassinate me. Yao Yao. Promise me you will never become a massive tsundere like him. Changge just rolled his eyes. Seriously, you tell the absolute truth in this world, and nobody believes you. Scene shift. The Holy Maiden of the immortal Wang family lounged in the sun, hearing her servant's latest gossip. Her eyes narrowed. Wait. Hold up. Are you telling me Jiang Chuchu actually went to meet Changge? That is so out of character for her. Something smells incredibly fishy here. Meanwhile, at the ancient Ye clan, a duo gazed into the horizon. The top-tier factions are teaming up to build the true Immortal Academy. With Brother Gu's insane talent, he is a guaranteed shoo-in. When the time comes, I will definitely ask for his guidance. Elsewhere, a long-haired cultivator named Liu Li spoke in a hushed, paranoid whisper. Could the mastermind truly be the prince from the Heavenly Emperor realm? Her male companion instantly shook his head. Impossible. That guy has not stepped a single foot off his mountain in years. Besides, the massacre happened realms away from his territory. Liu Li scoffed, refusing to drop her theory. She was convinced it was just a brilliant smokescreen to divert their attention. You cannot rule it out in this cutthroat world. We need to tread lightly. Still, without seeing it with my own two eyes, it is hard to swallow such a massive accusation. The man hesitated, a cold sweat breaking out on his neck. He recalled the horrific sight of life essence being violently extracted from ancient corpses. That twisted, soul-devouring technique. It was unmistakably the forbidden demonic art. Their minds flashed back to that nightmarish encounter in the dark woods. They had been talking when a figure cloaked in absolute black materialized from the shadows. A suffocating, toxic purple aura radiated from his every pore. The monster had locked its dead eyes on them and demanded their identities. Luli exhaled a trembling breath, cursing her own weakness. They had been forced to run like cowards before catching a glimpse of the killer's face. If only Senior Brother Gu had been there with us, things would have ended differently. Her partner offered a grim nod of agreement. The upper realm is plunging into absolute chaos. Every monster and demon is crawling out of the woodwork. We desperately need someone with Brother Gu's peerless strength to take the reins. Luli raised a strict warning finger. Until we have solid proof, not a word of this leaves this room. The demonic art inheritor is a living nightmare we cannot afford to provoke. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to his own massive fan club, the ultimate mastermind, Changge, stood at the helm of a giant flying ship, slicing through the boundless sea of clouds. He set his sights on the legendary Peach Village. The mystical Peach Village appeared, breathtaking as a heavenly realm. A group of legendary elders sat around, sipping tea and chatting. They wondered out loud. Has Old Fifth still not returned from raising hell at the Sea King Palace for Xian'er? The white-haired elder sighed, shaking his head. No. Not a single shadow of him yet. He grumbled about their precious little Xian'er being gone for so long, without even sending a single word back home. The elder in the wheelchair smirked, teasing him. Oh, is the great master actually worried? Flustered. The white-haired elder stroked his beard and immediately denied it. Worried. What is there to be worried about? She carries the ultimate inheritance of us legendary masters. How could any ordinary mortal in the outside world possibly harm a single hair on her head? The elder in the wheelchair burst into hearty laughter. Keep acting tough and denying it. I bet my life that when Xianxia finally returns, you will be the absolute first one to burst into tears. The elder smoking a pipe chuckled in agreement. He is absolutely right. You have always spoiled that girl the most, ganged up on by his peers. The white-haired elder awkwardly defended his pride. Back in my glory days, even when I was standing at death's door with fatal wounds, I never shed a single tear. Me. Crying impossible, the tears simply refused to fall. Suddenly, a sweet voice calling out for her masters echoed through the air. The elder in the wheelchair paused, looking completely bewildered. Wait a minute. Did I just hear our little Xianxia's voice? The pipe-smoking elder froze, carefully listening to the wind. You are not crazy. I think I just heard her crystal-clear voice too. The white-haired elder scoffed, convinced his old friends were just trying to prank him. Give it a rest. You too. You are both clearly suffering from old age hallucinations. But right at that magical moment, Changge and Xianxia stepped into the clearing. Xianxia cheerfully called out to them. First master. Second master. Third master. Fourth master, I am back. All four legendary elders were struck entirely speechless. Has our precious little girl actually returned home? Xianxia happily waved at them. And instantly, all four unstoppable masters burst into joyful tears, completely forgetting their tough guy act from just a minute ago. The white-haired first master rushed forward before anyone else. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face as he sobbed. Oh, my sweet Xianxia, boohoo, hurry up and let your first master get a good look at you. Did you lose weight out there in the cruel world? Did some wicked martial artist try to poison you? The other supreme masters actually had to line up, pushing and shoving each other just to get a closer look at their beloved disciple. The fourth master gazed at Xianxia, clicking his tongue in absolute admiration. My goodness, our little troublemaker has grown up to be even more breathtakingly beautiful. Standing quietly on the sidelines, Changge could not help but sweat drop. She barely left this village that long ago. Why do I not see these miraculous changes they are talking about? Meanwhile, little Yao Yao timidly tugged at his sleeve, pointing her tiny finger. Master, look at that giant tree. Cheng gently patted her head, his voice completely soothing. Do not be afraid, little one. Your master is right here with you. Suddenly, the first master's sharp eyes locked onto him. Xianxia, why on earth did you bring a man back to our sacred village? The fourth master immediately frowned, his protective instincts flaring up. Xianxia, you foolish girl. Have you already forgotten the golden rules your masters taught you? Outrageously handsome men like him absolutely love to deceive pure and innocent girls like you. The second master immediately chimed in from the side, backing up the lecture. Exactly. You are old enough to know better. Child, seeing the legendary elders targeting him, Changge gracefully stepped forward. He offered a flawless, respectful bow before speaking up. This humble junior pays his deepest respects to the supreme seniors. I am actually Xianxia's older brother. Please, I beg you not to misunderstand the situation. The moment Changge finished his elegant introduction, the adorable Yao Yao stepped out from behind him. She offered a perfectly obedient bow. Little Yao Yao pays her respects to the legendary seniors. Xianxia's face turned completely red as she frantically waved her hands. Masters, stop making wild guesses. His name is Changge. Hearing this, the tension faded, and the masters chuckled warmly. Oh, so he is just your older brother, Changge. Huh, that is actually a rather domineering and impressive name for a youngster. The fourth master nodded in genuine approval, entirely impressed by his demeanor. Look at him. Everyone. The young man knows how to offer a proper greeting. He certainly understands the ancient etiquette of our world. But a split second later, all four Supreme Masters froze as a terrifying realization struck them like lightning. Their expressions twisted into pure shock. And instantly, an overwhelmingly devastating aura erupted from their bodies, shaking the very heavens. Changge, are you that absolutely despicable bastard who mercilessly ripped out our Xian'er's Dao Bone all those years ago? Blazing fury ignited in their eyes as the masters roared in unison. How incredibly bold. To think you would have the sheer arrogance to march right up to our front door. Do you think the immortal Gu family can protect you here? If so, you have made a catastrophic miscalculation. Seeing her masters radiating heaven-shaking killing intent, Xian'er panicked and threw herself in front of them. Masters, please stop. You have it all completely misunderstood. Just listen to me first. The first master gently pushed her protective arms aside, his voice cold as ice. Xian'er, my sweet child, you do not need to be afraid of him anymore. I swear to the heavens, this bastard is not leaving our village alive today. Step back and let your masters teach this monster a bloody lesson. We will exact ultimate vengeance on your behalf. Witnessing this terrifying escalation, Changge stood perfectly still, feeling utterly helpless against these fiercely protective elders. They completely refused to distinguish right from wrong. Without even waiting for an explanation, they were already preparing to unleash their ultimate moves. His eyes turned icy cold as his domineering aura flared up. If you seniors harbor such overwhelming hostility towards me, then let us stop wasting breath with useless words. That single, insanely arrogant sentence was the absolute perfect spark to ignite the powder keg. The four masters erupted in absolute fury. What an arrogant little brat. Where does a newly advanced Sacred Realm Junior get such ridiculous audacity? Xian'er immediately dashed forward, throwing herself in front of her masters. Please do not be rash. The incident from back then isn't what you think. While desperately holding them back, she shot a glaring look. Changge, would it literally kill you to keep your mouth shut? Have you forgotten our actual purpose here? Then she turned back, pleading frantically. First Master, Second Master, please just listen to me for a second. After a long, exhausting explanation from Xian'er, the four masters finally grasped the truth. First Master's tone softened significantly. So that is the reality of it. To think so much had happened behind the scenes. Xian'er, are you absolutely certain this brat isn't deceiving you? Xian'er sighed in exasperation. Third Master, do I honestly look that gullible to you? The masters pondered her words and reluctantly agreed. If he truly harbored malicious intentions, he never would have dared to enter their territory completely alone. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed through the air. Just what exactly are you staring at? The four masters completely froze in shock. They never expected the legendary Lady Tao Yao to initiate a conversation with this arrogant brat. Facing the supreme pressure, Changge remained entirely unfazed. It is nothing much. I merely noticed that Senior's aura feels strikingly similar to my precious disciple. Yao Yao. Tao Yao's voice flowed like ancient wind. She and I indeed share a profound origin. I can clearly sense her very thoughts. Little Yao Yao, standing nearby, nodded her head in timid confirmation. Master, I can feel it too. It is like she is my big sister. Back on the sidelines, Xian'er and her masters were completely dumbfounded. Did this little girl actually share a bloodline with the Supreme Lady Tao Yao? What a terrifying coincidence. First, Master murmured in disbelief, wondering just what kind of heaven-defying background this little girl actually possessed. At that moment, Tao Yao softly beckoned. Come closer to me, child. Yao Yao hesitated, a hint of fear in her eyes, and looked up at her master for permission. Changge immediately stepped forward. His tone was fiercely protective, laced with a chilling, unmistakable warning. Yao Yao is my most cherished disciple. I hope Senior harbors no ill intentions toward her. Otherwise, Do not blame this junior for disregarding your face. The collective jaws of Xian'er and her masters practically hit the floor. They were absolutely terrified by his suicidal arrogance. Has this lunatic completely lost his mind? Yet, hearing this, Tao Yao simply chuckled. Oh, to think you would actually dare to threaten me for her sake. How truly fascinating. But what exactly is your relationship with her? Based on the spiritual resonance between us, her trust in you is completely natural. Therefore, you may set your mind at ease. Hearing her guarantee, Gu Changge gently patted Yao Yao. Go on ahead. Instantly, a radiant pink aura swept across the area, warping reality and completely isolating the surrounding space. Xian'er gasped in awe. I cannot believe Big Sister Tao Yao actually created a barrier to separate us. Why would she do such a thing, when it is only their very first meeting? First Master quickly stepped in to calm the situation. Could there be something dangerously unusual about that brat? Regardless, with Lady Tao Yao present, nothing major could possibly go wrong. Meanwhile, inside the mystical barrier, Tao Yao materialized her true form as a peerless, breathtaking beauty. Standing beside little Yao Yao, they painted an absolutely divine picture. A sharp, calculating glint flashed across Gu Changge's eyes. A demonic heart. You say, so that is her game. Stepping forward, Gu Changge confronted her directly. Senior is deliberately probing my secrets. I see. Tao Yao let out a soft, amused snort. What are you upset because I saw right through you? Gu Changge respectfully cupped his hands. His face the very picture of absolute reverence. I would never dare. Senior's divine abilities are truly boundless. This junior is entirely filled with awe, but deep within his mind, a dark, mocking laugh echoed. Hook, line, and sinker. You foolish old woman. The only things you can see are exactly what I allow you to see. Tao Yao narrowed her piercing eyes. Has anyone ever told you that your smile looks incredibly, painfully fake? Completely brushing off the insult, Gu Changge cut straight to the chase. What exactly is Senior doing to Yao? Yao Tao Yao answered calmly. I am simply helping her erase several hidden injuries to her great Tao. After all, to me, she is as precious as my own little sister. I will return her to you perfectly safe and sound. But heed my warning, if you ever dare to harm a single hair on her head, I will absolutely destroy you. Gu Changge bowed deeply once more. Senior must be joking. Committing such vile acts as bullying the weak and innocent, this junior could simply never do such a thing. Hearing his blatantly shameless lie, Tao Yao was left utterly speechless. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Are you actually daring to make a fool out of me? Gu Changge threw up his hands in a flawless display of innocence. Why would Senior accuse me of such a thing? This lowly junior absolutely harbors no such intentions. Seeing his outrageously thick skin, Tao Yao actually burst into ringing laughter. Ha ha ha, how truly amusing. It has been countless ages since I met someone quite like you. It seems the days to come will no longer be so dreadfully boring. Calming down, Tao Yao's tone turned serious. Xian'er can be considered half a disciple of mine. Since the deadly grudge between you two has been resolved, let the past remain buried in the past. As for the troublesome matter of your demonic heart, my current power falls somewhat short. Take this peach blossom petal, find a certain old hermit who owes me a heavy life debt, and present this to him. If that old fossil hasn't kicked the bucket yet, he might just be able to cure you. Gu Changge scooped little Yao Yao into his arms, smoothly accepting the mystical petal. I offer my deepest gratitude. Senior, inwardly, however, a villainous smirk spread across his soul. The supreme fortune was finally secured. The harvest from this little trip was proving to be ridiculously abundant. Tao Yao waved her hand gracefully. Very well. Consider this my personal reward for taking such excellent care of Yao Yao all this time. Back on the outside, the four masters were gossiping amongst themselves. All right. Show is over. It seems Lady Tao Yao has actually given her supreme seal of approval to that arrogant little brat. He is actually quite impressive. Honestly, reaching the sacred realm at such a terrifyingly young age. Meanwhile, Xian'er immediately marched up to Gu Changge. Her eyes burned with intense curiosity. Gu Changge, what exactly did Big Sister Tao Yao say to you? Gu Changge instantly slapped on his signature expression of completely clueless innocence. Say what? Did she say something? Xian'er was about 10 seconds away from strangling this shameless bastard. Leaning in, Gu Changge added with a wicked smirk. Oh, wait, she did mention that being your older brother is an incredibly tragic burden. She specifically ordered you to be a good, obedient little sister from now on. Absolutely ridiculous. Gu Chang's skin was thick enough to deflect legendary artifacts. His shamelessness simply knew no bounds. After Gu Changge successfully swindled this supreme destiny straight from Tao Yao's hands, Gu Jian'er was practically bursting at the seams to uncover the full truth of their conversation. Unfortunately for her, instead of giving a straight answer, Gu Cheng viciously teased her until she was entirely red in the face. Fine. Do not tell me, I will just go ask her myself. And with that, she stomped away. Just a few moments later, Gu Cheng prepared to depart. Clasping his hands in a respectful salute, he spoke. Thank you, esteemed elders. Your care and guidance for Xian'er means more than words can say. As her older brother, I carry a heavy burden of guilt. Please, if you would not despise them, accept these supreme immortal herbs and divine pills as a token of my profound gratitude. The eccentric masters were completely taken aback. Yet, they happily accepted the priceless treasures. Oh my! Little friend Changge is too generous. We never expected you to possess such an unimaginable foundation of wealth. Gu Changge simply chuckled. Haha. It was all just a massive misunderstanding. There is no need for such tension between us. Meanwhile, Xian'er stood frozen, listening to the peach spirit reveal the devastating truth. It turned out, Changge was born with the heavenly demonic heart, a cursed destiny bound to him since his very first breath. He had to constantly suppress that sinister darkness just to maintain his sanity. Ripping out her great Dao bone all those years ago was merely the terrifying instinct of his demonic nature taking control. The revelation struck Xian'er like a bolt of lightning. The pieces of destiny finally aligned. So, the great Dao bone is the absolute key to suppressing his demonic energy. If I return my Dao bone to him right now and let him absorb it, would it save his life? The peach spirit could only release a heavy sigh. The effect would be hopelessly weak. That demonic darkness has already corroded his very soul. At that exact moment, the nosy masters were eagerly trying to play matchmaker. We have so many lovely single girls in our village. How about we set you up on a blind date? Young man. Gu Changge offered a polite, diplomatic smile. Haha. This junior already has a marriage arrangement. My fiancé is fiercely protective, so I dare not entertain other thoughts. After a moment of agonizing inner turmoil, Xian'er made a world-shaking choice. I want to save him, no matter the brutal agony. I have to try, determination burning in her eyes. She stormed over and shouted, Gu Changji, you are supposed to be a peerless genius. How could you make such a catastrophic mistake? Gu Changge stared at her in sheer bewilderment. What nonsense are you spewing now? Are your bones itching for another beating? Did I not discipline you enough the other day? But Xian'er remained deadly serious. Extracting my Dao bone is the only way to suppress your demonic heart. The tragedy of our past will never repeat itself. This is my absolute choice. I will bear the consequences without a single regret. Those shocking words hit the eccentric elders like a devastating martial art technique. Their ancient faces twisted into expressions of pure, unadulterated horror. Before anyone could even process the madness, Xian'er ruthlessly gripped her weapon and plunged it straight toward her own chest. But fate refused to let her fall. Gu Chang flickered into existence instantly, grasping the deadly blade with his bare hands like a hero from a romantic legend. He roared. What in the heavens are you doing? If you shatter your cultivation foundation, then what? You absolute fool, try this stunt again. And I will lock you in the woodshed for eternity. Refusing to back down, Xianxia screamed right back. You are the ignorant one. Whether I have that immortal bone or not, it does not matter to me. But before the sentence could leave her lips, Ye Chen hurled the bloodied blade to the ground. In one swift motion, he pulled her tightly into a warm, desperate embrace. You silly girl. I am your older brother. The day has not yet come where I need to harvest my little sister's bones to survive. The unexpected tenderness left Xianxia stammering. But what about your demonic heart? Ye Chen softened his voice into a gentle whisper. It is merely a trivial demon. I will conquer it my own way. Do you not know who your brother is? Despite his words, tears streamed endlessly down her stubborn face. Internally, Ye Chen smirked with cold calculation. Hook, line, and sinker. She completely fell for my trap. Yet his outward mask remained flawlessly affectionate. Senior Peach Spirit and I have already formulated a perfect plan. So stop causing unnecessary trouble for me. You crybaby. Witnessing this heartbreakingly beautiful display of sibling devotion, the eccentric masters sobbed uncontrollably. Wah! To think, little friend, Changge hid such a profoundly kind and gentle soul beneath that cold exterior. We misunderstood him so terribly. This is the absolute peak of familial love. But the deeply emotional atmosphere could not last forever. Ye Chen ruthlessly shattered the magical moment. All right. Enough is enough. You are getting snot all over my pristine robes. The romantic tension vanished in an instant. Xianxia froze, her face exploding into a furious shade of crimson. You absolute jerk, I am done caring about your miserable life. And just like that, they returned to their chaotic dynamic. Ye Chen offered one final bow to the crowd. This junior has pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. As for Tiantian, her wounds have yet to fully heal. I humbly ask that she remains here with Xianxia. Please look after them both. Esteemed elders, the masters waved frantically, tears still in their eyes. Safe travels. Changge, make sure to visit us again. Your uncles absolutely adore you. The moment his imposing silhouette faded into the distance, the nosy geezers immediately turned to tease Xianxia. Haha, look at our little Xianxia, he barely just left. And you are already suffering from heartache, flustered. She denied it with blazing cheeks. I am not, I was literally praying for him to get lost. But the relentless old men refused to let her go. Oh really, are you absolutely sure you do not harbor some forbidden feelings for that boy? Xianxia stomped her foot in total exasperation. Absolutely not. Are you crazy? You are supposed to be respected masters. We are literally siblings. Can you old fools act normal for 1 second? The scene shifted back to Ye Chen's magnificent flying warship. He had officially left the peaceful village far behind. A loyal shadow guard materialized instantly, dropping to one knee to report the latest intelligence gathering. Bowing with ultimate reverence, the subordinate spoke. Master, the entrance trial for the True Immortal Academy has been declared. Candidates must slaughter the terrifying creatures of Absolute Yin. The Absolute Yin battlefield has just erupted in the Southern Heaven realm. Endless monsters are swarming out, drawing countless powerful cultivators to the slaughter. Hearing this, a wicked smile crept across Changge's face. Brother Ye already forwarded this exact intel to me. With the Absolute Yin Heaven manifesting in this realm, every monstrous prodigy and peerless genius will be desperately tearing each other apart for that immortal destiny. As for that arrogant little horse breeder from Emperor Mountain, you better provide me with some high-quality entertainment. With a booming laugh, he ordered the march to begin. Meanwhile, across the Southern Heaven realm, a fiery debate raged among the brightest young talents. This Absolute Yin battlefield is our golden ticket, someone shouted. But rumor has it, ancient freaks and elite families are joining too. If we clash with those monsters, we will not stand a chance at the loot. Another cultivator chimed in. A little conflict is nothing to fear. The real nightmare is missing the main event. Our only goal is hunting the absolute yin creatures to secure a spot in the Grand Academy. If we see those elite freaks, we just run the other way. Seeing the tension, a noble stepped up. Once we cross into the battlefield, we must stick together. Our survival depends on absolute unity. Qiling's eyes grew thoughtful. If only young Master Gu Changge were here. Even those arrogant ancient families would tremble before his presence. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. His name alone brought them a sense of total security. Brother Ye smiled and waved his hand. Relax. Everyone, a legendary event like this, there is no way Brother Gu misses out. I already sent him the word. If my timing is right, his arrival is imminent. The entire hall erupted in cheers, with Dao brother Changge leading them. What was there to fear? But just as hope soared, an icy voice sliced through their joy. A voice dripping with absolute venom and pure contempt. The doors blew open. The heavenly princess Yingyu had arrived. Flanked by ancient monsters, the Black Qilin of Heavenly Emperor Mountain stepped forward, unleashing a suffocating, terrifying aura. Before anyone could react, the Black Qilin unleashed a massive wave of pure hostility. Pathetic, he sneered. We stay hidden in the mountains for a short while, and suddenly every piece of trash calls themselves a heaven-defying genius. You weaklings better learn your place. Rage blazed in the eyes of Brother Yi's group, but they were paralyzed, completely crushed by the sheer difference in power. The Black Qilin smirked, locking eyes with his target. Oh, if it isn't Ye Chen, the legendary lackey who follows Gu Changge like a lost puppy. You call yourselves true immortals. What a joke. When the tiger is away, the pathetic monkeys declare themselves kings. Princess Yingyu raised a delicate hand, her posture screaming absolute royalty. Gu. Mind your manners, she commanded coldly. But make no mistake, we are not leaving until we meet him face to face. Just as Ye Chen opened his mouth to defend his master's honor, her killing intent locked onto him. Got a problem with that? Ye family dog, you should feel honored that Heavenly Emperor Mountain even acknowledges your existence, whether it is the Wang family or the Ye family. You are nothing but dust beneath our feet. I will sit right here until that coward reveals himself. The air grew thick with explosive tension. But then, a chillingly calm voice echoed from the void. There is no need to wait. Gu Changge materialized from the shadows. A godlike aura erupted from his very being, forcing the seas of cultivators to part instantly. Time itself seemed to freeze under his overwhelming presence. He stood there, a flawless smile masking his terrifying power. I am right here. Tell me, Heavenly Princess, what grand wisdom do you wish to bestow upon me? Instantly, cold sweat drenched the arrogant Black Qilin's back. Yingyu swallowed her fear and stepped up, her voice shaking slightly. You are the young master of the immortal family. So why did you falsely accuse my brother of inheriting the forbidden demonic arts? Gu Changge's expression did not change a single bit. Lady Yingyu, I am afraid your memory is playing tricks on you. I never once declared your brother as the demonic inheritor. I merely followed Saintess Wang Zijin's flawless logical deduction. Are you seriously trying to frame me with such a dirty lie? Yingyu stuttered, completely losing her momentum. Gu Changge, stop twisting the truth. You are always sneaking around with that saintess. You and the human ancestor hall are plotting to destroy my heavenly emperor mountain. What sick game are you playing? A subtle, dangerous smirk played on Gu Changge's lips. Now that you mention it, I am quite curious myself. The existence of a demonic inheritor is a deadly serious matter. Instead of proving your brother's innocence, you come here barking at me. What exactly are you trying to hide? Why not take your complaints directly to the human ancestor hall? The crowd was utterly furious. How dare they bully the righteous young Master Gu? An uproar exploded across the hall, as everyone instantly accused the heavenly mountain of shielding a demonic criminal. Even the younger brother of the saintess stepped into the fray. The assassin who attacked my sister reeked of your mountain's primal aura. Are you really going to stand there and deny the cold, hard facts? The princess was completely cornered, her pride shattered into pieces. The situation had backfired spectacularly. Seeing his prey trapped, Changge played the role of the merciful saint. You know, discovering a person's true heart is the hardest thing in this world. I am sure Lady Yingyu is completely in the dark about her own family's twisted secrets. Her blind love for her brother made her an easy target for manipulation. We really cannot blame her for acting out like this. It is rare for all of us brilliant minds to gather in one place. Let us drop this depressing topic and enjoy the moment. The Ye brothers' eyes sparkled with absolute worship. They loudly praised his unmatched wisdom, taking every word as holy gospel. Such godlike generosity, such flawless character. Everyone was deeply moved. Changge waved them off with a humble, self-deprecating smile. You flatter me too much. We are all righteous disciples walking the path of justice here. With an elegant flick of his wrist, the main character poured a cup of premium immortal wine. Come now, Lady Yingyu. Share a drink with me. Consider it a small favor to this humble Gu. Trapped by his suffocating charisma and the crowd's glaring eyes, the arrogant princess had no choice but to bite her tongue and take a seat. Still, Yingyu refused to break completely. Her eyes burned with fiery resolve. Listen closely. Changge, I will drag the truth out of the shadows and clear my brother's name. But I suppose I owe you thanks for de-escalating the situation. Changge chuckled warmly. Think nothing of it, I always knew you had a good heart. But beneath that warm, gentle smile, a pitch-black, demonic amusement danced in his mind. If I did not need to keep up appearances, I would have crushed your pathetic skull and wiped your little gang from existence long ago. Completely fooled by his fake kindness, Yingyu could only sit in frustrated silence. Meanwhile, the ancient freaks standing behind her were pale, their arrogance entirely crushed by his silent pressure. After letting them sweat for a moment, Changge casually dropped another venomous seed. You know, if I were in your shoes, I would stop picking fights with strangers. Where there is smoke, there is usually a raging fire. If your precious heavenly prince is truly innocent, why is he hiding in the shadows? Too terrified to show his face today. Hearing those words, Yingyu's mind flashed back. She remembered Ying Shuang's previous excuse, a sudden cultivation accident that shattered his memories. Suspicion flickered in her eyes. Something does not add up. She thought to herself, I need to watch my brother closely. The absolute truth is hiding somewhere. Seeing her defensive walls crumble, Ye Chen offered a polite smile. He heavily praised her newfound wisdom. Lady Yingyu truly understands the bigger picture. You have my absolute deepest respect. Changge smirked in the shadows, chuckling inwardly that this perfect supporting role had to go to Brother Yi. Raising her jade cup, Yingyu offered a formal apology. I overstepped my bounds today. Let this spiritual wine wash away my offense. Her loyal servant quickly bowed to intervene. My lady rarely touches alcohol, please. Noble young masters, show her some mercy. Changge burst into elegant laughter. Then you had better take her home safely. I will not be seeing you out. By now. The proud Yingyu was blushing and slurring her words, completely lost in the spiritual wine. Later, inside the dimly lit study, a heavy tension filled the air. Brother Ye, Changge asked smoothly. Another demonic art inheritor. Are you absolutely certain? Ye Langtian's expression hardened like stone. Liu Li and I saw it with our own eyes. There is zero room for doubt. Every twisted technique he used matched the forbidden demonic records perfectly. It was a waking nightmare. Changge immediately masked his face with righteous, overwhelming concern. Brother Ye, bringing this to me was the absolute right choice. If you find even a trace of this monster, tell me instantly to prevent innocent bloodshed. With my great power comes the duty to protect this world. Blinded by this absolute display of heroism, Ye Langtian nodded fiercely. He bought the holy act completely. They clasped hands, sealing a vow to hunt the false inheritor. Ha Gu Chang mocked internally. When I play the hero, the whole world bows in awe. The two plodded deep into the night. But when Gu Changji finally closed his eyes, an eerie, mysterious dream dragged him under. Endless peach blossoms danced in the wind. A soft, desperate voice echoed through the illusion, calling out for her master. A gentle, unfamiliar voice replied, "You silly girls. Your master was just tied up with business. I would never abandon my only disciple." Suddenly, a chilling whisper struck from behind. Master Gu Changge whipped around in shock as a shadowy figure materialized in the mist. "I am your true disciple." The voice dripped with sorrow. "What is wrong with you? Have you already forgotten me?" Gu Changge snapped awake, cold sweat on his brow. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. Was that a shattered memory or just a pathetic nightmare? He was the ultimate villain, the apex predator of this realm. If word got out that he was having soft dreams, his legendary reputation would be ruined. Before he could process the illusion, the system chimed violently. Ding, Crimson Daughter of Fortune detected. This demonic entity perished ages ago. The system warned. Her body fell into the endless abyss, but her burning vengeance towards you remains entirely alive. A blinding light flooded his mind. The system played the Crimson Demoness's tragic past. A tiny, helpless girl holding an adult's hand. A cold, commanding voice echoed. "These vermin slaughtered your family. This is your blood feud now. Their lives belong to your blade." Without hesitating, the little girl swung her sword. Crimson rain painted the earth, leaving a mountain of slaughtered enemies at her feet. But the most terrifying part, surrounded by pure carnage, she smiled with innocent, twisted joy. "When I grow up, I want to marry you," she beamed. The man chuckled, patting her head. "Let us wait until you actually grow up." The wheel of time spun endlessly. In the blink of an eye, that blood-soaked child blossomed into a peerless beauty. But the illusion shattered into betrayal. "Master," she confronted him, her voice trembling, "the bandits who killed my family. Was that your doing?" The man replied with freezing apathy. "So what if it was? And what if it was not driven by agonizing heartbreak?" She charged at him with her blade, but the sword stopped inches from his throat. As warm tears streamed down her face, reality crashed back in. Gu Changge stood utterly paralyzed. What in the heavens is going on, he thought, his brilliant mind racing to connect the dots. Meanwhile, after Master Gu's flawless manipulation and that spirit-dulling peace banquet, back at Emperor Mountain, Lady Yingyu finally stirred. Last night's heavy drinking was taking a massive toll. "Ugh. My head is splitting," she groaned, clutching her temples. "How humiliating. I completely lost my composure in front of an outsider." But as her mind cleared, her thoughts drifted to Gu Changge. "He is not the monster I imagined. I thought he was ruthless, cunning, and completely unreasonable." Panic suddenly gripped her racing heart. "Oh no. Did I say something completely embarrassing while I was totally wasted?" While she sat there blushing furiously, the door suddenly swung open. Xiao Yu Ying Shuang announced, "I just finished brewing this hangover soup for you." Yingyu jumped in sheer shock. "Brother, why did you not knock first?" The sharp tone caught Ying Shuang completely off guard. "Knock," he thought, deeply confused. "I have always just walked in. I thought my silly little sister was always perfectly obedient. Why the sudden change in attitude?" As suspicion brewed in his mind, Yingyu narrowed her eyes. "Brother, why are you really here?" Noticing the heavy tension, Ying Shuang brought up last night. "Agu already gave me the full report." Sigh. "That absolute fool thinks your words and actions were what sparked the public outrage against us." But instead of defending herself, Yingyu slowly lowered her head. "He is right. The fault is entirely mine." Almost dragging the Heavenly Emperor Mountain deeper into a swamp of absolute disgrace, Ying Shuang frantically tried to correct her. "Sister, stop sprouting nonsense. My instincts are telling me that Gu Changge is undeniably the mastermind. He deliberately walked you right into a trap. So why on earth are you defending him? Suddenly, a dreamy blush washed over her face, looking exactly like a totally smitten maiden. But, brother, after spending time with young Master Gu, I am convinced our family was framed by someone else. Young Master Gu is simply a tragic pawn in their twisted game. Hearing this sheer delusion, Ying Shuang shot up like a rocket. Blazing with fury, young Master Gu did. That bastard brainwash you with some dark magic? It is young Master Gu this. And young Master Gu, that, it makes me completely sick. That absolute menace orchestrated a massive death trap for me. And you are utterly blind to it. Seething with frustration, he violently snatched the hangover soup right out of his sister's hands. Forget the soup, it might cure your hangover, but it cannot cure your blinding ignorance. From this second forward, you are absolutely forbidden from leaving your room. Stop going out and dragging us into more chaos. But this extreme overreaction only planted a seed of heavy suspicion in her mind. Her brother had sworn that he had never even crossed paths with Gu Changge. So why was he projecting such an overwhelming aura of pure, unadulterated terror toward him? Not to mention his entire personality, his speech, and his mannerisms. He felt like a completely different person from the brother she knew. Meanwhile, shifting the spotlight to the Wang family siblings, the little brother was sweating bullets, frantically trying to apologize. Come on, sis. Please do not be mad at me, but Wang Zichen was not having it. I made it crystal clear, unless the sky is literally falling, do not activate that life-saving talisman I gave you. I am incredibly busy. Do you understand? If you do not give me a phenomenally good reason for summoning me, I am going to beat you so hard you will be seeing stars for a week. As she scolded him, her mind drifted back to a highly bizarre encounter. Seriously, what was completely wrong with that Jiang Chuchu girl? Why was she acting like a ticking time bomb? Flashback to earlier that day, when Wang Zichen bumped into her. Oh my. If it isn't my dear Chuchu, where are you rushing off to like a bat out of hell? Slow down. Take a breather. And chat with me. Startled, Jiang Chuchu spun around, her guard instantly raised. Should you not be at home slacking off? Why on earth are you bothering me? Zichen just smirked. Aha, is a girl not allowed to simply miss her friend? But seriously, you have been running yourself into the ground lately. Any spicy clues on that mysterious demonic art inheritor yet? At those words, Chuchu's expression darkened instantly, leaving Zichen completely bewildered. Whoa. What is with that terrifying look? Let me guess. Your investigation hit a massive brick wall. I also heard a juicy rumor. Word on the street is you have been paying multiple visits to the Gu family's young master, Changge. Come on. Spill the tea. Is he as fascinating as everyone says? That single name hit like a psychological nuke. Chuchu's face flushed violently with a mix of absolute fury and panic. Unable to handle the resurfacing trauma of her ultimate humiliation, she bolted away without a single word, snapping back to the present reality. The little brother was still desperately trying to save his own skin. But sis, you literally said this talisman was for absolute emergencies. Was I supposed to just wait around and do nothing? Zichen practically breathed fire as she snapped back. I meant mortal peril. As in, someone is actively trying to separate your head from your shoulders. Do you have any idea how insanely rare and expensive this divine talisman is? It is a literal lifeline, not some smartphone for you to casually dial my number. The little brother scratched his head, completely lost. What the heck is a smartphone, anyway? I swear this is a massive emergency. You gave me strict orders to report any movements regarding young Master Gu Changge. Well, guess what? He just arrived in the Southern Heaven realm, and he specifically asked for you. So obviously, I had to summon you right away. Hearing that legendary name, Wang Zichen's terrifying aura vanished in a microsecond. Her attitude completely flipped faster than flipping a switch. Coughing to hide her excitement, she patted him with angelic sweetness. Oh, my dearest Wu Shuang, You did an absolutely spectacular job. Big sister is so incredibly proud of you. Fast forward a bit. Wang Zikin elegantly arrived to meet the infamous Gu Changge. As they exchanged pleasantries, the real purpose of their meeting was revealed. They were standing right at the hidden entrance to the Absolute Yin battlefield. This highly classified location was nearly impossible to detect with the naked eye. Multiple spatial rifts like this existed, but extremely few cultivators possessed the knowledge to track them down. So, Brother Gu, Zikin smiled playfully. Did you seek me out purely to act as your personal compass for this absolute yin battlefield? Gu Changge chuckled, his smooth voice radiating absolute charisma. Haha. Well, legends say the human ancestor is the only force capable of neutralizing the absolute yin energy. Naturally, as his glorious successor, Lady Zikin would undeniably hold the keys to this forbidden realm. I am simply trying to secure a competitive spot within the prestigious True Immortal Academy. Nothing more. Zikin immediately crossed her arms, playing hard to get. Oh. Wow. Does this incredibly handsome man not even know how to properly say thank you? Gu Changge smoothly bowed his head. My deepest gratitude. Zikin pouted dramatically, feigning absolute offense. Hemph. What a horribly generic thank you. I sense absolutely zero sincerity in those words. Do you have any idea how much grueling effort it took me to pinpoint this spatial tear? Gu Changge offered a flawless, yet totally calculated, apologetic smile. Ha. Please forgive my terrible lack of manners. That was completely my oversight. Tell me, how exactly would Lady Zichen like to be compensated without missing a beat? The daring girl threw out the ultimate flirt. Well, how about you repay me with your body? Sensing the incredibly heavy romantic tension, the mastermind instantly deployed his ultimate shield. He took a respectful step back, radiating the aura of a fiercely loyal saint. I am terribly sorry, but that is absolutely impossible. My heart already belongs to my fiancé. I kindly ask Lady Zikin to maintain proper boundaries. Zichen's jaw practically dropped in sheer amusement. Oh my god, you totally look like a heartless playboy. But you are actually a painfully loyal golden retriever. Fine. But if I cannot have you, you at least owe me a highly valuable token of our friendship. Playing right into her hands, Gu Changge casually retrieved a radiant jade pendant and tossed it over. This is my personal, soul-bound jade talisman. Will this satisfy your demands? Lady Zikin, her eyes sparkled as she caught the precious treasure, genuinely stunned by his generosity. Whoa, your actual personal jade talisman? Seriously? Does this mean if I ever find myself in deep trouble, I can use this to summon the great Gu Changge? A dangerously captivating smile crept across his face. But of course, however, finding me is one thing. Whether I actually lift a finger to help you, that is an entirely different story altogether. Hearing this brilliantly shameless loophole, Zikin was utterly speechless. So, I heard you have some history with Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Brother Gu, what's your take on this whole situation? Gu Changge played it perfectly cool, acting completely clueless. He replied, honestly, I've only crossed paths with the Heavenly Princess, Ying Yu. I've never actually met the prince face to face. Lady Ying Yu is pure-hearted and straightforward. Honestly, I fear she's being played like a fiddle. Rumor has it the Heavenly Prince arrived in the southern prosperous heaven ages ago. Yet, he's been dodging everyone. Is he hiding? It really makes you wonder. Is he actually the demonic art inheritor? The girl beside him suddenly got a wicked spark in her eyes. Brother Gu, you reaching out to me today actually gave me a brilliant idea. I know exactly how to flush Ying Shuang out of hiding. When he shows up, we'll put him to the ultimate test. A faint, calculating smirk crossed Gu Changge's face. He chuckled, praising her, as expected of the brilliant Lady Zichen. Soon enough, the absolute truth will be dragged into the light. Meanwhile, At the ominous entrance to the absolute Yin battlefield, an army of elite cultivators and noble families had already gathered. Everyone was buzzing with sheer awe. Is this really it, the legendary absolute Yin battlefield? The very coordinates Brother Gu leaked to us. The fiery Qiling tilted her head in confusion. Wait. Where is Brother Changge? Is he not joining our raid party? Or did that guy already dive in ahead of us? Just as the words left her mouth, an intense aura descended as Yingshuang's faction entered the scene. Yingshuang let out an arrogant laugh. Stellar work. Little you, securing this battlefield means we've just locked down our quotas for the true Immortal Academy. Yingyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank the heavens young Master Gu let go of our past grudges and tipped me off. She thought to herself, but I absolutely cannot let my brother find out where this intel came from. Tension spiked as the two rival factions locked eyes. The atmosphere instantly froze. Both sides shocked to see the other. The righteous cultivators gasped in pure disbelief when they spotted the leader. Holy heavens, is that the Heavenly Prince? Yingshuang. He actually showed up in the flesh. Look at that overwhelming aura. He truly is the ultimate favored son of heaven. It's terrifying just thinking about it. Backed by the boundless resources of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Just how insanely overpowered has his secret cultivation made him? High above, concealed within the void of space. Gu Changge and Wang Ziqin watched the drama unfold. Ziqin let out a sharp, victorious laugh. Look at that. He took the bait and crawled right out of his rat hole. Lady Ziqin's tactical mind is truly god tier. Gu Chang praised. But suddenly, a ripple in the air. Their hidden presence had been locked onto by Yingshuang. The prince scowled, pointing a steady finger straight into the empty sky. It seems some rats beat us to the prize. You've got a lot of nerve, sneaking around and feeding me intel. Yet you don't have the guts to show your faces. Seeing the gig was up, the duo stepped out of the shadows. Ziqin smirked. Color me impressed. He actually sensed us. What a monstrous divine sense. Exactly what you'd expect from the notorious demonic art inheritor. Gu Chengge instantly flipped his persona, adopting a flawless, gentlemanly smile. Greetings, Heavenly Prince Yingshuang. Your reputation precedes you. He then stepped back, whispering, the stage is all yours. Lady Ziqin, completely oblivious that she was playing right into his hands. Ziqin rolled her eyes in annoyance. Dude, seriously, where is your chivalry? Are you really going to make a gorgeous girl do all the heavy lifting with a teasing huff? Wang Ziqin unleashed her spiritual pressure. An overwhelming wave of power crashed down, leaving the crowd gasping for air. That's the saintess, good lord. Is that the aura of a quasi-saint? Yingshuang stepped forward, trying to act majestic. I am the Heavenly Prince of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. State your name. But before the arrogant words even left his lips, Boom Ziqin teleported right into his personal space, launching a brutal preemptive strike. Caught completely off guard, Yingshuang's soul almost left his body. Ziqin battered him with a relentless combo, completely trashing him. Stop yapping, you talk way too much trash, she mocked. The crowd's jaws dropped to the floor. This ultra-violent greeting left every single cultivator paralyzed with absolute shock, dusting off her hands after the one-sided beatdown. Ziqin sneered. Oh my. Wasn't a big bad boss like you supposed to be, at least a quasi-saint? Why are you so unbelievably pathetic? The Black Kulin enforcer erupted in absolute fury. You insolent lunatic, how dare you lay hands on His Highness? He roared at the top of his lungs, rallying 500 of his elites to rush her. But before they could even take a single step, Krakum Ziqin blasted him backward with a devastating surge of lightning magic. The beast coughed up blood, his eyes wide with horror. That's heavenly lightning magic. Wait. Are you the true inheritor of the human ancestor hall? Ziqin's eyes turned ice cold. Oh, you actually have half a brain to recognize my arts. Perfect. Then be a good dog and stay out of my way. I'll let you low-level mobs take a breather. Catch your breath, because round 2 is going to hurt way more. Panicking, Yingyu threw herself into the line of fire. Stop this madness right now, I swear on my life. My brother has zero connection to the demonic arts. You're attacking an innocent man. Wang Ziqin let out a dark, cynical smirk. Cute speech, but with a mountain of cold, hard evidence pointing straight at his skull. Your little pinky promise doesn't mean garbage in the real world. Maybe I caught you slipping last time. But right here, right now I'm ready for war. She pointed her blade straight at the prince, issuing a terrifying challenge. Stop holding back. Show me the true power of the heavenly prince. Ying Shuang's face twisted into an ugly, sweating grimace. Panic screamed in his mind. Damn it to hell, do I seriously have to try and tap into this vessel's ultimate power? The spectating cultivators were losing their absolute minds over this total domination. Fervent whispers echoed through the crowd about the saintess's monstrous strength. She's insane to suppress him like that. She has to be at the saint realm. But look at the heavenly prince. What a massive letdown. Not only is his combat power completely garbage, the dude looks like he's about to wet his pants. He's literally cowering behind his little sister's skirt. Is this really the invincible legend we've heard so much about? Humiliated by the crowd's mockery, Ying Shuang's pride finally snapped. He barked at Yingyu to fall back so he could handle this himself. Gritting his teeth, he internally cursed. I haven't mastered even a fraction of this mountain's ancient techniques. But I have no choice. I just have to wing it and pray. Seeing him step up, Ziqin gave a mocking slow clap. Oh! Look who finally found his spine, pushed to the brink. Ying Shuang frantically channeled his energy, summoning a massive spiritual phantom for a final stand. But the moment he manifested his power, Krokak, a terrifying bolt of heavenly thunder split the sky, and just like that, his blazing orange phantom shattered into a million pathetic pieces of spiritual dust. When the smoke cleared, the result was purely pitiful. The supposedly mighty prince was left battered, bruised, and bleeding on the dirt. He stammered incoherently, utterly broken by her suffocating, overwhelming power. I'm doomed. I'm actually done for, he wailed, his pride completely shattered. You keep accusing me of being the demonic inheritor, but I swear I'm innocent, even if you execute me right here, right now. I am not the guy. I am 100% not the demonic inheritor. I swear on my soul. Meanwhile, on a completely different battlefield. Damn it, have you tested my limits enough? Despite the frantic excuses thrown her way, Saintess Ziqin remained entirely unmoved. Her eyes locked onto her prey. Oh, you still want to play with heavenly lightning? Then take your dirty little secret straight to the depths of hell. Facing a devastating life or death crisis, Yin Yang was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. He stood completely paralyzed, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. Thankfully, his loyal followers snapped out of their shock just in time. Brother, you need to run away right now. She is absolutely right. Your Highness, stop hiding your true power. Look at the apocalyptic situation we are in. This is not the time to hold back. Please, hurry up and unleash your ultimate attack to crush her. If you do not make a move, none of us will survive this devastating strike. With no other choice, the mighty warriors of Heavenly Emperor Mountain unleashed every single defensive treasure they had. As for the supposedly legendary Yin Yang, he was cowardly hiding behind them, internally screaming, "Is this crazy woman seriously going to hunt me down to the very ends of the earth?" But just as despair threatened to consume them, a shockingly warm and elegant voice echoed across the chaotic battlefield. Could all of this overwhelming violence simply be a massive misunderstanding? Saintess Ziqin, would you be so kind as to give this goo a tiny bit of face? Let us halt this deadly clash for just a moment, shall we? Seeing a beacon of absolute hope descending into their darkest hour, the beautiful Yingyu gasped in complete disbelief. Could it really be? Young Master Gu, the legendary Gu Changge, offered a flawless, charming smile in return. Haha, Lady Yingyu. Are you surprised to see me here? Tears of immense gratitude welled up in her eyes. Thank the heavens, we owe you our lives for stepping in. Young Master Gu. Meanwhile, the cowardly Yin Yang was completely utterly stunned by this godlike entrance. He swallowed hard, staring at the flawless figure before him. Gu Changge. Is this terrifyingly powerful man truly the legendary Gu Changge of the immortal Gu family? Seeing this, the peanut gallery immediately rushed over. Brother Gu, you made it. Meanwhile, Qiling was completely blown away by his overwhelming aura. Whoa, he shattered that lightning strike with a single move. It is like his power level just skyrocketed again. In the background, a certain little brother was questioning his entire reality. Wait, did those two show up together? Are they actually a thing? Please do not tell me I have to call Brother Gu my brother-in-law. While the crowd was fanboying, the saintess crossed her arms, looking completely unimpressed. Gu Changge, what exactly are you trying to pull here? Are you trying to stop me? She challenged. Gu Changge just offered a smooth, diplomatic smile. Not at all. I just think this whole demonic inheritor business needs a proper investigation. I am simply asking the saintess to do me a solid and give me some face. I think we have seen enough fireworks for one day. What do you say? But the saintess was not having it. No way. That guy is dripping with suspicious energy. Are you seriously blind to it? She smirked, her eyes narrowing. Or what? Did the Heavenly Emperor's precious daughter suddenly catch your eye? Hearing this, our main character did not even blink. He just calmly replied, I merely think this whole situation smells incredibly fishy. Besides, Lady Yingyu is famously straightforward and pure. I honestly hate to see her dragged into this mess. Those smooth words hit like a truck, instantly turning Yingyu's face tomato red, as she stuttered. Young Master Gu. Up in the sky, the saintess rolled her eyes so hard she practically saw her own brain. Typical man. She grumbled internally. Did you conveniently forget you literally have a fiancé waiting for you? Letting out a heavy sigh, she finally relented. Fine. Since you asked so nicely, my hands are tied. I will just have to beat him up next time. Gu Changge offered a flawless martial bow. Many thanks to the saintess for her mercy. I will definitely remember this favor. Let me buy you a drink sometime to make up for it. Yeah. Right. She scoffed. I would rather pass. You would probably lace my cup with something lethal. With the terrifying standoff finally diffused, the crowd let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank you for saving us. Young Master Gu. He waved them off with a perfect, humble smile. Haha. Please. No need for formalities. It was just a casual effort. As soon as the cheers died down, the Ying siblings stepped forward, their eyes full of respect. Greetings. Brother Gu. Your legendary reputation truly precedes you. We owe you our lives today. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Absolutely. Yingyu chimed in, her voice filled with admiration. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain will back you up with everything we have got. But the mastermind himself just kept playing the ultimate humble hero. Brother Ying, you are way too polite. Please, just focus on resting up. Honestly, I feel kind of responsible for all of this. If I had not tipped Lady Yingyu off about this entrance to the absolute Yin battlefield, you never would have run into the saintess in the first place. Seeing him take the blame, Yingyu immediately shook her head. Young Master Gu, your intentions were completely pure. You have absolutely nothing to feel guilty about. We were just incredibly unlucky today. The saintess of the mortal palace is truly a generational monster. We honestly brought this shame upon ourselves. But then, our villainous protagonist dropped the bait, pretending to be casually curious. Gu Changge gently probed. Speaking of which, I have to ask, Brother Ying, did you happen to switch your cultivation technique recently? Because with your legendary talent, there is no way you should have looked that helpless in a straight fight. This single, Razor-sharp question instantly made Ying Shuang freeze up in utter panic. Brother Gu, what exactly are you implying? He stammered. Why would I ever switch my ultimate technique? Gu Changge immediately backpedaled, playing the concerned friend perfectly. My bad. That was out of line. I just figured your soul might have taken some damage, keeping you from using your true power. Those carefully calculated words hit the Heavenly Emperor mountain crew like an absolute bombshell. Ying Yu's eyes went wide. Brother, did you not literally just tell me your soul cultivation went wrong and caused you to lose some of your memories? Maybe we should let young Master Gu take a look at your condition. The rest of the entourage gasped. Wait, is this actually true? Your Highness, feeling the walls closing in, the fake prince desperately snapped. Shut your mouths. It was just a tiny cultivation hiccup. It is seriously not a big deal, but the damage was already done. Meanwhile, inside Gu Changge's head, the sweet sound of the system chimed perfectly. Ding! The body-snatching child of destiny has triggered massive internal suspicion. A tremendous amount of destiny points has been successfully harvested. Having flawlessly secured the bag, our main character smoothly prepared his exit strategy. Haha. Well, since it is nothing serious, I will let you get back to your recovery. Brother Yang, I will not overstay my welcome. It was truly an honor crossing paths with you today, completely manipulated. Yingyu and her crew respectfully bowed. Take care. Young Master Gu, safe travels. And just like that, it was another absolutely flawless victory for Gu Changge. But for the imposter prince, it was a soul-crushing day of utter humiliation. Retreating to a secluded spot, Gu Changge and Wang Zichen finally had a moment to talk. Zichen crossed her arms and asked, was this your plan all along, to block my path? Did you just want to expose his flaws? Gu Changge replied with a perfectly calm expression. Yeah, exactly. Though in his mind, he scoffed. I obviously cannot tell you the truth. Ying Shuang still has way too much destiny luck left for me to harvest. Besides, if that guy dies now, who is going to take the blame for my crimes? Zichen brushed it off. We do not need to overcomplicate this. Jiang Chuchu has a tracking method specifically for the demonic art inheritor. We just need to hunt him down. But that fool ran into the absolute yin territory all by himself. Brother Gu, why do you not come with me to track him down? The moment she finished speaking, our main character activated his ultimate escape skill. I just remembered, my mother needs me for something urgent. I have got to blast. After Gu Changge vanished, Zichen could not help but feel suspicious. Something is seriously off. The second Chuchu and I mentioned him, she completely ghosted us. Are those two secretly hooking up behind the scenes, Gu Changge? Are you seriously trying to build a whole harem? The scene shifts to the absolute yin battlefield. A squad from the Golden Keeling clan was marching deep into the wasteland. Young Master, going any further will take us into the absolute abyss. I fear we might run into absolute yin monsters at the quasi-saint level or higher. I am worried things will go horribly wrong. But the arrogant young master just scoffed, telling the weaklings to stay behind while the strong followed him. If I cannot even slay a quasi-saint level monster, how am I supposed to claim the title of the #1 genius of our generation? If Gu Changge can do it, so can I. His followers instantly started hyping him up. Wow, as expected of the Golden Killing Prince, your aura is absolutely unmatched. We will follow you to the ends of the earth. While they were busy flattering each other, a mysterious group of masked figures suddenly materialized from the shadows. The #1 genius of this generation. I am pretty sure your chances of claiming that title just dropped to 0. The Keelan squad froze in absolute terror. Heaven's 3 great Saint Realm experts, young master. What do we do? The mysterious leader stepped forward with a chilling aura. Chillin' Prince, our master has given the order. Today, we are taking your origin essence. The prince felt a cold sweat run down his spine. What? Take my origin essence in this entire world? The only one who steals origin essence is the demonic art inheritor. Are you Ying Shuang's lackeys? He panicked. thinking to himself that he had zero beef with the Heavenly Prince. Who knew that guy played so dirty? Before he could even finish his inner monologue, the masked attacker warped right in front of his face, with a manic, blood-curdling laugh. Haha, the Golden Keelan clan has some seriously rare origin essence. Allow me to rip it out of you. And just like that, a brutal, blood-soaked extraction began. After his origin essence was completely sucked dry, leaving him gasping for life, the dying prince desperately triggered his bloodline transmission technique to send an SOS. But right as the signal beamed out, an invisible force crushed it. A second later, Changge casually strolled out of the shadows, clapping his hands. The bloodline communication of the Golden Keelan clan. Truly a fascinating trick. Hearing that voice and seeing that face, the Keelan prince's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. How? How is it you? The ultimate mastermind pulling the strings was not the Heavenly Prince at all. It was the smiling, terrifying face of Changge. Have a safe trip to the afterlife. Buddy, I will gladly accept all of your origin essence. So do me a favor and rest in peace. After dropping that deadly surprise and stealing his core power, absolute chaos erupted. Cultivators were frantically rushing into the absolute yin battlefield after hearing the shocking news. It was an absolute earthquake in the martial world. The Keelan Prince and the Yang Heavenly Maiden had both fallen, and rumor had it Yingxuang was the culprit. To think Brother Gu actually spoke up to defend him back then. I bet even Brother Gu never expected things to escalate this crazily in just a few days. If only we let the Saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall bury the Heavenly Prince right then and there, we would not be dealing with this total nightmare. But the Heavenly Prince played weak on purpose. He totally manipulated everyone to hide his true power. If he had gone all out back then, even the peerless Saintess might have been in serious danger. Come on. We need to hurry over there. Meanwhile, at the center of the massive drama, two powerhouse factions were locked in a furious standoff. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, you dared to murder our young master. This is a blood feud that will never end. The squad backing Yingxuang was just as confused and fired right back at the accusers. You keep screaming that we have something to do with this. But for days, my sister, my subordinates, and I have been stuck together like glue. We have not left each other's sight. What proof do you have to frame me? Hearing this, the upper echelon of the Keelan clan roared with blazing fury. You are still playing dumb even now. Did you really think you could slaughter our young master in the absolute yin battlefield and steal his origin without leaving a trace? What you did not know is that our young master used a forbidden clan technique to send one final message. He pointed the finger directly at you. You are the demonic art inheritor. This insane accusation pushed Yingxuang past his breaking point, making him explode in anger. You are spitting pure poison. The Keelan Prince and I had absolutely zero bad blood. Why the hell would I kill him? And as for this so-called secret technique of yours, who knows if it is even real? Seeing the drama unfold, the peanut gallery of bystanders started their whispering. Actually, I know a little bit about the Golden Keelan clan's secret art. It is the real deal. But I never expected Yingxuang to be this insanely reckless. It is super weird though. Why would he kill a second victim when he was barely dodging the heat from the first one? Listening to the crowd, one royal brother crossed his arms and speculated. Honestly, I bet his ego got completely shattered by the Saintess the other day. And he just snapped. That desperate thirst for power was driving him completely mad. But the path of the demonic art was not just brutal. It was incredibly cunning, which is exactly why this guy was still putting on an act. Back at the center of the ruins, the Keelan clan stepped up to drop some heavy threats. Do not get it twisted. Just because you have Heavenly Emperor Mountain and your all-powerful father backing you up does not mean you own this world. Listen closely. As the inheritor of the forbidden demonic art, you are about to become public enemy number one. Yin Yang fired right back. This is an absolute setup. I only hunted those absolute yin monsters to secure my academy slot. My allies have been with me all day. The heavens are my witness, but the seed of doubt was already planted. Even Yin Yang's own loyal followers began to whisper behind his back. Wait a second. I do remember His Highness dipping out right in the middle of the raid. Yeah, you are right. And with his insane stats, he totally could have pulled it off. Catching wind of this, Yin Yang snapped back. What kind of garbage are you spouting? I just stepped away to catch my breath. Do I seriously need to report my break times to my own team? Out of nowhere, his sister Ying Yu dropped a heavy question. Brother, why has your whole vibe completely shifted lately? Why did your combat power randomly hit rock bottom? You have been acting extremely sketchy. That single question felt like a dagger to the chest. Yin Yang's face strained of color. Little you, are you seriously doubting me right now? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a blade. The standoff was dragging on way too long. So the top dog of the Kulin clan launched a preemptive strike. He roared with absolute killing intent. You cannot even fool your own flesh and blood. The gig is up. This old master will crush you right here and drag you back for execution. But in a bizarre twist of fate, Yin Yang's panic completely vanished. An eerie calm washed over him, despite his cool front. His system's luck points were absolutely tanking. As the crowd's suspicion reached a boiling point, boom! Right before the old man's attack could connect, an explosive shockwave erupted from Yin Yang's body, blasting the Keelan elder straight into the dirt. That overwhelming aura radiated from a mystical, bell-shaped treasure. The onlookers immediately started freaking out. No way! Is that a supreme tier artifact? That is the soul-suppressing ancient bell, the ultimate cheat code forged by the Heavenly Emperor himself. The entire zone was instantly sealed shut. A barrier like this was easy to walk into, but impossible to escape. What was this guy planning to do with so many witnesses trapped inside? Was he actually about to wipe everyone off the map, pushed to the brink? Yin Yang finally snapped. He screamed at the top of his lungs. I have told you 10,000 times I am not the demonic inheritor. I am being framed. Why will none of you just use your brains and believe me? Seeing him absolutely lose it, Ying Yu and her top brass stepped forward to talk him down. Young master, what are you doing? Is this how the heir to the Heavenly Emperor should act? There is still time to fix this. Surrender now. And the worst they will do is cripple your forbidden cultivation. Ying Yu nodded through her tears. Exactly. Brother, please stop being so stubborn. But Yin Yang just let out a cold, villainous laugh. Brother, do you even see me as family anymore? If you were truly my sister, would you let the trash talk of random nobodies turn you against your own blood? Ying Yu was totally stunned. She choked on her words. Brother, that is not true. I swear I never wanted to doubt you. But Yin Yang roared, cutting her off completely. Shut up, I am done playing nice. If the whole world refuses to trust me, then you can all go straight to hell. That ultimate death threat triggered absolute chaos. The crowd lost their minds. Run for your lives. The Heavenly Prince has completely lost it. He is going to massacre everyone. But as the panicked mob scrambled for the exit, shadowy figures materialized out of thin air to block the escape route. Hey. Nobody who defies our master gets to walk out alive. The pressure dropping from these newcomers was suffocating. Holy crap. That is pure demonic aura. And their power levels are sitting at the Great Saint realm. It is over. We are totally cooked. Someone in the crowd gritted their teeth. No wonder he soloed those two prodigies earlier. He was hiding his elite bodyguards the whole time. 3 shadowy figures, completely drenched in darkness, stepped up to Yin Yang and took a knee. We greet the inheritor. Please enjoy the show. Boss, not a single soul will survive this raid today. The crowd was paralyzed with absolute terror. 3 great saints wielding demonic arts, we are dead. Brother, are you seriously still going to deny it? Yin Yang was internally screaming. Bro, are you kidding me right now? If I say I do not know these edgelords, literally nobody will buy it. Someone is playing a massive brain game with me. It looks like a rescue, but they are just sealing my coffin. Ying Yu's eyes turned freezing cold. Still trying to play the victim, brother. You have disgraced everything our mountain stands for. But before she could finish preaching, 2 of the shadowy assassins dashed forward. How incredibly bold. You dare disrespect the inheritor. Hilariously enough, the black Keelan youth caught a stray hit without even moving. He cursed in his head. What the heck, I was just standing here. Why am I catching aggro? It was an absolute slaughter. The three great saints began wiping out the helpless crowd with zero hesitation. Watching the bloodbath, the Ye brothers started sweating bullets. What is the play here? We do not have the stats to take down great saints. Everyone's faces turned ghost white. The plot had gone totally off the rails. Now, it was a literal fight for survival. After a brutal exchange, Yingyu was left battered and bruised. Her trust was permanently broken. Cough. Cough. Yin-yang. I never thought you would be this toxic. You really are trying to delete your own sister. Seeing her hit her absolute limit, the assassin raised his blade for the finishing strike. Still yapping, time to face the Reaper. Yin-yang totally panicked. No, that is not the plan. Call off the attack, just as the blade was about to drop. An epic roar shattered the battlefield. Back off. If you touch one hair on Lady Yingyu, I will end you. Let us rewind for a second. Right when they were standing on the absolute brink of death, a legendary savior had descended from the heavens. The ultimate symbol of justice, none other than Changge himself. His mere presence had reignited the flames of hope in Yingyu's desperate eyes. Young Master Gu, she had whispered. The clashing forces had instantly ripped apart, creating a massive standoff. The crowd, feeling like they had just been handed a second life, went completely feral. What, Gu Changge is here? Oh my god. Brother Gu has arrived. This is insanely good with the young master here. We are actually going to survive this nightmare, man. I am seriously tearing up right now. He literally ripped right through the soul-suppressing ancient array to save our lives. This guy is an absolute legend, radiating pure, unfiltered righteous energy. Gu Changge had stepped onto the battlefield. His voice boomed with absolute authority. Brother Ying, the forbidden demonic arts should have been buried by history. Why on earth are you clinging to such dark power? Just drop the act and surrender. I have always had major respect for you. If you step down now, we could still sit down, brew some tea, and discuss the future of this world like civilized men. Push past his breaking point. The fake prince had screamed his lungs out. Gu Changge dropped the damn hero act. Are you not the one pulling the strings from the shadows? You know better than anyone that I am absolutely not the demonic inheritor. This is all your sick setup. But Gu Changge had just stood like an unbreakable wall right in front of Yingyu, his eyes turning icy cold. It seems trying to reason with you is a total waste of breath. I have never claimed to be a saint, but I will absolutely not stand by and watch a monster slaughter his fellow cultivators, let alone raise a hand against his own flesh and blood. Today, I shall exact heaven's judgment. Hearing young Master Gu's righteous declaration, the surrounding cultivators were instantly fired up. Young Master Changge, even now, this scum dares to frame you. His heart is truly rotten to the core. Exactly. This monster and his goons have slaughtered so many of our brothers. We can never forgive him. Backed into a corner as the ultimate villain, Ying Shun completely lost his mind, screaming in absolute fury. You brainless idiots. You are playing right into his hands. Gu Changge is the real mastermind here. But before he could even defend himself, the fake demonic cultists rushed in, launching a massive assault. Protect the air, kill Gu Changge now. Seeing this terrifying ambush, Yingyu desperately screamed for young Master Gu to watch out. These were two great Saint Realm experts, stepping up like a true hero. Gu Changge confidently replied, "Do not panic. Right now, I am the only one who can protect you all." And just like that, the epic clash of light and darkness exploded. Haha, you have a death wish, kid. Let us see how long you can last. But since our main character was putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, he had to look like the underdog. Boom, he immediately coughed up blood. Oh my god, young Master Changge. Hold on, this is too much for him. He is fighting two great Saint Realm powerhouses all alone. Wiping the fake blood, Gu Changge declared, I have walked the path of cultivation for years, and I will always believe that darkness can never defeat the light. The moment those epic words dropped, he flipped the script by summoning a divine artifact. The two assassins were instantly pushed back. Holy crap, is that a supreme weapon? The crowd went completely wild, their jaws dropping at this absolute flex. Wow, to think he can activate a supreme weapon all by himself. He truly is the ultimate leader of the righteous path. Meanwhile, Ying Shuang was losing his mind on the sidelines, raging like a total madman. Damn it, you are playing the victim while being the real villain. Just watch, I will expose you with my soul-suppressing goo. But before he could even make a move, someone forcefully grabbed his arms. The fake cultist had completely restrained him. Demonic air. His aura is too dangerous right now. We must retreat. We will come back to harvest their origins another day. Ying Shuang was absolutely fuming. Before he could even prove his innocence, he was literally getting kidnapped by his own fake followers. What the hell, let me go. Who even are you? People, I literally do not know you. But the two assassins just kept dragging him away, putting on a perfect act. Oh, come on. Stop being so stubborn, let us go. We can always fight them later. Seeing them vanish, the terrified crowd finally let out a massive sigh of relief. The nightmare was over, the demonic prince had fled, and the barrier shattered, and it was all thanks to young Master Gu Changge, the absolute Chad who single-handedly fought off the demonic cult. It was just a shame those villains were too strong to capture. But right after driving the darkness away, Gu Changge suddenly collapsed. Fresh blood spilled from his lips, sending the entire crowd into full-blown panic mode as they rushed to his side. Young Master Changge, are you okay? Somebody help him. Looking completely exhausted, Gu Changge spoke with a trembling voice. I am so sorry. Everyone. Forcing the supreme weapon triggered a massive backlash. It is my fault I let them escape. He let out a painful, dramatic cough. Best actor of the year. Hands down. Meanwhile, after getting the biggest scapegoat title of the century slapped on him, Ying Shuang was dumped in some random hidden cave. Release me right now. Who the hell are you freaks? Did Gu Changge send you? Tell me the truth. He is the real demonic art inheritor. Is he not? Because this guy simply would not shut up. The two fake cultists slapped a silencing curse right over his mouth. Boom, silence at last. Now, let us cut back to Gu Changge's main stage, supporting the completely fake injured hero. Ying Yu looked at him with glowing admiration. Young Master Gu, even if I drank the waters of forgetfulness, I could never forget the massive debt I owe you today. I just never expected my own brother to sink into such demonic depravity. He has completely ruined our father's legendary legacy, letting out another perfectly timed fake cough. Gu Changge replied softly, Lady Yu, please do not say that. With Emperor Mountain facing such a catastrophic crisis, I only pray that you can stay strong through this nightmare. Yingyu let out a heartbreaking sigh. I know. It just shatters my soul to realize he was actually willing to kill his own flesh and blood. As he comforted the emotionally shattered girl, the rest of the righteous crowd immediately swarmed him. Brother Gu, are you holding up? Please tell us you are all right. Coughing weakly again, our mastermind murmured. Ah. Unfortunately, I did not bring any healing elixirs with me today. So, another tragic cough escaped his lips. Hearing this, every single girl in the vicinity went absolutely feral. They literally fought each other to hand over their absolute best medicines. Young Master Changge, take mine, please. No. Take my top-tier pills, please. My lord. My elixirs are the highest grade. Just use mine. I am begging you. This overwhelming fangirl energy made even the villainous Gu Changge sweat drop a little. Haha. I am feeling much better already. It is just a flesh wound. But I deeply appreciate your kindness. Everyone, later that night, away from the prying eyes of the righteous hypocrites, the mastermind met up with his elite shadow guards. 3 assassins knelt in absolute reverence. Master, your brilliant plan was executed perfectly. We dumped Ying Shuang in some random wasteland, leaving him to rot and fend for himself. A wicked, freezing smile curled upon Gu Changge's lips as the gears in his mind turned. Checkmate. Ying Shuang is completely cut off from Emperor Mountain now. His destiny points have hit rock bottom. And with a scandal this massive, the entire world will be hunting him down. If what Ye Lingtian said is true, the real demonic cult organization actually exists out there. And seeing all this hype, they will definitely crawl out of the shadows to recruit Ying Shuang. Haha. The terrifying title of the demonic art inheritor has officially been gifted to our unlucky little scapegoat. Phase 2 begins now. Time to hunt down the real demonic inheritor's traces. Or maybe I should pay Ming Kong a little visit to squeeze some clues out of her about that mysterious lady in red. Gu Changge let out a slow sigh. It had been a minute. And honestly, he was actually starting to miss her. Meanwhile, at another location, Yingyu and her crew finally met face-to-face with Ming Kong. Yingyu was visibly confused. Why would the future empress personally ask to see me? Staring up at the breathtaking woman sitting on the high seat, Yingyu could not help but wonder. So this is young Master Gu's fiancé, the legendary Yue Ming Kong. Ming Kong's voice was ice-cold and utterly unbothered. It is nothing major. I just wanted to give you a single piece of advice. Do not go catching any unnecessary feelings for Gu Changge. Yingyu blinked in absolute shock. I do not quite follow you. The whole world knows young Master Gu is taken. Is the great empress actually scared I might steal her man? Hearing that, Ming Kong simply shook her head. I am trying to save your life right now. Getting close to that man will only bring you pure, unadulterated tragedy and pain. As for you stealing him away, little girl, you are way overthinking things. Those words instantly struck a nerve. Yingyu bristled with irritation. She quickly clapped back. Young Master Gu did me a massive favor. He practically saved Heavenly Emperor Mountain. I am definitely going to repay him. As for anything else, you are stressing over nothing. Empress, I know my absolute boundaries. Ming Kong stood up, brushing off the attitude. Oh, is that so good? I hope you keep that exact energy. But before the tension could settle, a deeply familiar voice echoed through the hall. Both girls totally froze in surprise. Wow. Ming Kong comes all the way to Southern Heaven and does not even drop a text. You made me look everywhere for you. Ming Kong's eyes widened. Why are you here? What do you even want from me? Gu Changge flashed his signature. Devastating smirk. Do I need a reason to see my gorgeous future wife? Without skipping a beat, he closed the distance, smoothly wrapping an arm around her waist. Then he glanced over. Miss Yingyu, please do not mind her. My Ming Kong gets crazy jealous. Every time another girl breathes in my direction, she absolutely loses her mind. And just like that, the two of them started heavily flexing their couple privilege, making everyone else feel like extreme third wheels. Ming Kong grew totally flustered. Gu Changge, what nonsense are you spitting? Do you honestly think I regress through time? Just to be a jealous girlfriend, beefing with a little kid. Changge burst out laughing. Haha. Of course not. I know my sweet Ming Kong is super reasonable. I just did not want you scaring people away. Meanwhile, poor Yingyu, after being forced to watch this high-definition romantic comedy up close, she felt deeply awkward. She gave a stiff, polite bow. You must be joking. Young Master Gu, it is rare for you to reunite with the Empress like this. As an outsider, I will respectfully step away and stop ruining the vibe. Whenever you both have free time, I officially invite you to chill at Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a chat. Big Boss Gu nodded politely. We will definitely pull up. Safe travels to you. Taking the hint, the surrounding crowd awkwardly started shuffling out. Young Master Changge, we will be heading out too. A girl in a red dress nudged her whispering friend. Stop staring at him, you think you can compete with Empress Ming Kong. The friend just pouted hard. Oh, come on. Walk slower. I would literally settle for being his maid. The second the room was finally empty, Ming Kong shot Changge a death glare. Oh wow. You are ridiculously popular. Aren't you? They did not just want to see you off. They looked ready to throw themselves straight into your bed. Sensing the danger zone, Changge smoothly pivoted the topic. Your little stunt earlier. You were clearly giving Yingyu a hard time. Are you secretly worried I am going to break her heart? Mingkong replied with absolute zero chill. I am not worried. I just do not want to see her become another pathetic victim, catching deep feelings for you, only to end up as another pawn on your twisted chessboard. Suddenly, Changge leaned in dangerously close. Pawn or no pawn? That does not matter. I just want to know. Are you really not jealous? The romantic tension in the room instantly skyrocketed. Thick enough to cut with a literal sword. Mingkong crossed her arms defensively. Does it even matter? If I told you I was jealous, would you actually stop talking to other girls? Would you even care about my feelings? Changge chuckled darkly. Haha. Why don't you guess? You guess I do not have time for your toxic games. Seeing her pout, the absolute menace just smirked. Without warning, he scooped Mingkong up and firmly pinned her onto the table. Very good. We have not seen each other for a minute, and you are already acting this rebellious. His bold move caught her entirely off guard. Her face burned cherry red as she cried out, Hey Gu Chang. What do you think you are doing? Our male lead was not holding back. He playfully teased her sensitive spots. It was just a little lesson to show her who is boss. Let us see if she dares to provoke her man again. If it is on the table, it is meant to be eaten. Right, Mingkong stammered in absolute panic. Stop it, quit messing around and put me down. It is broad daylight out here, she protested. But Gu Changge just flashed a wicked smirk. Oh, are you scared now? He whispered. Call me hubby, and maybe I will let you go. Left with zero escape routes, Mingkong bashfully gave in. Hubby? She stuttered. But offering yourself up like this, that is practically handing free food to a hungry wolf. Changge burst into laughter. Wow. I was totally bluffing. I cannot believe you actually fell for that. Realizing she got completely played, Mingkong cursed in sheer embarrassment. Gu Changge. You absolute scoundrel. Wait. What are your hands doing? As for what happens next, we will just leave that steamy scene to your imagination. The hours melted away in secret. Soon enough, the sky faded into pitch black. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, Changge sat frozen in absolute disbelief. The Heavenly Prince is the demonic art inheritor. How could the rumors get it so entirely wrong? Why is there another inheritor running around? According to the ancient laws, only one master can exist in each generation. Could two supreme vessels actually coexist in this era? Suddenly, her second soul echoed in her mind. Do not be ridiculous. That is absolutely impossible. The demonic art only chooses one absolute ruler. That rule is set in stone. Changge gasped in shock. Then explained this fake successor. Where did he even come from? I knew something felt super sketchy lately. The pieces just were not adding up. From the Heavenly Dao ancient city, to the immortal continent, and even the immortal Gu family. Rumors of the inheritor are literally everywhere. Her second soul just laughed like a total maniac. Why are you overthinking this? Someone else is taking all the heat for us. They are basically our perfect human shield. This makes our leveling up way easier. We can finally stop sneaking around like rats in the shadows. It is our time to shine. Honestly, it is a huge win. Getting into the true Immortal Academy takes a crazy amount of points. With that scapegoat taking the fall, we can just chill and steal the ultimate prize. Seeing Changge still looking totally stressed, her dark alter ego tried a different angle. Actually, we can skip the boring grind altogether. We just need to pull off one bold move. Think about it. Gu Changge trusts you implicitly right now. You have full VIP access to him. If we strike now and devour his power, if we steal his god-tier talents, we will become straight up untouchable. Before the voice could even finish, Ching shot up in absolute fury. Shut your mouth. How many times do I have to tell you? We are never, ever touching him. Drop the subject. Push me again. And you know exactly what will happen. I will devour you right here and now. The second soul scoffed in disbelief. Whoa! Why are you screaming like a crazy person? Changge, wake up from your little dream. Are you seriously still holding onto false hope? You are the true demonic art inheritor. You are literally destined to be the final boss of this world. Are you really okay with being his little maid forever? Pouring his tea like some obedient side character. It is honestly pathetic. You need a serious reality check right now. Changge does not see you as his woman. He dragged you to the upper realm and just benched you. He literally forgot you even exist. To him, you are just a shiny pet. He plays with you when he is bored and tosses you aside when he is done. You are acting like a completely delusional fangirl. Stop pretending you are special to him. You mean nothing, Changge. You are way too smart for this nonsense. You have seen exactly how ruthless Gu Cheng is. If he ever finds out your true identity, do you really think he would spare your life? Not a chance in hell. He would execute you without a second thought. Then he would step on your corpse to look like the ultimate hero. Do not believe me? Go ahead and confess. Tell him you are the demonic successor. See how fast he turns on you. Those toxic words cut deeper than any blade. Changge trembled, practically suffocating from sheer rage. Clenching her fists, dark energy exploded from her core. I said shut up, she roared, her aura shattering the silence. Meanwhile, after ditching the elite social gathering, Gu Chengji was busy grinding for points. He was slaughtering absolute extinction creatures, non-stop. Securing his spot in the true Immortal Academy was top priority. Man, I have wiped out a massive horde of these monsters. He sighed. My score is high enough to get into the academy easily. But my power leveling has hit a super annoying wall. Changge tapped his chin in deep thought. What about the red dress demoness or that buried demon abyss? According to Minkong's timeline spoilers, that demoness has stats way beyond my current level, even with my entire overpowered family backing me. Fighting her is a totally suicidal bet. Wait a second. Those annoying human ancestor hall successors. They must be farming deep in this zone by now. While I wait for the plot to unfold, I should just mass produce my own extinction creatures. Now that is a big brain strategy. Plus, that tracking jade I gifted Ye Chen, it is pinging her exact location loud and clear. Time to go crash their little party. Far across the devastated wasteland, Wang Ziqin was staring at her partner like she had lost her mind. Jiang Chuchu, have you completely lost it? Are you on some kind of death wish today? With our current stats, we stand zero chance against this monster wave. Ziqin frantically tried to drag her away, but Chuchu stood her ground, stubborn as a rock. Wang Ziqin, just leave, this is my battle to finish. Deep down, Chuchu's heart was bleeding. The human ancestor is dead, she thought bitterly, and that absolute villain is out there living his best life. I am so painfully powerless to stop him. The only way to prove my worth is to put my life on the line right here. I have to slow down the absolute extinction heaven, no matter the cost. Cut to a completely different battlefield. While Chuchu was spacing out in deep thought, Wang Zijin was fighting for her absolute life against the absolute yin monsters. She turned around and screamed at her. Yo, stopping the absolute yin heaven is the human ancestor's job. Why did you run over here just to cause chaos? Plus, we already leaked the demonic art inheritor's identity. If you have so much extra energy, go fight him instead. Hearing that, Chuchu stuttered in total shock. The demonic art inheritor right at that very second. A nightmare-inducing creature spawned directly behind Chuchu's back. Spotting the fatal blind spot, Zian shrieked. Girl, stop zoning out. Watch your six cold sweat drench Chuchu as she spun around, only to see a terrifying predator lunging straight for her throat. Boom! In a split second, she took a devastating blow that sent her flying like a ragdoll across the wasteland. Smelling blood in the water, the monster aggressively followed up for the kill. Thankfully, Wang Zijin totally clutched up, flying in to tank the deadly hit for her. hanging on by a literal thread. Ye Chen yelled furiously. Bro. Run away, Jiang Chuchu. Drop the main character syndrome. If we do not leave right now, we are actually cooked. But Chuchu remained stubbornly delusional. I cannot retreat. I am the successor of the human ancestor hall. I have to protect the world. Ye Chen basically facepalmed her own soul. Oh my god, protect the world. My foot. You are literally just a minimum wage employee here. Stop playing the destined savior trope. Why are you so insanely stubborn? Holy crap, get out of here right now. Sis. This girl cannot hold the line much longer. Death was literally staring her in the face. Get out of here, Choo Choo screamed. Deep down, she accepted her fate. Honestly, dying right now seemed way better than facing that absolute jerk ever again. But just as she braced for the end, boom! An absolutely terrifying shockwave obliterated the approaching shadows. The monsters of absolute yin were sent flying like ragdolls, a majestic flying blade, fueled by that exact same overpowering aura, streaked across the sky to back up Ye Chen with a single god-tier strike. It pierced right through the monstrous horde. Ye Chen was completely stunned. As the thick dust cleared, a shadowy figure emerged, casually wrapping an arm around a very familiar slender waist. Wait! Scratch that? He was literally sweeping Choo Choo off her feet. The mysterious savior smirked. Holy Maiden Ye Chen. Did you miss me? Ye Chen was completely frozen. Totally speechless. I am fine. But what on earth are you doing here? Gu Changge just flashed a devilish smile. Well, if it isn't destiny bringing us together again. That smug, arrogant voice Choo Choo instantly snapped out of her depressive state. Her absolute despair immediately morphed into blazing fury. Gu Changge, she thrashed in his arms. Get your hands off me. We have absolutely nothing to do with each other. I never asked for your help. Changge just rolled his eyes, looking supremely unbothered. News flash. Princess. I did not actually want to save you either. But if you are going to kick the bucket, do it somewhere else. Your dying face is totally ruining my vibe. Standing on the sidelines, Ye Chen was completely lost. Meanwhile, the chaotic duo was still going at it. What did you just say to me? You heard me. You absolute scumbag. Changge feigned a look of extreme hurt. A scumbag. Wow. Is this really how you treat the handsome hero who just saved your life? Choo Choo glared daggers at him. I literally never asked for your help. I would rather die than owe you anything. Now, Changge was officially losing his patience. Jiang Choo Choo. You and your toxic self-righteousness are seriously exhausting. Listen closely. Whether you live or die, I genuinely do not care at all. Watching this intense drama unfold, Ye Chen's brain was basically blue screening. Wait a minute. Am I missing an entire season of lore here? What in the world is the actual beef between these two? There is zero chance they just met. The chemistry is way too intense. Right in the middle of their heated argument, Changge casually shoved Choo Choo aside. His aura turned ice cold. Step aside. You are blocking my path. I have honestly never met someone with such a low survival instinct. Even a rock could make better decisions right now. They are just a bunch of low-tier yin monsters. Hearing his insane flex, Ye Chen completely panicked. Brother Gu. Wait, what are you trying to prove? Do not tell me you are going to solo this entire horde of yin creatures. That is basically a death wish. Are you out of your mind? But before she could even grab his sleeve, boom, Changge snapped his fingers and literally froze time and space around the terrifying monsters. The absolute god-tier display of power left both girls completely speechless. Their jaws practically hit the floor. Ye Chen could not help but fangirl a little, as expected of the legendary Gu Changge not. Only is he willing to step up and save the world. But his raw power is completely off the charts. But while Ye Chen was busy writing a mental fanfic, Choo Choo was highly suspicious. Her eyes narrowed at his back. There is no way that sociopath is doing this out of the goodness of his heart. What is his real endgame? Meanwhile, the man in question was casually massacring the yin creatures, carving a bloody path straight into the heart of the darkness. Bingo! He smirked wickedly. This has got to be the absolute core of the yin realm. Those two girls are way too weak to survive in this zone. He chuckled darkly to himself. I will just casually absorb the core and play hero when I am done. Honestly, finding this ultra-rare yin origin is all thanks to Ye Chen's insane main character luck. But what really gets me hyped is seeing which is actually stronger. This legendary absolute yin energy, or my heaven-defying Grand Dao treasure flask. The mystical flask materialized. It instantly turned into an unstoppable black hole, greedily devouring the dark energy from every monster in sight. Changge just sat back, totally chilling, letting the ultimate power upflow right into his veins. But as the demonic energy surged, hidden fragments from a past life violently crashed into his mind. A super cute, whiny voice echoed in his consciousness. Master, you will never believe what happened. Those preppy jerks from the Nine Heavens Academy totally jumped me. They literally tried to steal my loot. And the absolute nerve. They said my talent was trash, and I would never pass the God realm. So obviously, I had to teach them a lesson. I beat them into a literal pulp. In the memory, the master gently patted her head. His voice was calm and full of wisdom. Little one, I taught you the way of the sword to protect yourself, not to go around picking street fights to boost your ego. The cheeky disciple immediately bowed her head, playing the victim card. I am so sorry, Master. My bad. But literally the very next day, she swaggered back in, carrying her giant sword, practically glowing with chaotic energy. Honey, I am home. Fun fact. Master, the Nine Immortals Peak has been officially wiped off the map. Nobody messes with your favorite disciple and lives to tell the tale. Oh, and by the way, Master, while I was down in the mortal realm, I actually made a new friend. When asked if the mysterious being was male or female, the girl replied that it was indeed female, but completely inhuman. Then what exactly is she? The little girl stammered, caught off guard. She is a small peach tree spirit. Understanding dawned on the master. If it brings you joy, your master shall bring this peach branch back to be your companion. And just like that, the peach tree spirit joined the demonic vessel crew. Now, snapping back to reality, deep within the forbidden land of absolute yin, Changge was unleashing absolute hell, slaughtering the twisted creatures without a shred of mercy. Meanwhile, the two saintesses waited anxiously at the perimeter. Wang Zikin narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Several days had passed, and both the corrupted beasts and the deadly aura had almost entirely vanished. But wait! According to ancient legends, only the true human ancestor possessed the power to cleanse this absolute corruption. Could it be Changge actually the reincarnation of the human ancestor beside her? Jiang Chuchu instantly shot down the idea with fierce venom. He absolutely is not. Her explosive reaction caught Zikin completely off guard. Okay. He isn't. But why are you getting so incredibly defensive? Spill the tea. Jiang Chuchu. Is there some secret drama between you and Changge? Chuchu scowled, her frustration boiling over. Mind your own business. Just know that he is absolute scum, and you need to stay as far away from him as possible. A mischievous smirk crossed Zikin's face. Oh my. What a tragic loss for me. Here I am, treating you like my absolute best friend, and you are holding out on all the juicy details. I already know he is no hero, but honestly I am utterly tired of playing the holy saint. A toxic bad boy like him is exactly my type. Still, if you two are entangled in some messy romance, I suppose I will swallow my heartbreak and step aside. Hearing this ridiculous conclusion, Chuchu scrambled to defend herself. There is absolutely nothing going on between us. It is just Too complicated to explain. Ye Chen blinked, faking perfect innocence. Oh, really? Because you two act exactly like the main characters in a cheesy romance drama. First comes the enemies to lovers phase, where you cannot stand the sight of each other. Next thing you know, you will be swearing eternal love under the moonlight. That will literally never happen, Choo-Choo snapped back, practically choking on her anger. Ye Chen just nodded wisely. Yeah, you make a fair point. You are far too naive. And he is definitely not the gentle, protective alpha male type anyway. While the two beauties bickered, Changge finally wrapped up his brutal harvest and emerged from the shadows. Ye Chen immediately shifted to a sweet tone. Oh, you are back. Did everything go smoothly? Brother Gu, it was nothing I could not handle. I appreciate your concern. Saint Test Ye Chen. He replied with a flawless, charming smile, stepping into the light. Gu Changge made his grand announcement. I have successfully refined the corrupted entities here. The toxic aura has scattered. Though, with my meager abilities, this was the absolute limit of what I could achieve. Ye Chen tilted her head, her suspicion growing. Brother Gu, I am seriously starting to wonder. Are you secretly the human ancestor reborn? These disasters leave the greatest masters in the world completely helpless. Yet time after time, you sweep in and solve them with ease. How? Standing nearby. Choo-Choo scoffed coldly. I already told you. He is not playing his role to perfection. Our hypocritical gentleman gave a humble bow. Santes Ye Chen. You jest. The human ancestor is a supreme, godlike existence. How could a lowly cultivator like myself even dare to compare? A mere firefly cannot outshine the brilliant full moon. I assure you. Today's success was built on pure, blind luck. Honestly, this ancient corruption was far more terrifying than I ever imagined. Hearing his blatant lies, Choo-Choo wanted to scream. She knew exactly what kind of monster hid beneath that smile. But she was completely powerless to expose him. Suddenly, Ye Chen gasped in shock. Heavens above, Brother Gu. Look at your arm. The dark aura actually managed to corrode your flesh. And wait. This dark energy contains the supreme laws of the Saint Realm. Changge let out a long, heavy sigh. I was too careless during the battle and suffered a sneak attack. However, it is nothing life-threatening. Choo-Choo, however, did not show a single ounce of pity. She shot a sharp glare at Ye Chen. He literally just said he is fine. Stop making a huge deal out of nothing. With that cold remark, she spun on her heel to leave. Hemp, since you somehow survived. Changge, I am leaving. He met her icy departure with a dangerously gentle tone. Take care. Sentes Choo-Choo. No need to worry about my well-being, rather than my survival. Perhaps you should focus your energy on protecting the innocent lives of this world. It would be quite tragic if they fell prey to the demonic arts inheritor's poison. Wouldn't it? His veiled threat hit her like a physical blow. He was the true demonic inheritor, rubbing salt straight into her wounds, yet bound by her circumstances. The righteous saintess could do nothing but swallow the bitter humiliation. The moment Choo-Choo's silhouette disappeared over the horizon, Ye Chen immediately turned her interrogation tactics on him. Seriously? Brother Gu, what is the beef between you two? The tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. Feigning nonchalance while healing his fake wounds, he brushed off the question. It is nothing dramatic. I simply cannot stomach her insufferable messiah complex. She values saving the world above everything else. And it grates on my nerves. Ye Chen burst into a fit of laughter. Haha, say no more, I totally get that vibe from her. Meanwhile, in a completely different sector of the absolute Yinland, a fierce, bloody battle was unfolding against a horde of dark creatures. Amidst the chaos, an awestruck voice echoed out. Heavens above, ever since senior brother Zhao broke through to the true god realm, his power has become absolutely unfathomable. Look at him go. He is crushing these corrupted monsters like mere insects. Another disciple eagerly chimed in to stroke his ego. Exactly. Senior brother Zhao truly lives up to his title as our academy's young Confucian saint. Our survival in this treacherous battlefield rests entirely in his capable hands. The man of the hour, known as Zhao Xiaoyao, flashed a disgustingly smug smile. Ha ha. Please, stop with the blind flattery. I merely possess a few minor parlor tricks. If you elevate me this high, where does that leave our eldest senior brother? I am still light years behind his magnificent shadow. However, on the other side of the battlefield, the elegant Changge was busy slicing through enemies to accumulate battle merit. And this absolute show-off, Zhao Xiaoyao, had his hungry eyes locked right onto her stunning figure, never one to miss a chance to play the White Knight. He immediately leaped into action, desperate to show off his heroic prowess. You filthy beast, how dare you even dream of harming Lady Su, he roared, unleashing his aura. Then, seizing the perfect moment to flirt, he turned with a charming gaze. Lady Su, are you hurt? Changge returned the gesture with chilling grace. I am unharmed. Thank you for your assistance, young Master Zhao. But Zhao Xiaoyao's curiosity was already piqued. Say, Miss Su, your magical arts are incredibly profound, yet completely foreign to me. Forgive my ignorance. But which hidden master taught you such divine techniques? Her expression remained an unreadable mask. My master expressly forbade me from revealing our lineage. I must apologize. Young Master Zhao. Oh, I see, how presumptuous of me. I should be the one begging for your forgiveness. He eagerly reached out to support her. But Changge smoothly pulled her hand away. It is nothing. She brushed him off coldly. The awkward rejection left the young man burning with embarrassment, forcing a stiff laugh. Haha. Well, given your extraordinary skills, Miss Su, your master must be a legendary hidden sage. Right? Changge maintained her humble facade. You praise me too much. These superficial tricks of mine would only disgrace my master's name. We are truly just nobodies in this vast world. But barely 2 sentences later, Zhao's true, lecherous colors began to bleed through. No. No. Miss Su, you are entirely too modest. In my eyes, if you were to unleash your true power, I fear you wouldn't be any weaker than myself. Who knows? On this expedition into the absolute yin battlefield, our Confucian Sage Academy might just have to rely entirely on you. The blatant flattery made Changge internally roll her eyes. But she chose to stay silent, quietly observing her prey. Meanwhile, the junior sisters from the academy were seething with toxic jealousy. Senior brother Zhao has clearly fallen for that random girl. Himph. What is so great about her anyway? Our Confucian Sage Academy only invited her along because she was wandering the absolute yin battlefield all alone. Senior brother Zhao has known her for barely 3 days, and he is already acting like a lovesick puppy. Suddenly, Zhao clapped his hands to gather the group, claiming everyone was exhausted. He suggested they set up camp right there. His plan was to regroup, pool their accumulated survival points, and redistribute them. The goal, ensuring every single disciple had enough to enter the true Immortal Academy. As the group settled down to rest, the dark second soul inside Changge manifested with a wicked smirk. Wow. That Zhao Xiaoyao has a rather nutritious physique. Doesn't he? Changge gave a subtle nod. Yes. The body of scholarly Dao. But absorbing his constitution wouldn't benefit me much. The dark soul scoffed at her logic. Ah. But a tiny snack is better than starving. Right. Don't tell me you still think you are one of the good guys, Su Changge. The blood of countless arrogant geniuses already stains your hands. But Changge coldly ordered her inner demon to shut up. There are too many eyes here. Making a move is inconvenient. If my demonic arts are exposed, The backlash will completely outweigh the benefits. Right in the middle of their psychic debate, Zhao Xiaoyao strolled over, totally clueless. Miss Su, do you have enough survival points? I have gathered quite a hoard. I would be more than happy to share some with you. Hearing this, the Dark Soul stared at him hungrily, eyeing him like a walking buffet. Oh my god. This idiot looks absolutely delicious right now. But Changge maintained her icy composure. That will not be necessary. I appreciate your kindness, young Master Zhao. But if I lack points, I will slaughter my own prey to earn them, without missing a beat. She stood up. On that note, I bid you all farewell. Panic flashed across Zhao's face. Abandoning all logic, he desperately chased after her. Miss Su, please wait for me. He threw a hasty glance back at his squad. Everyone, hold the perimeter. Wait here until the eldest senior brother returns. I must follow Miss Su. The absolute Yin battlefield is far too treacherous to navigate alone. I absolutely cannot let her wander off by herself. The female disciples practically foamed at the mouth in envy. Ugh. Senior brother Zhao is completely bewitched. She treats him like dirt. Yet he ignores us to go simping over an ice queen. Seriously? Besides her decent figure and pretty face, what does that woman actually have to offer? As for the elusive Su Changge, it did not take long for her to completely shake off her pathetic stalker. Her dark soul voiced its annoyance. Taking this long, still not here. Did that loser lose our trail? What absolute trash. I told you to slow down so he could keep up. What a pity. It seems he gets to keep his miserable life for today. Unfazed, Changge calmly explained her reasoning. Even if he had managed to track us down, I still could not kill him. The suspicion would fall directly on me. The Dark Soul sneered mockingly. Please. Do I not know you by now? You are just being soft. Shifting back to the dense Zhao Xiaoyao, the fool was still wandering the misty wasteland, desperately calling out for his crush. Miss Su, where are you? But as the silence dragged on, the terrifying reality of his situation finally dawned on him. This is too weird. How is she so fast I cannot even catch her shadow, and the absolute yin aura here is suffocating. I pray nothing sinister has happened to her. This is the very first time my heart has beaten so wildly for a woman. Heavens. I am a recognized prodigy. Why must Miss Su treat me like a stranger? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the mist, freezing the blood in his veins. Because you have too much free time on your hands. Showering unwanted attention on someone just makes you a pathetic, desperate simp. Startled out of his wits, Zhao Xiaoyao roared into the shadows. Who goes there? Show yourself. You coward. His voice trembled with a mix of fury and fear. Damn it. I am Zhao Xiaoyao of the Confucian Sage Academy. Drop the cheap parlor tricks. Whatever rat is hiding in the dark, drag yourself out right now. But the moment those words left his mouth, pure terror gripped his soul as an overwhelmingly dark aura descended upon him. Oh my god. What is that monstrous sound in the very next heartbeat? Zhao Xiaoyao's soul nearly left his body. Stepping out from the shadows, Gu Chang materialized, wearing a terrifyingly friendly smile. Yo bro. Wait. My bad. Are you looking for me, Zhao? Xiao Xiao stammered in absolute terror. He was trembling so violently that his sword slipped right out of his hands. Gu casually reached out and grabbed his head to stop the pathetic shaking. Without a second thought, he began to devour his energy, muttering his own twisted philosophy. The ancient sages were absolutely right. There is no such thing as an innocent simp in this world. Weren't you just plotting something totally messed up in that brain of yours? With a toxic personality like that, I really cannot let you keep breathing. As for Zhao Xiaojiao, he only managed a few pathetic gurgles, while his life force was ruthlessly drained. He arrived acting like a main character, but vanished into dust like a total mob. After casually searching through the dead man's memories, Gu let out a dramatic sigh. Ah. So it is Su Changge. Ever since Yanji told me, She ditched the Mount Tai demonic sect. I instantly knew she was the mysterious girl Ye Luotian was so obsessed with. Oh Changge. The grand stage has been perfectly set just for you. Whether you want to perform or not, I am going to make you sing. Though I am actually a bit curious. As the true inheritor of the demonic arts, will you be drooling over my origin power? I seriously cannot wait to finally clash with you. Meanwhile, after Zhao Xiaojiao had ditched his group to chase his crush and got sent straight to the afterlife, his fellow disciples were currently panicking and tearing the woods apart to find him. Senior brother Zhao, someone shouted into the dark forest. Guys, what do you think senior brother chased after Miss Su all night and still has not come back? Could something terrible have happened? No way. Absolutely not. Senior brother Zhao is incredibly overpowered. There is zero chance he ran into trouble. Honestly, if you ask me, that Miss Su gives off massive red flags. She is definitely hiding some dark secrets. The search party was led by the eldest senior brother of the Confucian Sage Academy. After a tense sweep of the area, a junior disciple suddenly stumbled upon a horrifying sight. Eldest senior brother, I found him. But there are traces of the forbidden demonic arts all over the place. Hearing those cursed words, the entire group rushed over in sheer panic. This artifact definitely belongs to junior brother Zhao. But this brutal execution method, this is without a doubt the demonic arts. Just the mention of the demonic arts sent pure terror shivering down the spines of every single disciple present. Damn it, that Su girl must be secretly working with the demonic art inheritor. Quick, use the secret communication talisman. Tell the disciples at the entrance to lock down the perimeter. Do not let that witch escape. He is right. We have to get blood justice for senior brother Zhao. And just like that, the rumor mill went into overdrive. Following a relentless manhunt, they finally cornered Su Changge, trapping her in front of a massive crowd of nosy onlookers. Listen here, you Su traitor. You might dress like an innocent fairy, but underneath, you are nothing but a venomous snake. The crowd immediately started whispering and spilling the tea. Oh my gosh. What kind of epic drama is dropping today? Word on the street is that Zhao Xiaojiao from the Confucian Sage Academy just got totally wiped out by the demonic art inheritor. And apparently, this Miss Su is completely wrapped up in it. Meanwhile, the furious junior sisters from the academy were absolutely going off on her. You monster, senior brother Zhao was just worried because you were traveling solo, and you repaid his kindness by getting him brutally murdered. Spill it right now. What is your actual relationship with that demonic psycho? Su Changge did not even flinch, her voice dripping with absolute ice. How many times do I have to repeat myself to you idiots? I have not seen him since we parted ways. Whether he is breathing or rotting in the dirt is literally none of my business. What gives you the right to pin this murder on me? Do you even have a single shred of actual evidence? Not taking no for an answer, a raging female disciple stepped right up into her personal space. Oh please, save the innocent act. You tagged along with our party for the entire journey. Yet you chose the exact worst moment to suddenly split off, and the literal second you ditched us. Senior brother Zhao meets a gruesome end. The facts are staring us right in the face. What more proof do we possibly need? This brain-dead logic finally made Changge snap. Are you completely delusional? He was the one creeping behind me like a lost puppy. How is his stalker behavior my fault? You already know the demonic art inheritor is the killer, so go hunt down the actual murderer and avenge him. Bullying a weak, defenseless girl like me achieves absolutely nothing. But the rabid junior sister was completely blinded by grief and rage. You shameless, two-faced little homewrecker. Our senior brother was literally a top-tier genius who worked so hard, and his life was thrown away because of you. Do you seriously not feel a single drop of guilt? The peanut gallery of cultivators finally decided to chime in. Hey, if the Confucian Sage Academy suspects this Miss Su, and if she really has nothing to hide, why not just cooperate with the investigation? Then it would all blow over. Right, exactly, literal facts, bro. Since you are officially linked to the demonic arts, The righteous cultivators gathered here today absolutely cannot let you walk away. Surrounded by all these fake righteous hypocrites, Changge let out a bone-chilling laugh. Ha! Are you seriously talking about justice right now? You are all just flexing on me because I am a solo rogue cultivator. Because I have no overpowered sect backing me up. You have absolutely zero proof. Yet you want to strip away my freedom? At this point, whether I am guilty or not is entirely based on your own delusional fanfiction. Deep within her consciousness, her dark second soul was absolutely seething with killing intent. It ruthlessly urged her to unleash a total bloodbath and slaughter every single hypocrite in her way. Right as the tension reached a boiling point, the eldest senior brother of the academy dramatically stepped forward, looking down his nose at her. Very well, outstanding. Really? For a supposedly weak girl, your trash talk is incredibly sharp. But at the end of the day, if you had not lured my junior brother out into the wild, he would still be breathing. The crowd completely lost their minds, hyping him up. Oh man. The Academy's top dog is finally stepping in. The big boss is here. That Sue girl is completely cooked. Even if she grows wings, basking in the glory of the crowd. The eldest senior brother put on his best fake righteous face. He delivered his ultimate ultimatum with a booming voice. In my eyes, your connection to the demonic arts is an absolute certainty. If you truly want to prove your innocence, drop your mental defenses and let me forcefully scan your consciousness. If my spiritual probe proves you are clean, we will let you walk away with a sincere apology. Hearing this absolute violation of privacy, Changge froze in utter disbelief. Her eyes narrowed, blazing with a terrifying resolve as she spat out two simple words. Keep dreaming. The secret hidden within her was worth 1,000,000 times more than the life of that pathetic xiao. Even if it meant her death, she would absolutely never let this arrogant eldest senior brother search her spiritual sea. But before she could even plan an escape, the eldest senior brother materialized out of thin air. A sinister smirk playing on his lips, he scoffed coldly. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for getting rough. He lunged forward. Spiritual energy clashed violently. But Changge was quickly forced on the defensive. Her eyes widened in shock. Did he actually possess a divine king realm cultivation? Having completely secured the upper hand, this hypocrite immediately started preaching his so-called justice. If you will not open your spiritual sea willingly, I will have to shatter it myself. Once your consciousness is entirely destroyed and you are left a babbling fool, crying will do you no good. Right at the climax of their intense standoff, the surrounding crowd suddenly erupted into stunned gasps. A truly monumental figure had just arrived. It is young Master Changge. He must have come here because of the demonic art incident. The crowd scrambled to bow. Greetings, young Master Changge. He casually waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities. Everyone, I heard rumors that traces of the demonic art inheritor appeared here. Naturally, I came to see if I could uncover any clues. The female disciples of the academy stared at his flawless features, their eyes sparkling with absolute adoration. In their hearts, young Master Changge was the ultimate paragon of the righteous path. With him here to uphold justice, there was no way anyone tied to the demonic arts would escape alive today. But Changge completely tuned out the chattering crowd, her mind flooding with past memories of Changge. Meanwhile, the arrogant senior brother hurried over to grovel. Greetings, young Master Changge. I am Jungu of the Confucian Sage Academy. Changge nodded politely in return. The academy disciples instantly broke into a frenzy. Some were trembling in pure awe, while others desperately tried to flatter him. Oh my heavens, young Master Changge is 1,000,000 times more handsome than senior brother Zhao Jungu eagerly reported the situation. Young Master Changge, we have indeed found traces of the demonic art inheritor, and this matter is directly linked to the woman standing right behind you. Changge feigned absolute shock. Oh Changge, what are you doing in a place like this? She lowered her gaze and whispered softly. It has been a long time. Without missing a beat, Changge naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his voice dripping with fake concern. My mother mentioned you were looking for me. I was just wondering when you would finally arrive. But why come to the absolute Yin battlefield all alone? Do you not know how incredibly dangerous it is here? She stammered, playing along perfectly. Ah, I am truly sorry. Young master. Witnessing this intimate display, Jungo's jaw practically hit the floor. He panicked. Wait a minute, young master Changge. Do you two actually know each other? Changge replied smoothly. Of course. She is my personal maid. Has something happened to her? Are you implying that the demonic art inheritor is connected to her? The tough guy facade vanished instantly. Jungu's face turned as pale as a ghost as he frantically stammered out excuses. Ah, no. It seems there is no connection at all. This whole thing must just be a massive misunderstanding. Changge raised a sharp eyebrow. A misunderstanding. You have not even explained the situation from start to finish. Yet you are already calling it a misunderstanding. Or do you think I, Changge, would actually play favorites? His voice boomed with absolute authority. Listen closely. Everyone, anything involving the demonic art inheritor is of grave importance. If Changge is truly guilty, even as my maid, I will show her absolutely no mercy. The gossiping crowd erupted into a wave of thunderous praise. Wow, young Master Changge is truly righteous enough to punish his own people. But since she is his maid, she must definitely be innocent. It looks like the Confucian Sage Academy seriously messed up this time, seeing the crowd entirely under his control. Changge turned with a stern expression. Changge, tell me exactly why you are here and what just happened, and you know better than to hide anything from me. She lowered her head, acting perfectly timid. I wouldn't dare. I originally came to the Southern Heaven Realm to find you, but I wanted to prove myself first. I planned to hunt the absolute Yin creatures alone to earn my qualifications for the true Immortal Academy. By pure chance, I ran into senior brother Zhao Xiaoyao from the academy, who insisted on traveling together, even though I completely refused. They still followed me for quite a distance, but after sensing the hostile glares from the other senior brothers and sisters, I made my excuses and left on my own. Now they are claiming that senior brother Zhao came looking for me out of worry, only to be brutally murdered by the demonic art inheritor. Because of that, they stubbornly concluded that I am the inheritor, or at least connected to them. They cornered me, trying to force open my spiritual sea to search for proof. She let out a pitiful sob. Hearing this, a chilling sneer graced Changge's lips. They demanded to search your spiritual sea. Jungu waved his hands frantically in pure panic. We had absolutely no idea Lady Su belonged to you. Young master, that is why this terrible misunderstanding happened. But Changge maintained his flawless righteous facade. What does that mean? So just because she is my person, it automatically becomes a misunderstanding. Changge, since you are under suspicion, simply open your spiritual sea and let them look. The command sent a shockwave through Changge. Her second soul screamed in absolute terror. Do not listen. Do not listen to him. Despite the intense inner turmoil, Changge maintained her calm exterior and obediently followed his order. Once the search concluded with absolutely nothing found, the crowd's suspicions vanished like smoke. It seems we really did misunderstand Lady Su. Exactly. At this moment, Changge's voice rang out clear as a bell. If anyone still holds doubts, step right up and check for yourselves. Friends from the Confucian Sage Academy, be my guest. But come to think of it, Changge is my subordinate. If you suspect her of demonic ties, does that mean you are actually suspecting me as well? If that is the case, the Academy is more than welcome to conveniently search my spiritual sea too. The Academy disciples broke into cold sweats, absolute terror gripping their hearts. They waved their hands as if their lives depended on it. We would not dare. We absolutely would not dare. Young master, it was our reckless mistake. Forgive us for making wild accusations without proof. Seeing them cower, young Master Gu laid down the law. If my subordinate truly walked the demonic path, I would personally cleanse my own house. But if anyone dares to use this as a cheap excuse to bully what is mine, Do not blame this goo for showing absolutely no mercy. With those words, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The crushing pressure left the academy disciples trembling as they cried out in sheer terror. Please quell your wrath, young Master Changge. We promise to give Miss Su the absolute justice she deserves. Scooping Changge into his arms, Changge spoke with chilling indifference. Let us leave. Ignore these barking dogs. The demonic arts put everyone on edge. Your extreme caution is entirely justified. I hold no grudge. We will take our leave now. Resting safely in his arms, Changge could not help but fall into a trance. As memories of their past flashed before her eyes, the academy disciples finally let out the breaths they were holding. A mountain of pressure vanished as the duo walked away. Thank the heavens. They are actually gone. That lowly girl. Wait. No. I mean Miss Su. To think she was actually young Master Changge's personal maid. Under the fading light of the setting sun, the two walked together in total silence. Unable to bear the heavy atmosphere, Changge gently tugged at his sleeve. I am so sorry. I completely lied to you today. Changge raised an eyebrow in mild amusement. Oh, lied about what exactly? Bowing her head, she made her confession. I should not have claimed I came to Southern Heaven searching for you. A knowing smirk crossed his face. I see. So, you never planned on seeing me at all. Her gaze dropped sadly to the floor. It is not like you wanted to see me anyway. Otherwise, you would not have abandoned me at the divine sect for so terribly long. A man of your supreme status is constantly surrounded by countless celestial beauties. I know I hold no real place in your heart. That is why I kept my distance. Suddenly, he gently lifted her chin. A dangerous yet charming smile graced his lips. Very impressive. Su Changge, you have grown quite bold, daring to throw such passive-aggressive tantrums at me, coming all the way to Southern Heaven without seeing me, and dragging a massive mess straight to my doorstep. It seems someone is begging for a punishment. Instead of backing down, she leaned in close, her eyes sparkling with defiance. Then please, young master, discipline me. Deep within her mind, the second soul scoffed. Good grief. You are no better than that Zhao fool. This two-faced monster is going to get you killed sooner or later, but entirely crushing her expectations. Changge simply turned his back. You truly are a foolish girl. The upper realm has clearly corrupted you. You know perfectly well I cannot bear to hurt you. Yet you still dare to push my buttons. Her inner soul immediately burst into a mocking fit. Oh, my sides are splitting. You offered yourself up on a silver platter, and he still rejected you. What an absolute clown show. Suddenly, Changge's expression turned dead serious. Young master, I have a hypothetical question. If I truly were the inheritor of the demonic arts, what would you do to me? That single question wiped the smirk right off her inner soul. Are you out of your freaking mind? Do you have a literal death wish asking something like that? Gu Changge is not the saint you think he is. The young master paused, his voice turning icy. Oh, you, the demonic inheritor. The answer is quite simple. I would kill you. It is far better to end your life than let you bring total ruin to this entire world. Hearing his brutal honesty, Changge clenched her fists, forcing a tragic smile. She made her peace. Haha. You are too cruel, my lord. But honestly, dying by your hands would not be so bad. But then, the absolute unexpected happened. Changge casually wrapped a warm arm around her shoulder. Leaning in, he whispered into her ear, if that dark day ever truly comes, I fear I would be dragged down right alongside you. After taking your life, I would likely just follow you straight into the afterlife. Changge's eyes widened in sheer, absolute disbelief. Wait. What? You cannot joke about things like that. It is not worth it. You are destined to stand at the absolute pinnacle of this world. Ding, the system chimed in merrily. Su Changge was utterly moved. and fortune points rained down like a massive jackpot. Meanwhile, deep within the great demon realm, a furious voice shattered the peace. Xiaoxi, why did you have to betray me? A terrified little maid desperately covered his mouth. Young master, please stop. You cannot just scream Empress Yaoxi's name out loud. If the wrong ears catch wind of this disrespect, our heads will literally roll. Hearing this frantic warning, the young master looked utterly bewildered. Heads rolling, what are you even talking about? Where am I right now, and who are you? The little maid stared at her young master, as if he had just grown a second head. After getting a frantic history lesson from the maid, the young master, now bearing the name Jun Bufan, snapped out of his daze and regained his regal composure. So the demon realm was now entirely unified. The bloody era of the 6 great demon emperors was officially dead, and that traitorous woman had actually crowned herself the absolute empress of this realm. He gritted his teeth in dark realization. I, Jun Bufan, was the proud son of a demon emperor, murdered in cold blood by my own childhood sweetheart. And now, I have reincarnated into a body sharing my exact name. After processing this insane twist of fate, he turned to little Changge. Listen to me very carefully. My bizarre behavior from earlier. You must never breathe a single word of it to anyone. If this gets out, both of us will be stepping into early graves. The little maid nodded furiously, terrified but intensely loyal. I understand. My lips are completely sealed. Young master, Jun Bufan's mind was racing at light speed. To think a full 6,000 years had passed, but the burning question remained. Why did she orchestrate my murder? And how on earth did she manage to conquer the entire demon realm? I swear, I will uncover the absolute truth behind everything. Especially after I gave you my entire, genuine heart. The scene suddenly shifted to a breathtaking landscape. Countless cultivators were lined up, buzzing with explosive excitement. Whoa, so this is the legendary True Immortal Academy. It truly lives up to its name as the cradle of deities. A confident young man threw his head back and laughed. Haha, I, Chu Liufeng, am destined to make my epic mark here. My name will echo across the entire upper realm. The guy next to him quickly gave him a harsh reality check. Keep moving. Bro, we are literally just background characters here. If we even manage to become basic outer disciples, that is our ancestors working overtime to bless us. Do you have any idea how insane the requirements are? You need at least the heavenly god realm just to peek at the inner court. Word on the street is the top 10 peak immortals list is locked in. Every single one of them boasts quasi-saint level power. Chu Lufeng smirked. Tell me something I do not know. The Gu family young master and the ancient hall successor are already up there. But here is the catch. If I challenge them and win, I snatch their VIP resources and status. Then I can finally ditch this absolute zero lifestyle. The guy next to him scoffed. Yeah. Right. Keep dreaming. Buddy, you talk a big game now. But keep your head down when the real monsters show up. As the crowd reached the academy gates, an examiner barked orders. Listen up. Point exchangers. Step forward for your bone age check. Anyone over 50 years old will be rejected instantly. Save yourselves the embarrassment. Suddenly, an older guy stepped up, sweating bullets but acting tough. Before he could even speak, the examiner pointed a deadly finger at him. Your bone age is 51. Do I look blind to you? You dare try to trick this academy? The man stammered. I swear I just had my birthday yesterday. I am only 50 years and 1 day old. My cultivation and points are high enough, please. Just bend the rules a little. This absolute audacity made the examiner's blood boil. Bend the rules. Stop wasting my precious time with your garbage. The law is the law. You are nothing but trash who cannot bargain. Get out of my sight. The rejected man spat curses, calling the academy's rules pure dog water. But before he could even turn around, the examiner unleashed a lethal strike. Insolent fool, disrespect the True Immortal Academy. And this is your reward. The guy was instantly vaporized into bloody mist. The remaining candidates froze, trembling in absolute terror, watching the brutal execution. Siblings Qingfeng and Qing Xiaoyi huddled together. Xiaoyi shook like a leaf. Brother, did you see that? They kill without blinking. This is not a school. It is a slaughterhouse. Let us just go home. I am scared. Qingfeng grabbed her shoulders. No. Xiaoyi, your hidden talent is incredible. The academy will definitely nurture you. We need this to avenge grandfather. While they whispered in the shadows, a massive wave of shock ripped through the crowd. An absolute titan had arrived. Holy crap. Look up at his young master Gu Changge, that aura. That divine beast mount is insane. The fanboying echoed across the courtyard. Oh my god. He is dangerously handsome. But a few salty candidates muttered. Wait a second. Isn't he literally cutting the line? Why is nobody stopping him? Qingfeng quickly pulled his sister down. Stop staring. Xiaoyi, that man is a god walking among men. If he catches us looking wrong, we are dead meat. Meanwhile, Gu Changge glided to the front, offering a flawlessly elegant bow. Changge greets the honorable elder. The previously ruthless examiner instantly turned into a massive suck-up. Oh, young Master Changge. Please, no need for such formalities. You have traveled thousands of miles. You must be absolutely exhausted. Please, head straight inside to rest and restore your holy energy. But the young master put on a perfectly humble mask. Hold on. Does the academy not require bone age and point checks for entry? The examiner waved his hands frantically. No. No. Absolutely not. Young Master Changge is the literal definition of our standards. Gu Changge hid a cunning smirk. If you insist. Thank you for the arrangement. Elder, do you mind if I rest here and watch for a bit? The elder beamed. Ha ha. Be my guest. Watching this VIP treatment. Xiaoyi sighed deeply. Brother, when will we ever get respect like that? Qingfeng shook his head bitterly. Snap out of it. He is a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. And we are just dirt under his shoes. We live in entirely different universes. Lounging in his VIP seat, Changge leaned in. My lord. Are we not going inside? Gu Changji nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming. No rush. I want to see if we can harvest any interesting seeds today. Finally, it was the siblings' turn at the testing crystal. The results flashed brightly. One was 13 years old, the other was 17. One had 0 cultivation base, and the other lacked a spirit root entirely. The crowd groaned, wondering what trash dared to waste their time. Sensing the deadly shift in the air, Qingfeng stepped up desperately. Elder, please listen. My sister cannot use spiritual energy, but her raw physical strength can crush normal cultivators. This pathetic excuse only ignited the elder's fury. Are you messing with me right now? The elder roared. Did the vaporized idiot from earlier not teach you a lesson? Qingfeng dropped to his knees. It is the truth. We would never dare lie to a supreme elder. Please, just take my sister in. The elder snorted, his aura dropping like a mountain. No points from hunting. Absolute yin creatures, then get out. Since you are just clueless brats, I will spare your worthless lives. But Qingfeng clung to a thread of hope. Is there really no other way? We will do anything to cultivate. Please. We are begging you on our hands and knees. We will be slaves for the academy if we have to. Losing the last bit of his patience, the elder gathered lethal energy in his palm. You pests are asking for death. Do not blame me for tearing you apart. But just as the death blow was about to land, the young master stepped out of the shadows. Hold on a second. Elder? Gu Changge smiled warmly. Would it be against the rules if I paid the points for these two? I happen to need 2 sword-bearing attendants. The young master's casual words dropped like a bomb. The entire courtyard froze in pure shock. No way young Master Changge wants them as his personal attendants. Damn it. Why will he not look at us? I would even warm his bed if he asked. The examining elder wiped his sweat nervously. Young Master, Forgive my bluntness. These two have not even awakened their spiritual veins. They are totally unqualified to serve you. Changge offered a flawless, gentle smile. That is exactly why I chose them. They drag their mortal bodies across impossible distances, just for a chance at the immortal path. Such burning willpower puts ordinary cultivators to shame. Honestly, my heart aches for their struggle. If the Academy takes issue with this, I will personally bear all the consequences. Please, Elder, make the arrangements. The Elder offered a flattering smile. Young Master, it is just a minor rule. If you favor them, it is their ultimate blessing. Overwhelmed by emotion, Qing Feng and his sister fell to their knees. Young Master, your divine grace. We will remember this for the rest of our lives. The ultimate villain played his part perfectly. He stepped forward with saintly grace. Heavens! What are you doing? No need to kneel before me. Hurry and stand. The siblings scrambled to their feet, completely starry-eyed. Little Ye's heart fluttered in pure awe. The young master is so warm and gentle. Behind that flawless, heavenly smile lay the mind of an absolute predator. He patted their heads softly. Little ones, there is no need for such formalities. The crowd was practically ready to worship him. Suddenly, a terrifying, suffocating pressure crashed down from the sky. The examining elder dropped into a deep bow. Greetings, Elder Lei. The newcomer waved his hand. Save it, Elder Wang. I am here for two specific people. The powerhouse shifted his piercing gaze. So, you are the Gu family's golden boy. It seems the wild rumors out there severely underestimated your actual power. Changge maintained his perfect, humble facade. You praise me too much. Senior, how might this junior address you? But Elder Lei completely ignored him, brushing past the young master like a cold gust of wind. I am not here for you today. Kid, in a flash, he materialized right in front of the siblings. He nodded in absolute awe. Incredible. Simply incredible. The Sikong family's divine divination arts never miss. This is the legendary immortal demon physique. The examining elder's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait! The mythical ancient immortal demon physique, a constitution unseen for eras. Cold sweat drenched his back. Great heavens! I was 5 seconds away from tossing them into the streets. Changge's eyes narrowed for a fraction of a second. Then, he put on a masterclass performance of surprise. Oh, the immortal demon physique, I thought they were just poor, struggling mortals. It seems my eyes failed to see Mount Tai, ignoring the young master's humble words. Elder Lei made his absolute authority clear. I am taking these two with me right now. The Academy will pour all its resources into their growth. The rest of you, continue the exams. But the two destined children hesitated, looking back at Changge with deep loyalty. Catching their gaze, Changge offered a warm, encouraging nod. Go on. Do not hesitate to be personally trained by the Academy's inner circle. Your futures will shatter the heavens. This is 1,000,000 times better than fetching my sword. Qing Feng puffed out his chest, tears welling in his eyes. Young Master Changge, my sister and I will carve your kindness into our very bones. The scheming villain cast his line one final time. Just promise me you will train hard. Do not let this golden opportunity slip away. After all, you need to grow strong to properly repay me. Fast forward a bit. Changge casually strolled toward the Academy's inner sanctum. Instantly, two elite guards crossed their halberds. Halt, state your identity. Wait. Is that young Master Changge? He flashed a polite, disarming smile. I am simply here to pay my respects to the esteemed elders. Would you be so kind as to announce my arrival? The guard sweated bullets under his overwhelming aura. Right away. Young Master, please wait just a moment. Meanwhile, deep within the Academy's core pavilion, the highest-ranking elders were in a heated debate. A horned elder rubbed his temples in frustration. Why is the Gu family's golden boy knocking on our doors? I guarantee you, it brings nothing but trouble. That kid is a walking disaster star. Chaos literally follows his footsteps. Are you sure? The rumors paint him as a saint of our generation. Gentle, polite, and completely flawless. Exactly. I literally just watched him offer shelter to 2 stray orphans. Another elder argued passionately. Old lie. Are you getting senile in your old age? You actually believe that saintly public relation stunt? The boy brutally ripped out his own cousin's Dao bone. Does that sound like a righteous hero to you? Elder Lei stroked his beard, his expression darkening. You make a terrifyingly good point. Right in the middle of their gossip session, Changge glided into the hall like a celestial being. Junior Gu Changge, paying respects to the esteemed elders. The room fell dead silent. One elder whispered under his breath, "Say what you want about his dark heart, but his cultivation base is absolutely monstrous." Suddenly, a booming, hostile voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Cut the fake pleasantries. Boy, say what you came to say, and get the hell out. Recognizing that bitter tone, Changge's eyes lit up with wicked amusement. Grand Elder, it has been entirely too long. You are looking quite radiant these days. It seems the spiritual energy of the true Immortal Academy suits you much better than the Heavenly Dao Palace. This furious old man was none other than Gu Xian'er's master. Hearing the hypocrite speak, his blood pressure absolutely skyrocketed. You little snake, my health would be 100 times better if I never had to look at your cursed face again. The other elders exchanged bewildered glances. Holy hell! What kind of beef do these two have? But Changge just blinked, looking like the picture of absolute, confused innocence. Grand Elder, whatever do you mean? This junior is truly baffled. As the proud successor of the Heavenly Dao Palace, my conscience is completely clear. I treat my fellow disciples with boundless love and support. And to the outside world, I am just helping the Heavenly Immortal Palace unify the ancient realms, bringing long-lasting peace to everyone. Obviously, facing this ridiculously passionate speech, the Great Elder could only groan in defeat. Stop right there. One more word of this nonsense, and I am kicking you out. Watching this chaotic banter, the other elders could only chuckle awkwardly. Haha. Our senior and his successor sure have a beautiful bond. Do they not? Absolutely. It is so rare to see the Great Elder this fired up. The Great Elder just scoffed in pure annoyance. Beautiful bond. My foot. All right. Enough stalling. What kind of mess did you bring to my doorstep this time? Gu Changge smoothly pulled out a glowing peach blossom petal. I actually came looking for someone today. Tell me, respected elders, does this little trinket look familiar to you? The Great Elder's eyes widened in absolute shock. Heavens! The entity who left this petal behind. Their cultivation is unfathomable. The aura is terrifying, woven with the very laws of the universe. Recovering his composure, the Great Elder stepped forward with a serious glare. This token is deeply tied to the demon realm. If you are looking for someone inside the true Immortal Academy, it can only be that eccentric old fool. Wait a second. Kid, have you already met with Xian'er's master? Seeing Gu Changge nod with total confidence, the elder raised an eyebrow. The real question is, how did you not get beaten to a pulp? Great Elder, whatever do you mean I will have? You know, those masters actually took quite a liking to me. The elder shot him a look of pure skepticism. Do I look like I was born yesterday? Gu Changge just smirked. Let us skip the details for now. Please. Just lead me to the owner of this token. Consider yourself warned. Brat. That old fossil has the most unpredictable temper imaginable. Unless you are from the demon realm, he chases everyone out on sight. If he attacks, do not expect me to save your skin. Gu Changge just flashed a devilish grin. Hey. Relax. Great Elder, your beloved Changge is far from ordinary. I am the proud successor of the Heavenly Immortal Palace. After all, hamp zip it. You rascal, the elder barked back. Soon enough, the bickering duo arrived at a secluded courtyard. A striking female cultivator stood guard at the entrance. The elder stepped up to greet her. Greetings, fellow Taoist. This young woman is none other than Yaoxi, the Empress of the Demon Realm. The Great Elder offered a polite but awkward smile. Haha. This old man simply came to ask a question. Does this peach petal happen to mean anything to you? Yaoxi stared at the glowing petal for a second before turning around to wake her slumbering master. Watching her movements, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over Changge. Wait a minute. That random boulder over there. I swear I have seen it before. Fragmented memories flooded his mind, echoing with a little girl's cheerful voice. Hey, hey, master. What do you think of my swordplay now? Not bad at all. You are making real progress. Changge's eyes widened. No way. Is that rock actually a spirit beast? Before he could process the thought, an explosive wave of demonic aura erupted from the courtyard. The sheer pressure left both guests stunned. What the? Is this raw demonic energy? The massive boulder shifted, transforming into an ancient, imposing human figure. My old friend. To think you managed to survive until this era. My apologies. My memories are a bit hazy these days. May I ask who brought this token? But the moment the old man finished his sentence, his gaze locked entirely onto Changge. In an instant, the old man's face drained of color. Absolute terror gripped his features. Standing right before him, Changge looked exactly like the legendary demon lord of antiquity. The ancient spirit collapsed to his knees. Trembling. By the heavens. The demon lord. He still lives. Seeing her almighty master react like this, Yaoxi froze in sheer panic. Master, what is going on? She cried out in alarm. She instantly whipped her head toward Changge, her eyes burning with fierce hostility and suspicion. Meanwhile, our main character was sweating bullets on the inside. What the heck, I literally have not done a single thing yet. So why does it feel like I am about to get jumped? Suddenly, the Great Elder's aura flared like a blazing inferno. He looked ready to execute Changge on the spot. What do you mean? The Demon Lord still lives. Explain yourself. Fellow Taoist, are you saying this brat is somehow connected to that ancient evil? Watching this explosive reaction, Changge just stood there in absolute silence. Son of a gun. Has this old-timer just been waiting for a legal excuse to wipe me out? But just as the tension reached its breaking point, the initial shock began to fade from the ancient spirit. Yaoxi's master took a deep, shaky breath to steady himself. No. Wait. This is not right. It is merely a striking resemblance in his aura. Even if two identical flowers were to bloom in this universe, that was never my master's destiny. Dusting himself off, the old spirit finally stood tall. Allow this old man to properly introduce himself. I go by the name of Old Stone. And who might you be? Young Master Changge bowed respectfully. This junior is called Changge. Oh ho, so you are the famous Changge, I see. Honestly, seeing a flower that mirrors him so perfectly, it brings a strange sense of comfort to my old bones. But tell me, did the peach demon send you all the way here? Changge nodded without hesitation. That is correct. She mentioned you might hold the key to my physical condition, an issue that even the Great Elder cannot cure. My innate demonic nature. But Old Stone simply shook his head with a heavy sigh. Truth be told, young man, I am completely in the dark about this. She likely assumed that because I was once bathed in my master's blood, I somehow managed to resist the demonic corruption over time. But frankly, that was nothing more than pure dumb luck. And considering the peach demon's current mental state, her memories are severely fragmented. Listen well, boy. Since the dawn of time, individuals with your condition have appeared across the eras. But without a single exception, they are eventually swallowed by catastrophic misfortune. None of them ever met a happy end. This is a battle you cannot outsource. You must conquer it alone. For no one else can save you. Hearing those grim words, a rare flicker of sympathy crossed the great elder's eyes. Just what kind of cursed destiny is this kid carrying? He wondered. But as for our main character, he was not worried about his so-called doomed fate in the slightest. Gu Cheng's mind was already 10 steps ahead. He did not care about fixing any so-called demonic heart. What he really wanted was this ancient being's favor. Setting his trap, Changge smoothly spoke up. Senior, have our paths crossed before? For some reason, your presence feels incredibly familiar to this junior. That single line instantly hooked both Shi Yao and the ancient stone spirit. Oh, a familiar feeling. You say. Our main character quickly spun his web. In the past, whenever this junior practiced cultivation, I always preferred meditating on a rock, but most bluestones lack the right spiritual energy. That is, until I found a unique stone in a distant realm. It looked exactly like your true form. Senior, before you took human shape, oh boy. This guy was spouting absolute nonsense with a straight face. But Changge kept the act going without missing a beat. This junior means zero disrespect. But that profound connection is exactly why your aura feels so nostalgic to me. Hearing this flawless performance, Old Stone nodded in deep thought. Perhaps this is the mysterious will of fate. Very well. If the young master does not mind, should you ever face trouble within the True Immortal Academy, you can always seek out this old man. My current state prevents me from leaving the academy grounds. However, within these ancient walls, my words still carry absolute weight. Bingo. Mission accomplished. Changge bowed with perfect respect. Then this junior will humbly accept your grace. Watching from the sidelines, the Grand Elder was secretly blown away by the kid's shameless networking skills. His ability to fake sincerity had definitely leveled up. Meanwhile, Changge was smirking like a true mastermind inside. Heh. With Old Stone's intel, those ancient memories, and the demonic art inheritor blame successfully shifted elsewhere. Did that not make him the undisputed demon lord? Jackpot. Suddenly, Old Stone spoke up again. Ah. Right. This is my disciple, Shi Yao. You two young prodigies should get to know each other. Changge immediately cupped his hands. This junior pays his respects to Empress Shi Yao. But internally, his mind was racing. So this was the legendary, ruthless ruler of the demon realm. Just a mere clone of hers radiated quasi-supreme level power. Truly fitting for a 6,000-year-old monster. Ji Yao's voice echoed with slow, chilling grace. There is no need for such formalities. Young Master Changge, even in the distant demon realm, your terrifying reputation precedes you. Seeing you today, it seems you have single-handedly monopolized 70% of the younger generation's destiny. Changge offered a flawless, humble smile. The Empress praises me too much. What right does this junior have to accept such divine words? I have also heard countless rumors about you, Your Majesty, but seeing you in person proves they are nothing but foolish gossip. Intrigued, Si Yao took a step forward. Now I am curious. What exactly did you hear, young Master Changge? And what are your true thoughts on it? Changge did not hold back. He listed out the Dark Tale's ultimate treason. Assassinating her own father. Murdering her husband. Basically, nothing good. The world painted the Empress as a venomous, cold-blooded tyrant who plunged the demon realm into absolute chaos. Which is exactly why, Changge concluded smoothly, I call those rumors complete trash. 6,000 years ago, the demon realm was ripped apart by 6 equal emperors. Endless war and civilian slaughter were just a daily reality. Those 6 great demon emperors were stubborn fools, refusing to evolve. They ignored the common folk. If that extreme stagnation continued, the realm's destiny would have utterly collapsed. Without you, Your Majesty, unifying the realm would have been impossible. And the golden age of peace we see today would never exist. Are these miracles not solely your achievement? Unfortunately, the masses are overwhelmingly ignorant. They do not understand that true revolution requires a bloody price. They hyper-focus on the sins while ignoring the salvation, blindly cursing your legendary name. Hearing this epic defense, Old Stone muttered to himself, "The masses are overwhelmingly ignorant." My former master used to say the exact same thing. After hearing the young master's words, I believe he has perfectly captured the feelings hidden deep in Xiao's heart. A rare gleam of joy flashed in Xiao's eyes. Is young Master Changge actually feeling offended on my behalf? After all these years, who knew you would be the only one to truly see me? I never thought I would find someone who shares my exact vision. Changge bowed respectfully, flawlessly stacking the charm. In this junior's eyes, the evolution you brought to the demon realm completely eclipses any alleged sins. You are, without a doubt, the greatest sovereign in history. Hearing such an ultimate title, Yao gracefully deflected, shifting the conversation with a subtle smile. The Empress made a half-joking offer. Since the young master just arrived, you must be a complete stranger to the true Immortal Academy. I happen to have spent some time here. If I boldly offered to be your personal tour guide today, would the young master be satisfied? Changge replied with absolute humility. Having the Empress herself show me the way is an unimaginable honor. Since I am already imposing on you so much, how could I ever say I am unsatisfied? Delighted, Xiao warmly asked if there were any specific sacred grounds he wanted to visit first. Suddenly, a glowing blue screen materialized in his vision. The system had triggered a critical alert. Fate event unlocked, the return of the Demon Emperor's son. The bombshell dropped so fast that Changge totally blanked for a second, catching his weird vibe. Yao tilted her head. HM, why the sudden silence? Young Master Changge quickly covering his tracks. Changge flashed a smooth, easy smile. Ah, forgive me. I just suddenly thought of something incredibly entertaining. He smoothly followed up. Thank you for the tour, Your Majesty. And if you do not mind, from now on, you can just call me Changge. All this formal talk is getting a bit stiff. Don't you think Yao Shi found the suggestion reasonable? With a slight nod, she agreed. Very well, young Master Changge. With the pleasantries out of the way, Changge casually probed. Has the demon realm been peaceful lately? I have never set foot there, so consider me curious. Back then, the 5 emperors of the demon realm vanished without a trace. Have their remaining factions caused any headaches for the Empress? Hearing this, Yao Shi let out a cold scoff, dripping with absolute disdain. Those so-called remnants of the 5 emperors, they are nothing but a disorganized mob of trash. They might scurry around in the shadows like rats, but they could never make any real waves. Changge's tone shifted. Forgive my bluntness, but your Majesty must not let her guard down. He lowered his voice, his words laced with warning. When you stand at the very peak, it becomes quite difficult to see the filth hiding in the darkest corners. Who is to say the 5 emperors did not leave behind a trump card? They might just be waiting for your single moment of weakness. In his mind, Changge knew he had planted the seed. Pushing any further would only raise her suspicions. Yao Shi furrowed her brows. A trump card from the 5 emperors. Changge continued to weave his subtle web of manipulation. He advised the Empress to double-check if the enemy had truly been uprooted. Disasters excel at hiding in plain sight. The moment you blink, they spread like a devastating wildfire. The scene transitions to a completely silent meditation chamber. Inside, the Heavenly King sat cross-legged, immersed in cultivation. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. Junior Sister Dao Shen, I have been waiting for you at the True Immortal Academy for ages. His mind drifted back into the vast echoes of their past lives. In our past life, I prayed to the heavens with all my soul. Yet, I could not earn even a single glance from you. You never stopped chasing the ultimate great way. And I never stopped chasing you. If you still refuse to look my way in this lifetime, then it will become the greatest regret of your entire existence. He wondered to himself. After her nirvana rebirth, has her Dao Bone evolved? Or is my primordial Dao bone still the absolute pinnacle? Let me use my heavenly eye to peek into a fragment of her future. Suddenly, a horrifying vision flooded his vision. A girl locked in a pitch-black dungeon, looking utterly miserable. The suffocating stench of fresh blood filled the air. Ziyang felt his heart drop into his stomach. Junior sister, is this really your future? With your peerless talent and unyielding spirit, how could you meet such a tragic end in this life? He squinted harder at the blurry illusion. The person holding the bloody bowl. Wait, wasn't that her own cousin? How could he do something so twisted to his own blood? The horrifying truth struck Ziyang like a bolt of lightning. Welcoming her home, returning her Dao bone. It was all a sick, twisted act. Gu Changge, you truly are pure evil. Returning the bone to your little sister, what an absolute joke. But right at that moment, the Gu Changge inside the vision suddenly shifted his gaze. His freezing eyes pierced straight through the fabric of time. Oh, how interesting. Absolute terror gripped Ziyang. He desperately shut his third eye. Cold sweat drenched his back as he gasped for air. What the hell was that? Did he sense me spying from the past? No, that is scientifically impossible. He shivered violently. Realizing this guy was 100 times more terrifying than the rumors. Gu Changge was not human. He was an absolute monster. I have to be extremely careful around him. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Qingfeng and his younger sister were taking a peaceful stroll. The innocent Changge looked up with big eyes. Brother, what exactly is the immortal demon body? Qingfeng offered a warm smile. Little Ye, you just need to know that you are super overpowered. Just look at those top-tier elders fighting over you. If it weren't for your insane talent, a normal guy like me could never set foot in this elite place. Changge lowered her head, looking completely deflated. But brother, I really hate cultivating. The way those elders stare at me is just creepy. It feels like they do not even see me as a human being. This whole cultivation world is too cruel and cold. I am terrified. Qingfeng gently placed his hands on her shoulders. His voice was soft and full of care. Little Yi, please do not overthink it. This is all because your older brother is too weak. I cannot protect you properly. Nor can I give you a normal stress-free life. Little Yi threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Brother, stop saying that. You treat me better than anyone in the world. A hint of regret suddenly flashed in her eyes. If those elders had not showed up that day, maybe we could have followed young Master Changge. I feel like he gives off a completely different vibe from the rest of them. Qingfeng tenderly patted her head. You silly girl. A legendary VIP like young Master Changge. He probably does not even remember our names. Stop daydreaming about him. We exist in two completely different worlds. Caught totally off guard, Little Yi's face turned completely red. She grabbed her burning cheeks and ran off. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I am not daydreaming, I just want to pay back his kindness one day. Watching her run away? Qingfeng let out a heavy sigh. Without absolute power, we will always just be pawns on someone else's chessboard. He reached into his robe and pulled out a mysterious, glowing green bottle. A blazing resolve ignited in his eyes. No matter what it takes, I will become strong enough to protect you. Meanwhile, right at the main entrance, the crowd was absolutely losing their minds. Young Master Changge's aura is just off the charts. Another student gasped in awe. Out of all the top 10 supreme geniuses, he easily ranks in the top 3. I wonder what major event brought a VIP like him here. At that very moment, Gu Changge calmly cupped his hands, paying respects to an elder dressed in golden robes, Elder Wang. I am waiting for someone special. Hearing those words, the elder's mind raced. Could the mighty young Master Changge really be waiting for his fiancée, the legendary Princess Mingkong? Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Elder Mo watched the unfolding drama. He turned to the blonde youth beside him, offering words of dark comfort. That arrogant fool over there. Is that really yin yang? Wait. What's going on? Is that Changge himself. I know he humiliated you last time. You suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. But today, at the True Immortal Academy, we are your absolute backing. There is absolutely nothing to fear. Yin Yang's voice was deadly calm. Understood. Eldemo. Oblivious to the deadly threat, Changge continued his casual chat with Elder Wang. What can I say? I had no choice. My beloved Mingkong insisted I greet her. When she throws a tantrum, she is as stubborn as a little kid. Elder Wang burst into hearty laughter. Ah. So that is the truth. The bond between the young master and the princess is truly enviable. He continued with a warm smile. Please, do not mind me. Young master, this old man must return to the disciple screening. High above, the ranking board glowed brightly. The name Yin Yang blazed next to 5,100 points. Is it just my imagination playing tricks on me? Why does it feel like those piercing eyes are locked right onto my soul? Changge, you arrogant bastard. So you have perfectly stolen the identity of the demonic art inheritor, with a supreme realm elder from the academy guarding him. That old man must belong to the Dark Syndicate. Ha! You think changing your face and finding a powerful backing will save you? Do you really believe leave? I will not rip you to shreds. Suddenly, a massive divine bird pierced through the clouds. As it rode the raging winds, the crowd instantly recognized the legendary beast master. It was her, the peerless Princess Mingkong, the unrivaled, breathtaking beauty of the unrivaled immortal dynasty. She truly lived up to her imperial title. Her divine aura radiated absolute majesty. It was a magnificent presence that completely crushed the surrounding geniuses. No wonder an untouchable apex predator like Changge would willingly stand out here like a commoner, just to patiently await her arrival. Landing gracefully, a flash of surprise crossed her flawless face. Gathering her composure, she asked with a soft curiosity, Young Master Changge, were you truly waiting for me? With a charming, easygoing smile, he simply pointed at the massive crowd. Who else would I be waiting for? Every single person gathered here can testify to my absolute devotion. Right on cue, the crowd roared, their agreement like a well-trained army. It is the absolute truth. Imperial Princess Mingkong, the young master, has been standing here for hours, eyes glued to the sky. Changge turned his head, with a playful yet commanding glint in his eye. He looked at Elder Wang. Tell me, Elder, does my precious Mingkong need to take any of these entrance exams? Elder Wang practically gave himself whiplash, shaking his head. Absolutely not, heavens. No. Mingkong stood utterly speechless. Her heart fluttered in utter confusion. It was as if she had just watched the sun rise from the west. But suddenly, the crowd erupted into a chaotic frenzy. Fingers pointed wildly toward the horizon. Look at that beast, a 9-headed lion. That belongs to the Golden Cicada Temple from the peak of Buddhist Mountain. It is him, the monk who survived, crossing the nightmare of the demonic abyss. He is one of the elite, a monster sitting comfortably in the top 10 true genius rankings. Ye Chen sat peacefully on the terrifying beast's back, deep in meditation. To think he actually walked out of the demonic abyss alive. That feat alone is absolutely world-shattering. Just how terrifying are the geniuses in the top 10? Are they even human at this point? The hype in the air was thick enough to cut with a blade. Whispers spread like wildfire through the academy grounds. Everyone's blood pumped with pure adrenaline to witness the legendary Changge and the holy Ye Chen in the exact same place. Two absolute titans of the top 10 are face to face. If they clashed right now, who would walk away alive? It was the ultimate question burning in everyone's mind. Breaking the tension, Changge took a step forward. His aura was the picture of relaxed perfection as he initiated the greeting. Brother Ye Chen, it seems destiny has brought us together across thousands of miles. Standing closely beside him, Mingkong's mind was analyzing the situation. Ever since that catastrophic incident at the demonic abyss, rumor had it that this holy monk was trapped in that nightmare realm. Ever since the great hero Changge sealed the demonic rift, Jin Chan had completely vanished from the face of the earth. Not a single whisper of him had been heard. Then, a dark memory from her past life surfaced in her mind. In her previous timeline, this exact monk had meddled in affairs, helping clear someone of the horrific demonic art inheritor charges. And because of that righteous interference, he had earned Gu Changge's absolute, bone-chilling hatred. Jin Chan stepped down from his beast. Pressing his palms together, he offered a perfect, holy bow. Amitabha, this humble monk pays his respects to young Master Changge. Just then, the massive nine-headed lion let out an earth-shattering roar. The intense sound waves made Changge frown in deep annoyance. And what exactly is the meaning of this? Jin Chan quickly moved to calm his savage mount. He turned back, rushing to explain. Cease this insolence at once. Forgive my companion, Shan Jing. He possesses an extremely rare sensitivity to the auras of good and evil. Something must have startled him. Gu Changge's eyes remained dead and completely indifferent. Oh, is that so? Without missing a beat, Changge violently pivoted the conversation toward Mingkong. His voice dripped with dark, dangerous teasing. My dear Mingkong, have you been sneaking around doing wicked things behind my back again? Realizing the immense tension, Jin Chan bowed deeply, desperate to diffuse his beast's hostility. Please, forgive my uncultured mount. It is merely a beast lacking true understanding. I beg your magnanimity. Gu Changge waved his hand. The perfect picture of a generous lord. Think nothing of it. It is just a trivial matter. Really. Nothing to lose sleep over. However, I have long heard tales of the mighty and mysterious Buddhist mountain. I have yet to experience your divine arts firsthand. Why do we not test our limits right here? Right now, the instant the words left his mouth, Gu Changge exploded into motion. An overwhelmingly oppressive aura shattered the ground as he lunged forward. Show me the true power of your path, Brother Jin Chan. Jin Chan's eyes widened in absolute shock. Young Master Changge. Wait, the entire crowd froze in sheer, unadulterated panic. What the hell is going on? Heavens, why are they suddenly trying to kill each other? The two apex predators of the true rankings are actually fighting, fast as jagged lightning. Gu Changge unleashed a devastating strike. In a blur of motion, he completely sealed off the monk's only escape route, left with zero options. Jin Chan erupted with golden light to block the fatal blow. As shockwaves ripped through the academy, Mingkong stood quietly on the sidelines, her beautiful eyes swirling with incredibly dark and complicated thoughts. If that guy was actually a reincarnated soul, he totally would have assassinated Jin Chan in the shadows. Looks like all my paranoid stressing earlier was a complete and utter waste of time. Meanwhile, Ziyang slammed his doors open. His jaw practically dropped to the floor. Wait, what? Gu Changge actually challenged Jin Chan to a duel. The frantic scout nodded furiously. That is right, Lord Ziyang. The second Jin Chan showed his face, Gu Changge went straight for the throat. If he has the guts to jump a holy monk, just imagine what he would do to you. My lord, Ziyang blasted off into the sky, cutting his lackey off mid-sentence. I need to see this with my own two eyes. This is the perfect chance to measure his actual power, because at the end of the day, rumors are just talk. As he arrived, the crowd erupted into wild cheers for the Heavenly Lord. The spectator stands were absolutely packed to the brim. Hurry up and look. 2 of the top 10 supreme geniuses are throwing down. Gu Changge smirked, completely soaking in the massive hype. Perfect. Looks like we have quite the audience today. Brother Jin Chan, shall we begin? Jin Chan shifted into a flawless defensive stance. If young Master Changge insists on trading blows, a terrifying golden light erupted from the monk's eyes. Then, excuse my rudeness, without warning, a massive, bizarre glowing array materialized out of nowhere. Gu Changge was instantly trapped inside the formation. No way. That is the legendary winter immortal sealing curse of the Buddhist mountain. The entire crowd gasped in absolute awe. The rumors say it is an absolute inescapable prison. Once that curse locks onto you, your fate is totally sealed. Is the almighty young Master Gu seriously going down in round 1? This is insane, but wait. What is that? Gu Changge just flashed a wicked, knowing smirk. Brother Ye Chen, your technique is completely full of holes. Suddenly, a terrifying force ripped through the space at blinding speed. It was the mythical Void Heaven technique. Gu Changge unleashed a devastating counterattack, slamming into Ye Chen and making the monk wince in pure agony. You calculated wrong. Ye Chen, your little escape trick was completely garbage. Suddenly, glowing Buddhist prayer beads materialized out of thin air. Each orb radiated blinding holy light, transforming into an army of shadow clones that swarmed the Gu family heir. At point-blank range like this, defensive magic was completely useless. Gu Changge instantly read the room. It was a classic trap to lure the tiger into the den. But unfortunately for the one pulling the strings, just as the army of clones prepared to jump Gu Changge, the very fabric of space began to warp and violently distort. The battlefield completely glitched out. Reality and illusion blurred together, blanketing the arena in an impenetrable fog of raw energy. Ye Chan's legendary Arhat shadow clone technique had been completely and utterly shut down. The crowd completely lost their minds at this impossible plot twist, refusing to give the monk even a second to breathe. The young master unleashed a brutally cold counterstrike. Ye Chen was absolutely shook. His eyes went wide with pure panic, totally unable to process how his ultimate secret art just got trashed. Seeing his opponent having a total meltdown, Gu Changge decided to throw some serious shade. With absolute boss energy, he mocked the monk. If Brother Ye Chen refuses to use his actual trump cards, then I might just have to fake my own loss out of pure pity. The moment the words left his mouth, a demonic, otherworldly glow ignited in his eyes. It was the ancient, unfathomable power of samsara itself. An endless ocean of phantoms bearing the Gu family aura erupted. They multiplied layer by layer, completely suffocating his target. In that heart-stopping, split-second moment, the monk's remaining shadow clones totally froze in place, glitching out in midair. And Gu Changge capitalized on it perfectly. He chained together dozens of lethal combos, aiming every single strike directly at the monk's vital points. Ye Chen desperately scrambled to pull himself together. He realized with absolute horror, trying to tank this monster at close range with defensive spells was literal suicide. It was like smashing eggs against a brick wall. He had to swap his strategy immediately. A terrifyingly powerful Buddha spirit technique crashed down, backed by the thunderous boom of ancient holy chants. But Gu Changge was built different. He whipped out a brand new artifact to counter the blast. It moved at godlike speed, literally ripping the space-time continuum wide open. The young master hovered there with supreme arrogance. He looked down on the world like an absolute god among men. He ruthlessly declared that with the forged energy of the white tiger metal element, this divine sword would absolutely obliterate anyone who dared to stand in its way. If gods block my path, I slay the gods. If Buddhas block my path, I slaughter the Buddhas. The suffocating pressure was unreal, and just like that, it was game over. Ye Chen suffered a brutal, humiliating defeat against the Gu family heir. Young Master Gu just gave a casual nod. He accepted his flawless victory as if he were just taking out the trash. The audience completely lost their collective minds. The hype was off the charts because nobody expected Ye Chen to get speedrun like that. They were both top 10 ranked players, both apex-level geniuses, so how on earth was the senses power gap between them this ridiculously massive? Watching the massacre unfold, Zi Yang's brain practically short-circuited. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. This Gu family freak, he is not even human. He is an absolute demon wearing human skin. Zi Yang quickly did the math in his head. If he stepped into that arena right now to fight him, his win rate would be absolute zero. He would just end up embarrassing himself on a massive scale. I need to warn my junior sister right now. I cannot let her get tangled up with a psychopath like him. The two side characters next to him were equally terrified, staring at the arena like they had just seen a ghost. The main character's massive ego was completely justified. He was not just all talk. Even as the sole heir surrounded by a sea of rival geniuses, he remained ridiculously chill. He looked as relaxed as if he were just strolling through his own backyard. Thoroughly traumatized, the watchers quietly backed away into the shadows, not daring to stick around for even one more second. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. The majestic praises for the Gu family's young master echoed across the heavens, cementing his absolute dominance. As for the pathetic Ye Chen, his luck had utterly run out. The once revered high monk was now nothing more than a bloody stepping stone for another man's legendary rise. Changge stood bathed in pure arrogance. His eyes dripped with overwhelming disdain, truly believing that letting this trash keep his miserable life was already a divine blessing from the heavens. Nearby, Ye Chan's majestic lion mount whimpered in absolute agony. Its mournful cries echoed through the arena, rubbing bitter salt into the loser's shattered pride. The scene shifted back to the grand estate. Ming Kong had returned, but a chaotic storm of anxiety raged in her heart, forcing her to pace endlessly across her chambers. She muttered under her breath, her mind furiously calculating the shifting tides. Qing Xiaoyi had finally stepped through the academy's sacred gates. This was the legendary fairy, the one who possessed the immortal demon body in her past life, a divine constitution that made the entire martial world salivate with unholy greed. She rested her chin in deep thought, her delicate brows knit together as she analyzed the past. She remembered that after reaching a terrifying realm of extraordinary power, that girl had vanished without a single trace. It was highly likely some shadow faction had mercilessly assassinated her, just to steal her heaven-defying fortune. But honestly, that girl's tragic fate meant nothing right now. The real prize was the supreme artifact her brother held, the Eternal Heaven Vase, one of the 7 legendary sect-guarding treasures, packing world-shattering destructive power. I have already secured 2 pieces of the puzzle, she thought to herself. My divine collection is dangerously close to absolute completion. I will use any ruthless method necessary. I must snatch that final vase to fulfill my ultimate ambition. Let us rewind the clock of fate. 3 days before the Academy's grand closing ceremony, the massive gates of the true Immortal Academy were buzzing with overwhelming energy. State your name and purpose, a stern voice demanded. Gu Xianer. A crystal-clear voice fired back fearlessly. It turned out Elder Wang was playing gatekeeper today. The old man narrowed his piercing eyes, scrutinizing the young girl. He cautiously asked if she hailed from the legendary Gu bloodline. Xianer blinked in pure astonishment. She never expected her family's formidable reputation to be so monstrous that it acted as a universal pass everywhere she went. Excited whispers erupted through the surrounding crowd. They pointed and gossiped as the old elder nodded respectfully, granting her VIP access simply because of his ties to Gu Changge. The massive crowd in the distance seized the opportunity for some juicy gossip. Wild rumors flew about the mysterious, blurred lines between this breathtaking beauty and the peerless young master. She has got to be a distant cousin, one disciple swore. But others immediately steered the rumor mill in a far more dramatic direction. They excitedly recounted how the mighty Gu Changge had acted like a lovesick fool, waiting faithfully for Princess Ming Kong for days on end. The drama had the crowd absolutely buzzing. It was as chaotic as a mortal street market, right in the middle of a sacred immortal courtyard. Xianer squeezed her eyes shut in sheer annoyance, desperately trying to block out the buzzing of these gossip flies. With one hand, she casually tossed premium spirit snacks to her terrifying Great Sage Realm mount. With the other, she muttered under her breath, "What twisted scheme is that jerk plotting now, rolling out the red carpet for Sister Ming Kong so ostentatiously?" Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over her. A sleazy-looking cultivator swaggered right up. Smirking, he introduced himself as Song Fan, shamelessly demanding some of the beautiful new junior sister's precious time. This abrupt, invasive action made Xianer blank out. The sheer, unfiltered audacity of this trash was honestly beyond mortal comprehension. Song Fan and his pack of lapdog disciples immediately boxed her in, Their spiritual auras flared with absolute, arrogant hostility, his face twisted in ugly resentment at being flatly ignored. Meanwhile, his lackeys started barking loudly, trying to lecture her on the sacred rules of respecting seniors in this brutal domain. Xianxia gave them a devastatingly bored side-eye. She openly mocked them as a bunch of senile old fools who clearly had far too much time on their pathetic hands. Right on cue, her great sage realm turtle threw a massive tantrum, demanding a bathroom break. Xianxia simply pointed toward the distant latrines, treating the hostile gang like invisible air. Bitterly humiliated in front of the entire courtyard, Song Fan and his crew exploded into a fiery rage, their faces turning a violent shade of purple. They decided right then and there to use brute force. They would teach this arrogant brat a blood-soaked lesson about the brutal reality of the true Immortal Academy. Two disciples ruthlessly unleashed their spiritual artifacts. Murderous intent erupted into the sky. The leader barked out his venomous insults, completely losing his mind. "You ignorant little brat, you do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, you pay for stroking the tiger's beard." But suddenly, an explosive wave of purple energy crashed down like divine lightning, shattering their attack in the nick of time. The devastating blast was accompanied by a heaven-shaking, authoritative roar. Such blatant lawlessness, the crowd gasped. It was Ye Chen. He descended from the heavens like a god, his pristine robes whipping in the spiritual wind, as his cold glare locked onto the attackers, throwing your weight around in broad daylight. Did you trash come to the true Immortal Academy to seek the Tao, or just to terrorize your junior sisters? Through it all, Xianxia stood perfectly still, looking incredibly bored by the entire spectacle. Ziyang shot Songfan's pathetic gang, a side glance dripping with absolute, soul-crushing disgust. His aura was as sharp as a heavenly executioner's blade. His stern voice echoed like thunder, condemning them for dragging the Academy's supreme reputation through the mud. "You pathetic worms are a total disgrace to every single disciple of our true Immortal Academy." Songfan and his goons were instantly paralyzed by sheer terror. The blood completely drained from their faces at the sight of Ziyang. They stammered violently, their teeth clattering like broken castanets. Ziyang, Heavenly Sovereign, he ranks in the top 10. What is a monster like him doing here? Realizing they had just kicked a massive steel plate, one lackey frantically screamed, "Quick, apologize right now." All three thugs instantly dropped to their trembling knees. They slammed their foreheads against the stone tiles, groveling pathetically before Ziyang's overwhelming might. "Have mercy. Heavenly Sovereign, please spare our miserable lives. We swear we have learned our lesson. We will never dare to look down on a junior sister ever again." Having swatted away the annoying bugs, Ziyang's terrifying aura instantly vanished. He offered Xianxia a warm, gentle smile. "Is junior sister completely unhurt?" he asked softly. But instead of the swooning gratitude he fully expected, Xianxia simply crossed her arms. Her gaze remained absolutely frosty, radiating an unshakable, untouchable confidence. "I don't need your help. I can handle my own battles perfectly fine." The young man chuckled, clearly amused by her fierce attitude. "If junior sister is that confident, I guess my presence here is a bit useless. This humble one is Ziyang, heir of the Purple Mansion. May I know the name of this beautiful junior sister?" Xianxia rolled her eyes internally. Why did everyone in this academy care so much about names? It was honestly getting on her nerves. Seeing her cold silence, Ziyang offered an awkward smile to save face. "It seems junior's sister values her privacy. I will respect your boundaries." His words sounded like poetry. But behind that gentlemanly smile, his mind was spinning with calculated schemes. He smirked inwardly. What an absolutely fascinating girl. This little icy beauty was completely unbothered. Breaking his train of thought, Ziyang spun around, throwing a harsh glare at the three bullies. "If I had not arrived in time, you fools would have committed a grave sin right here in the cleansing pavilion. Consider this your only warning. Now get out of my sight." The thugs immediately bowed like obedient dogs. "Yes, of course, thank you for your mercy, Heavenly Monarch Xiang. We will never do it again. They scrambled to their feet. But a strange, sinister smirk flashed across their lips. Suddenly, an icy voice sliced through the tension. Did I say you could leave? That single sentence made the three thugs freeze. Cold sweat instantly drenched their backs. Their knees buckled in pure terror as a towering figure manifested right in front of them. Changge strolled forward with the casual grace of a predator. His tone was elegant, yet the words felt like jagged glass. Who gave you permission to walk away? Crushed by his overwhelming aura, the thugs could barely form a coherent sentence. Changge simply stood there, completely unbothered. His cold gaze swept across the trembling fools. It seems you rats already know who I am. Standing nearby, Xiang felt an icy chill run down his spine. The sudden arrival of this monster had completely shattered his composure. Panic flared in Xiang's mind. This was bad. This was very, very bad. But amidst the suffocating pressure, Gu Xian'er secretly lit up. A genuine smile finally broke through her icy facade. She looked at his broad back and thought, did he actually come all this way just to save me? Meanwhile, Changge stood tall, radiating absolute supremacy. He stared down at Songfan and his crew. You wanted to teach this little brat a lesson. You do realize she is my actual blood sister. Right. Tell me. Did you know Songfan dropped to his knees, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane? I had eyes but failed to see Mepao. I am just blind trash. Please forgive my ignorance. His lackey desperately jumped in to beg. Young Master Changge, please. This was all just a massive misunderstanding. Sweat poured down Songfan's face like a waterfall. Looking at these pathetic worms, Changge let out a chilling half-smile. A misunderstanding, you say? Then tell me, exactly what kind of death do you prefer? Songfan's soul nearly left his body. Death Master, surely our crimes do not warrant execution. Seeing his pawns about to get wiped out, Xiang frantically stepped in, trying to extinguish Changge's fury. Young Master Changge, they were merely a bit disrespectful. Lady Xian'er has not suffered a single scratch. There is no need for bloodshed. I have already disciplined them myself. But Changge remained utterly terrifyingly calm. Discipline them? How fascinating. He smirked. Their breathing is perfectly steady. They do not look punished to me. Xian'er stayed quiet, eager to see how this drama would unfold. Xiang forced a smile, desperately playing the friendship card. We are all fellow disciples here. Show some mercy for their circumstances. Please. Just do me a favor and let this slide. In an instant, the temperature in the courtyard plummeted to absolute zero. Changge's eyes locked onto Xiang, practically bleeding killing intent. Do you a favor? He scoffed coldly. If I actually gave you face, do you think you are worthy enough to catch it? Without another word, Changge raised his hand toward the three trembling thugs. His aura erupted. Three blinding swords of pure spiritual energy materialized in the air, hovering like executioner blades right in front of Songfan's face, staring directly at the Grim Reaper. Songfan completely broke. He screamed in despair. It was him. Heavenly Monarch Xiang ordered us to do this. Xiang's face drained of all color. He frantically barked back. You lying scum, I mercifully begged for your lives. And right before death, you dare drag my name through the mud. But Changge had heard enough. He unleashed his strike. In a fraction of a second, the energy swords pierced through the three disciples. They collapsed into lifeless heaps before they could even blink. Staring down at the fresh corpses, Changge spoke with chilling sarcasm. Heavenly Monarch Xiang kindly begged for your lives, and yet you dare slander him. That is a crime upon a crime. You truly deserve to die. The surrounding crowd watched the bloodbath in absolute horror. Wait. Wasn't Songfan just promoted to the elite sword rankings? He got obliterated without throwing a single punch. They had it coming. That is what happens when you kick a sleeping dragon. Xiang desperately tried to salvage his shattered pride. Changge, this is the true Immortal Academy. How dare you act so recklessly? But before the words could even leave his mouth, Changge ruthlessly cut him off. "Shut your mouth." He slowly swept his cold gaze across the crowd. His voice echoed with absolute, terrifying authority, dropping a massive warning on everyone present. "I have just made a perfect, bloody example out of them. You all better carve this into your memories. Take even half a step towards Xianxia, and you will face my wrath." Without waiting for a response, Changge casually tapped his massive azure beast, prompting an aggressive, earth-shaking roar from the creature. They completely ignored Xianxia, leaving him stranded in humiliation. As they strolled away, Xianxia tilted her head. "Why do you always have to be such a huge bully?" Left in the dust, Xianxia gritted his teeth. His eyes darkened with sinister, calculating schemes. "Until I secure an absolute, crushing advantage, I cannot afford to act recklessly." He clenched his fists, desperately spinning a lie to save whatever face he had left. "I should be thanking Changge for taking out the Academy's trash. Otherwise, I would have had to dirty my own hands cleaning up that garbage later." Catching that pathetic excuse drifting through the wind, Changge simply let out a mockingly indifferent hum. "If the great Xiang Heavenly Sovereign truly thinks so, then I can rest perfectly easy." The scene then smoothly transitioned to the absolute silence of the Grand Library. Countless ancient, overpowered skill manuals floated magically through the air, radiating an absolutely blinding, majestic aura. A black-haired elder of the true Immortal Academy casually sipped his steaming tea, slowly breaking the silence. Xiang Heavenly Sovereign might be a top-tier genius of the upper realm, but that humiliating loss to Ye Chen completely shattered his confidence. Changge literally dragged his pride through the mud today. Yet he still held back his fists, truly worthy of being the Purple Mansion's heir. Sitting right across from him, the white-haired elder chimed in. His tone was heavy with deep thought. "We have to admit, this Changge is built entirely different. Does he genuinely believe he can absolutely crush every single prodigy under the heavens? What is your take on this massive ego?" Senior, another elder, casually browsing books with light purple hair, turned around to drop his own truth bomb. "That arrogant kid absolutely disrespects the laws of heaven and earth. But let us be brutally honest here. We have never seen him take a single loss in his entire life. It is like the entire universe is just playing out on his personal chessboard. If someone out there could actually make him taste defeat, I would pay premium money to see it." Cutting back to our main duo, Xianxia and Changge were strolling down a seemingly endless, grand corridor of the Academy. Xianxia could not hold back her burning curiosity anymore. "Do you really just slaughter people without a second thought? Won't the Academy's big shots have a major problem with that?" Changge glanced at her, his voice dripping with the dark reality of their brutal world. "Where exactly do you think we are standing right now? The true Immortal Academy is a savage forge for supreme powerhouses. It is definitely not a daycare center run by a bunch of soft, meddling old fools." Pausing his steps, Changge looked down at Xian'er's innocently confused expression. When he spoke again, his tone perfectly blended playful teasing with dead serious warning. "Are you actually this clueless, little sister? Or are you just playing dumb? Could you seriously not see the toxic, scheming aura completely surrounding that Xiang guy?" Xian'er crossed her arms and scoffed. "Of course I saw right through him. That two-faced snake flipped his attitude faster than I could even blink." She boldly pointed a finger straight at Changge's chest. "Honestly, he is exactly like you. One quick look, and everyone knows neither of you are the good guys in this story." Changge was left completely utterly speechless. Could you maybe, just possibly, delete that last sentence from the conversation? Tapping her chin in deep thought, she let out a totally confused sigh. "I just do not get why he went through all that trouble to direct such a massive, dramatic theatrical performance. Literally, we had zero connection before this." Changge knitted his brows, analyzing the chessboard. Right now, his endgame is still in the shadows. Just burn this into your brain. That guy is absolutely not someone you can take lightly. My best bet. He is trying to completely win over your affection, using you as a golden VIP ticket to infiltrate our insanely powerful family. He is probably dreaming of playing the ultimate overpowered noble son-in-law trope or something. Xianxia playfully smacked Changge's shoulder with a massive, beaming grin. Relax your overly stressed brain. Brother Changge, I literally could not care less about his existence. Changge let out a long, exhausted sigh. You are genuinely the most ridiculously narcissistic girl I have ever met. Wake up to reality. Ye Heavenly Sovereign is 100% using you as a tiny pawn in his massive, twisted conspiracy. If you actually use your brain to think about it, he is definitely plotting to use you as the perfect weapon to take me down. Xianxia suddenly stared at Changge with eyes totally full of hidden, teasing meaning. Spotting that look, he immediately shut it down. Stop daydreaming. You little brat. Did you seriously? Genuinely think I stepped in just because I care about you? Suddenly, Xianxia went completely on her tiptoes. She planted a lightning-fast, ultra-sneaky kiss right onto Changge's cheek. Her face instantly exploded into a massive, blushing tomato. Holding her own burning cheeks, she sprinted away, shouting back, "Do not overthink this at all." My brain just aggressively glitched out for a second. Changge completely froze in place, staring blankly. His fingers slowly brushed against his kissed cheek. Watching her chaotic escape, he muttered under his breath, "What an absolute, certified idiot." But then, his eyes darkened with pure, unfiltered villainy. Now then, Ziyang Heavenly Sovereign, what is the most entertaining way to permanently delete you from existence? Meanwhile, absolute chaos was brewing. A super mysterious, legendary stone had just spawned at the True Immortal Academy, causing the entire cultivation world to totally lose their minds. This is my golden window of opportunity. A sinister, spine-chilling smirk crept across Changge's face. The True Immortal Academy was practically begging to become his personal playground of absolute destruction. My dear, incredibly naive little disciple, your master has prepared a massive, insanely devastating surprise, specifically crafted just for you. Boom. The majestic gates of heaven blew wide open. Oceans of pure, raw spiritual energy crashed down like a tsunami. Countless high-level cultivators swarmed the sky, diving insanely fast straight into the legendary waterfall of immortal aura. Look up, it is actually happening. The mythical Nine Heavens strange stone is dropping down. Move your feet, or you are going to miss the loot. Right smack in the middle of that blinding energy storm sat the most incredibly ugly, basic-looking rock ever, but deep within its core, it was pulsing with an insanely overpowered, world-shaking radiant light. It plummeted directly from the nine heavens. Could it be the legendary bloodline of a true immortal from a magnificent soaring dragon carriage? The Divine Prince declared. We both stand proudly among the top 10 destined roster. I wonder what the princess makes of this bizarre relic. The immortal princess replied coldly to the arrogant dwarf. It is entirely shrouded in mystery. My divine eyes cannot pierce its veil. He threw her a look dripping with absolute disdain. And here the glorious rumors claim you are the reincarnation of the immortal emperor himself. It turns out the divine prince is vastly overestimating his own worth. With immortal Emperor Mountain facing such catastrophic chaos, you still have the leisure to come here and watch the show. Annoyance visibly flickered across his face as he muttered. Humph. His brows knitted together fiercely, and his tone sharpened like a drawn blade. That useless piece of trash utterly disgraced our grand title. However, I will personally sweep away the ashes of his failure. There is no need for the princess to burden her royal mind. The massive crowd descended in perfect unison before the roaring waterfall. Their voices echoed like thunder across the valley. We pay our deepest respects to the great star ancestor. The true form of the star ancestor slowly materialized. Shockingly, he looked exactly like a tiny toddler, wrapped in a hazy, divine golden glow. The ancestor waved his little hand. Enough. Dispense with these tedious formalities. The gathered cultivators stood completely dumbfounded. Was this truly the supreme being who outlived 80% of the Academy Grand Elders? Someone whispered a frantic, terrified warning. Noor, never mention a lady's age in this ruthless world. Not unless you have an absolute death wish. She gracefully touched the ground, approaching the revered elders with a respectful bow. Greetings, Venerable Elder Stone. His weathered face lit up with a brilliant smile. Ah, our little girl. It has been far too long. And your beauty only continues to bloom. A faint blush dusted her cheeks. Elder Stone, please do not tease this junior. You know my situation. To speak the absolute truth, this mortal vessel of mine can barely move as it is. Shifting her gaze back to the massive rock behind them, she asked, the Wonder Stone is about to reveal its ultimate secrets. Has Elder Stone managed to divine any interesting clues? The ancient elder followed her gaze. He let out a remarkably heavy sigh. It is truly a crushing disgrace to admit. This mystical stone shares the exact same origin as my own ancient bloodline. Yet, I am entirely blind to its true history. Suddenly, the elder's eyes widened in sheer panic as they screamed. Look quickly. The Wonder Stone is finally moving. The Supreme Seal is cracking open. The ancient relic violently shattered into pieces. An absolutely blinding eruption of golden aura exploded outwards, shooting directly into the endless azure sky. Like a heavenly pillar, Elder Stone pondered deeply. This artifact must be connected to the Supreme Ancient Immortals. Such a terrifying phenomenon. Could a descendant of a true immortal truly be sleeping inside? The divine radiance pierced through every single layer of the heavens. It illuminated the entire firmament, sending massive shockwaves across the martial realm. Yet, the Holy Maiden of the immortal Wang family was the most terrifying presence of all. She had just emerged from the immortal Wang bloodline, her glorious identity previously sealed in absolute secrecy. But then, a single human hand reached out from the rubble. A massive grin spread across his face. Oh man, this spiritual energy feels wonderfully familiar. Finally, I am utterly free from that cursed Nine Heavens prison that tortured my soul for 300 agonizing years. As the blinding golden aura finally faded away, a figure draped in striking crimson robes stepped forward. He had officially returned to the world of the living. Basking in the warm sunlight feels absolutely incredible. I wonder just how many eras have passed in the outside world. The entire group of Grand Elders stared at him in utter, soul-crushing disbelief. What on earth? Why is it just a mere human? And furthermore, his cultivation is merely at the pathetic heavenly god realm. One brave elder cautiously approached the mysterious youth. Fellow Taoist, may I humbly ask where this young brother hails from? And for what cosmic reason were you sealed inside the Nine Heavens Wonderstone for so long? The young man replied with an innocent, clueless expression. Me, I must confess that I do not possess any noble background whatsoever. At the end of the day, I am just your incredibly average, completely ordinary passing cultivator.